Just wait and see. Just wait and see. Just wait and see. Just wait and see. Just wait and see.
Hello everybody and welcome to a Super Saturday, the first part of our race for the 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps here at the end of April 2022. John Hindhaugh and Ben Constanturis in the booth overlooking the first corner. Last source here, it'll be Joe Bradley and Nick Damon down in the pit lane. This is our second European event already. In the championship, we've done the 24 hours of Dubai and the 12 hours of Mugello. The 6 hours of Abu Dhabi was a one-off single event, which came straight after Dubai. A lot of the teams stayed on. We're still at the first third or so of the season with this 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, counting for the European Championship and the Champions of the Continents, the whole championship rather, and the Champions of the Continents. We go to Hockenheim in the second weekend of May, then Portimao first weekend in July is the first of three back-to-back 24-hour races, which has Barcelona in the middle in the second weekend of September. And Sebring, of course, will finish everything off towards the end of November, actually, the second time we've finished off our season at Sebring. You'll hear more from Ben and myself in a wee while. The temperature is rising, the grid is packed, and that means there can be only time for one thing, and that's Nick Damon down on the grid.
Good morning, John. Good morning, Ben. Good morning, everyone out there in streaming land. We are here in a surprisingly sunny, high-pressure area here of Spa-Francorchamps. The weather is absolutely gorgeous. And we just go this way. This is what they're all fighting for, this fine array of trophies. This is the kind of European Cup style one, which I've tried lifting earlier. Bit of a disaster. This is the participation trophy, which you get for turning up. And this is the one that actually we award. This is the spirit of the race. So more about that during the programme, but that's something you can get involved with, and we avoid that for the people who have shown the racing spirit. Now, on pole, it is the Wochenspiegel car, but I've just seen the driver has gone for a natural break, so we'll try and... Ah, he's back. Jürgen. Jürgen, you've just... so turn you round, because we can see the camera. So, Jürgen, you're getting to start the car then?
Yeah, because I have to drive a lot in the overall time, so that is the reason why I will make the start.
Now, normally the start driver is the fastest driver to get them away from trouble. So you've got a lot of cars behind you who could cause issues.
Yeah, for us it's not a problem because we're in the first position and we try to defend this position, of course.
It's a good theory. See how many corners it works. Like that's Jürgen Kronbach from. Now, second on the grid is this massive Bentley. Apparently, though, very lightweight, yet massive. It's got the footprint sort of somewhere in the region of Luxembourg. And one of the drivers is Bob Herber. Bob, start the thing on on the front row. Have you got anything for that Ferrari? It looks really quick.
Yeah, let's see. 12 hours, a lot of time.
That was very reserved. Okay, yes, I'm going to do the thing. Yes, we'll see what happens. On a serious note, how much fun is this Bentley round here?
How do you mean?
How much fun is the Bentley to drive around here?
Enjoy every lap. Big smile, really. It's such an awesome car to drive and easy to handle. We need to watch for fuel consumption. We need to watch tires. So let's see if long lasting will bring us the victory.
Why do you think this is the first time in all these years we've seen a Bentley here? Why aren't more drivers running Bentleys?
I don't know. There are only a few of them. 20 ever built. A lot of them are in Asia and America. I think that's the main issue.
I understand you're a bit of a Bentley fan. Don't you own the Bathurst 12-hour winning one?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, and I also own one of the latest ones.
So a man with many Bentleys. I'm not envious at all. Anyway, so running into third on the grid, nippy across is our old stalwarts of Creventic. It is CP Motorsport. It's Charles Putnam and Shane Lewis. Charles, first question. You're one short this weekend. Where's Joe?
Well, he's at home. We just decided we needed 3 drivers, so we're sort of sharing. He and Shane are sort of sharing the 12-hour races, and then all of us are together for the 24-hour races.
You must be happy, third on the grid.
Oh yeah, that's a really good performance for us. So we got pretty fortunate, at least on my part of the qualifying. I got one good clear lap, and so that gave us a pretty good time there. And everybody else did about the same. We got lucky and at least got one good lap each. So, but it's in a good place.
You've been obviously at the Spa race many times. I mean, the track looks different from the outside with the environs. Is it any different to drive?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a good bit different. The runoff areas that used to be, if you made a small mistake, you could drop a wheel over into the asphalt and continue on. Now we have gravel traps there. And so you have to leave that little bit of extra margin. That slows us down a little bit, and it makes it a little more exciting with cars getting stuck. So we're hoping that we don't have too many Code 60s with cars off in the gravel, particularly our car.
Thanks, Charlie. Yep, so there have been a huge amounts of revamping to Spa over the past few months, but John has the track presentation.
Well, this is a classic venue, isn't it? One of the longer tracks in, well, it's the longest Formula One track, isn't it? And the longest track that we race here, just over 7 kilometres or 4 miles. Heading down towards La Source, down into first gear for the GT3s, then accelerating up through the gearbox, probably just getting into 5th as you go up the hill. Slight changes to the environment around Eau Rouge at turn 3, the middle part of Eau Rouge, and then Radillon. So it's really about really linking these corners together. Down the hill, you're really not braking for turn 3. The middle part of turn 4 has been smoothed out, and then you're still climbing through Radillon, through the little kink on the Camel Straight as you head up to Le Combe. Position the car on the left-hand side of the road because you're going right first. You can take a bit of curb at turn 7 at the first part of Le Combe. Not too much on the middle, but all of it on the way out. And then at turn 9, use all of the exit curb down to Bruxelles, then No Name or Speaker's Corner, and now you're plunging downhill again to the Double Gauche or the Pouhon corners, Pouhon 1 and 2. 5th in for the first part, 4th for the second, then down to Fagne, left, right, that's down to 3rd. Hold up to 4th, then back to 3rd for the left-hander at 15, which is now going back onto the what I still call the old circuit. Blanchimont is pretty much flat in 5th for these cars, and then you're lining yourself up for the bus stop, which again, all the way down through the gearbox. It's a bit of a toss-up to whether that is slower than La Source, but it is a tricky end to the 4 mile or 7 kilometre lap, and we'll be doing hundreds of laps between the green and the final checkered flag. Looks absolutely fantastic on the grid. We have got spectators here this weekend. New spectator areas still being constructed here. And you'll notice if you're here at the track or you're watching the stream that all of the old grandstands on the run down from La Source to Eau Rouge have now gone. The plans are to put new grandstands there. There's a new grandstand at the top of Radillon as well. Nick Damon has moved down the grid to the second race that we have here. GT's at the front for endurance, TCE, touring car endurance, in the second part of the grid.
Can I just say, I'd like to firmly applaud the far more detailed track presentation, because I've just ambled down here. You aren't getting me doing the out-of-breath second part of the grid. A little kind of a trip down, but I got to the front of the TCE pole and the TCR car. No, they're all the team. This is the BB team from Monlau who've won everything. Someone needs to talk to me. Okay. Sorry, which of the drivers? You can't see your name. Which of the drivers are you?
Satin Juku, the longest one.
The longest one. Thankfully, you've done that. Tremendous success with this car so far this season. What do you put that down to?
Actually, a lot of effort. We try to do like everything we come to taste first before like on Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday we come to taste, and Friday. So we do a lot of effort to taste the car. So in the car now is in like perfect condition for us. So wish us luck.
So are you guys staying in Europe the whole time, or are you going back to Thailand after each race?
No, we go back, and before the race we come here.
Good stuff. So when are you on? Are you next on, or are you waiting a bit longer?
We will wait, I believe, the bunker. Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. Now, next to them is the 205, the Tcx Pole Car, which is one of the... Actually, it's not the GT4, it's one of the Caymans, but it's not a GT4 car. I'm trying to find a driver. Bradley Ellis. Bradley can chat to me. So with the Veluga team, Bradley, this is a Cayman, isn't it? But it's not a GT4 one.
No. Annoyingly, because we've got a bit more power, but we're not allowed warm tyres, so it makes the start interesting. But yeah, when we did the first round with it at Mugello, the homologation wasn't out for it, so we had to run in the TCX class.
Ah, I see. So that's why. So despite the fact we've got some GT4s here, it's just you're choosing to stay in this class. So where is this car on pace? Is it faster than a lot of the cars that are starting ahead of you?
Yeah, we should be up around where the sort of like that McLaren GT4 is on combined pace in qualifying. So hopefully we can have a bit of a race with these GT4 guys and get to the back of the 992 grid.
Thanks, Brad. Brad, they're putting on his helmet because they are now being ushered off the grid. I mean, it's a very tight schedule here. Just run through the cars. This is the other one of the very likely to be successful TCR cars. This is the Perrin with the 188 machine. This has been pretty much an ever-present last couple of years. ACO Sport. Perrin and Mathieu Dutré, they've been on the, and Yannick Mettler, of course, they've been on the podium several times. Mathieu Dutré start that. Over the other side, we have the Volkswagen of Nocco Racing. That's Kestutis Statinosis, Aranuis Gekinakis, and Sten Perimachi. Do I get a prize for that? Sten starting it. And then we have a selection of the other cars. I'm going to just see who is going to talk to us. Oh, just a random driver talking towards me. I'm going to just talk to him. Hello, sir. Hi. What's your name and what car are you driving?
Rolando Salis.
And your car number?
My car number is 105.
So how's the weekend going so far?
It's quite good. We were expecting rain, which was not easy to swallow, but the weather is good. The mood is good, so we expect a good race.
What is the secret to moving up the grid against these other TCR cars? Do you have a plan, or do you just see what happens?
What I learned through years that stable driving is the key. You can make few fast laps, but then you have to slow down to recover overheated tires and so on. So it's stability, consistency, fixation on your driving.
Well, to be honest, that's the best advice I've ever had. I wish you all the best of luck. So that is for the 105 car with, I think, advice should be piped to the PA. We appear to be shuffled off the grid a bit earlier than we expected, John, which gives you a chance to fill in all the blanks I've left whilst I was running down from one end of the pit lane to the other.
Good sashaying there, Nick. A little bit of grapevine in there as well. He really should have his own fitness show, I think. It would be absolutely fantastic. Nick Damon down there in the pit lane. We'll have Joe Bradley in there this afternoon as well, and rinse and repeat for tomorrow. Remember, it's 5.5 hours today. Very strict, very stringent curfew for noise here at Spa. They only have a certain amount of what are called noisy days, and they get used up with things like the 24-hour races that they have here. So the Creventic organisers still want to race here, still want to have 12-hour races. So what they do is they effectively red flag the race at the end of 5.5 hours. Everybody goes into Parc Fermé and they come back tomorrow to do the remaining 6.5 hours. Is it still an endurance race? Well, discuss. The cars aren't allowed to be touched, and there are pretty stringent penalties if you work on the cars during the Parc Fermé period overnight. It's a 10-lap penalty. Ultimately, it's kind of, I think it's a quite civilized way of going motor racing, Ben. It means that the infrastructure isn't as big, and we don't need as many marshals because they don't have to have the overnight.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously the cost of the track is much less, and it allows the gentleman drivers to have a nice sleep as well.
There's some very nice hotels around this area as well to do that in. So here's how they're lined up from an aggregate qualifying session with 3 drivers taking part in 3 15-minute sessions yesterday, if you weren't with us. And it was WTM Racing with Georg and Leo Weiss, along with Jochen Krumbach and Daniel Keilwitz, who planted their 488 GT3 Ferrari on pole position. On aggregate, by 2 and a bit seconds from Bordar by Bas Kooten Racing. Bob Herbert will be starting with Mark van der Aert. Just 2 drivers there. Mark did 2 of the stints. Bob, the car owner, did 1. On the second row of the grid, the pole sitter in second place in GT3 AM is Charles Esplanade, who'll be starting in the CP Racing number 85 with Shane Lewis and Charles Putman in that Stars and Stripes flagged team who've been such stalwarts of Creventic. Then Herbert Motorsport, Daniel Alleman, Ralph Bourne, Jürgen Herring, the twins not here this weekend. EBM is the New Zealand squad. Earl Bamber Motorsport, they come up next on row 3 with Car Collection Motorsport. Max Edelhoff will start that car. Julius Admavicius for Jutta Racing will start the number 7 Audi. Phoenix Racing is alongside with Michael Doppelmayr. On row 5, Sanderlock, that's another Audi, that's the number 9. Red Ant Racing with Ayrton Redant, Bert Redant and Yannick Redant. They will be in the GT3 Cup car. Leipert Motorsport, GTX, Jean-Francois Bruneau will start the 710 on the inside of row 6. In position 12, RD Sainz Sliao Racing Team, GTX, Huracan, Super Trofeo, the pair of those on row 6. HRT Performance, Antti Buddy will start the GT3 Cup 992 car in an all-finish lineup in the 929. The second of the Red Ant Racing Team, Kurt Henson, will start the 14. On the 8th row, Red Camel, Jordan.nl, that's the Breukers family outing, and Rick will start before handing over to Luke and Ivo. And their cars are now rolling on their long formation lap. Good afternoon to Ben Constantiouris, back with us on the Hankook 24-hour series duties. Nice to have your company. A pretty decent grid there in GT, but of course, we've got a second race here as well for TCs.
Yes, absolutely. And the TCX, TCR, TC even, and then TCE, part of the TCR field in total. Here is the start of our TCR grid, which is gone. So it didn't last very long. We've got a whole lap to do it, so it's not a problem at all.
Yeah.
And here it is then. BBR then are on the pole position, that all-Thai team that Nick has just spoken to in the Cupra Leon competition, ahead of the TCX fastest leader, which is the Cayman, effectively GT4, but slightly different regulations, so falls into the TTX category. AC Motorsport in 3rd, and then the TCR first. The Volkswagens in 4th for Noka Racing Team. Another Golf GTI in 5th position for TCR. Then the second of the TCX cars is the M2 CS Racing 450 brake horsepower BMW, which is part of the M2 CS Racing Cup car. Another 2 TCRs from Audi and Cupra this time. The TCR DSG down there in 8th position. And then on the second page we have another DSG TCR. The third TCX machine is a Ligier JS2R. We didn't see that in qualifying. Looking forward to seeing that from the Swift Racing. And then 2 more TCR cars, Cupra and Volkswagen, down to the Cayman GT4, the second of the TCX on row 7. And then just the 1 TC car for David Cox Racing, Adam Sharp, part of that team, and 1 TCR car TCX car we didn't see qualify, which was the Ginetta,
the dark red Ginetta, the ACO car. Yeah.
Well, no, CWS didn't set a lap time at all.
Oh,
did
yes,
they?
that's right.
And were they even on there?
No, they weren't.
No, they were at the end. Yeah,
okay,
that was the one that was at the bottom.
Right. They were further up because they did get they got 1 lap, I think, rather than anybody else. You will notice that the time has started on the screen, and if you're following along via the online timing, then you will notice that we are starting. This is sort of like Bathurst. I mentioned, so once the safety car rolled off, the 5.5 hours of the first part of the 12 started. Now, this goes back to what I was saying about the stringent regulations for noise here. If we'd added this 5-minute lap on, we would have had to start earlier. We couldn't start earlier because we've had various support races earlier on today, including a couple of F4, ADAC F4 races. We had the opening round of the brand new Prototype Cup Deutschland as well. So it was thought that the best thing to do was to start to roll the countdown clock as the safety car pulled off. It's not unique, as we mentioned before. It happens in other series as well. So by the time we get to the line and the cars are released, we are in race time now, but we will be somewhere in the region of 5 minutes and 5 hours rather, and 22, 23, maybe even 24 minutes to go, because they're actually quite a long way round the circuit at the moment. Just need to refresh my timing screen so that it all catches up a wee bit, because they're coming down towards Blanchimont right now. So Ben, beautiful weather.
Yep.
5.5 hours or thereabouts of racing. It's the usual regulations in terms of fueling outside the pit lane, and that is at pit out on this one. Good spread of cars. Looking forward to this.
Good long pit lane as well, so strategy is super key. We're going to see a lot of code 60s because there's more gravel traps than previously, so gravel on the circuit's going to be a key thing, I think, at the end of our 5.5 hours as we go into the twilight of the evening here. It's going to be a real challenge for these guys to keep it on the circuit, to get through all the different traffic, because there is a big field spread as well. Can't wait to see how it all plays out. Very slow coming up to the bus stop chicane, keeping the field bunched, but a bunched field into La Source, they're going to have to be super careful.
And it's Joachim Krumbach who is leading the field through, so it is he who effectively becomes the safety car now. He's on the inside for WTM Racing, and he's got the Bob Herbert, the dark sort of grey with red stripes. A really nice spacing as they're coming out. This reminds me of my old karting commentary days at Felton. They're right on the grid hash marks. Now they're brake. We've got the green flag, and WTM and the Ferrari holds the inside, not feeling the need to defend too much. Bob Herbert on the outside is super late on the brakes. Nicely done, Bob, in the Bentley. He holds on to second position as the rest of the field stream through. It's not, strictly speaking, a split grid, so the TCRs, oh, and there's a spinner right at the end of the source. That's one of the Audis. Is that the car collection that's gone around? Catch that for you in a moment as they go over the top of the new look Radeon and down the Kemmel Straight for the first time. Let's see who drops back down through the field. But it is the front two. Oh, and already Bob Herbert is scrapping for third position as Esplanade has gone through into second in the CP Racing AMG GT3. The rest of the... what a great sight. Great sight with the headlights ablaze, the Porsche 992s coming through. And it was the... I think it was the Team ACP BMW that went around, was it, Ben?
Now I'm going with the Patala West End Racing Porsche. Hasn't completed the first sector of the lap. So unfortunately, that would usually be a recoverable situation on the old circuit. But right at the edge of the circuit, straight into the gravel trap, can't get the car moving from there. So we have yellow flags down at turn 1. The challenge for race control throughout this full 12 hours is to try and get these incidents cleared without loads and loads of code 60s and safety cars. It's going to be really tricky, but maybe with the field spread as we have it right now, with a first lap slowly getting up to speed, we can get this car cleared. It's out of the gravel trap already. Right, brilliant. Disconnect it from the course car and let him carry on before the cars come to us. We've got about half a lap to go, so it should work out for them. Great work by the marshals. They also need to get that gravel off the track as well.
Yeah, it is the Porsche. You were spot on. The red, white and black machine. Marcus Paltala, a very experienced driver. It looks like he's got the flat six fired up in the back of that number 404 Cayman. And pointing in the right direction. Paltala and we've gone to code 60. We've gone to code 60 just as a pass is made for third position. Car collection going round the outside of Bob Herbert. Now, I think that might have to be given back.
I mean, it was epic momentum from Max Edelhoff through Blanchimont, really closed on the Bentley and lining him up. But I feel as though the code 60 flew before he'd made the pass. They're going to come across the line side by side and look at the queue of cars behind as well.
I think they've swapped back.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, they have. So at the line, we've got them sort of 4 across the track here as they go past our commentary booth, which is about halfway down, maybe 2/3 of the way down the Formula One pits. Marcus Paltala is weaving left and right, trying to get the gravel off the car, but he's doing that, and that is really, really sensible driving. He's doing that on the runoff area to the left of Radion at the top of the hill there. So that is really clever stuff by Marcus Paltala and nicely thought out by the Finnish driver. And the reason that we've got to code 60 is there are still circuit vehicles on the track at the exit of La Source. No grandstands down there, but there are still places to watch up on the high banks now of the left-hand side running down the hill. And talking to the track here, it looks like there will be some forms of grandstands put back into that area. There's still a lot of groundwork being done round here and quite a lot of dust actually offline on the track because of all the work that's still going on.
And because of a lack of rain across Europe for quite a long period of time
this part
now.
of Europe, bizarrely, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Not everywhere else. But you can see just how it's changed because that barrier was on the apex of that corner. Remember, we had the most amazing shots from sitting at the barrier, at the apex at the bottom of Eau Rouge and Radion. Can't do that now. That barrier's been moved 5 meters back or so, widening the whole of that run down towards the most famous corner in motorsport. That corner we don't think's changed. Certainly the grandstand outside has. I hear a peak. Oh no, we got a car in the wall, in the pits.
It looks like Nick Damon has got some early business down there.
Yeah, it's the 702 with the Vortex, one of the 2 Vortex. This is the Gimon, Courtois and Grau car. Now, it's had a bit of an impact on the front left, and I think it probably had that impact with the Porsche, because the Porsche was helped round, was in that sort of middle of the field. They're doing some more patchwork on that left front bodywork, but it's quite a big clunk it's had, quite low down. Pretty much think that's probably the issue. The 339, the class of its own, it is in a class of its own, this quite old BMW. It's probably about a 2004, 2005 M3 with the stick shift. That's come in at the end of the lap as well. Looks like it's it opened the bonnet, flicked a switch. Why don't we just switch fuel pumps? And then we're going to get it go again. So it's E46. That was obviously a check. I think we went into the boot. E46 expert, the guy went into the boot. On the left-hand side, it looked like he flicked a switch. I think he might have changed fuel pumps, because often these race cars have 2 fuel pumps to make up for the biggest issue. Drilling holes still going on with the Vortex, but yeah, my guess is that almost certainly damaged it on the back of the Porsche.
And we're back to green flag at the end of that report from the pit lane by Nick Damon. It's Ben Constanduris and John Hindhoff. Here's gaggle of TC class cars are coming into Les Combes at the end of the Kemmel Straight. So a very brisk bit of cleanup going on there. At the front of the field, battle is resumed for what is 3rd position. Bob Herbert with Max Edelhoff and Jeff Kingsley for EBM is on the back of that as well. And then it's the Jutta Racing number 71 Audi. So Ferrari, Mercedes, Bentley, Audi, Porsche, Bentley, Porsche, Lamborghini, and Audi for your top 10 at the moment. Nice mix.
Looking forward to seeing what Abelhoff can do through Blanchimont this time. He had so much momentum the last time we went through it in green flag conditions. We were riding on board with him, and it was easily lining up a pass to get himself up ahead of that Bentley into 3rd position, but the Code 60 scuppered it. This is the next opportunity to do it as we come now through what I'm going to call Stavelot, and I know I'm wrong for the next 12 hours, but I'm going to call it anyway, because you can't have a racetrack that's so legendary without the name Stavelot in it, which is the village about 4 or 5 kilometres down the old racetrack to that point. Right, through Blanchimont, using every bit of curb and more. Is there a change ahead? I don't think there is, because we're riding on board a little bit further back. So we have Ferrari over the line, Mercedes over the line. Yes, there was a change. Audi in third position. A long way back is the Bentley. Something happened there out of shot, because the Bentley is now being flooded by the Porsches and the Audis behind.
Yeah, Bob Herber's job here is to keep that car straight. Think of it as picking up the most expensive hire car from an airport that you've ever had. You've got to give it back without triggering any of the damage excess. And his job is to stay on the lead lap when he hands that car over at the end of his stint. That looked very close to 4 wheels off at the top of Radion there from the Audi in 4th position for Julius Adamavicius. For Duta Racing, there will be very close attention paid by race control to track limits here. And into the pit lane, Leipert has come into the pit lane. Nick Damon.
Yeah, the 710 car just sneaked in round the back and has gone straight into the garage. That's the bright green Lamborghini. You can't miss it. It's in SPX class, so it's very powerful, but with less aero than the GT3s. A couple of Super Trofeo cars we have in the race. Now, staying on board, I think, it's Bruno, isn't he, who started the car. Now, this is not looking good, because the first thing they've done is connect the umbilical and the computer. There is no damage on this car. This car is absolutely pristine. However, they're interrogating the Motec management system. I assume, I'm just going to assume very quickly, it's they're looking for a misfire. That would seem to be what happened, because they are now looking deeply into the back of the engine. So this could be a 2-minute fix, or it could be the end of the race, because it's electrical. So who the heck knows?
Nick Damon. Could be he's just forgotten to load his favourites onto the audio for his closing around. There's so many electronics in these, even in these GT3 cars. They are proper race cars, and so much that maybe it could be a problem with the engine, it could be a problem with the paddle shift. You know, pick any one, perm any one from a lot, and they'll be looking to see if there are any error codes on that car at the moment. Across the line then, Jürgen Krumbach has built already a 2.6 second lead for WTM ahead of Charles Esplanade in second. They're both leading their respective classes, GT3 Pro-Am and GT3 Am. Then Max Edelhoff up into second position as reported by Ben Constantiouris last time around. Further down the field, a couple of battling Porsches have just gone through as well. Jeff Kingsley down the inside at the La Sauce hairpin, and he actually went ahead of the Audi of Jutta Racing. So Jeffrey Kingsley up into 4th position in the white, red and grey Porsche, with the red Audi sitting in the slipstream at the moment up the Kemmel Straight towards the braking area. So Jeff not feeling the need to defend there in the 991 shaped car. The new 992 GT3 was testing here a week or so ago, will be in customer hands next year, say Porsche Motorsport. And Kingsley now with a bit of breathing space. 004 on the right top of the windscreen, but he's actually, yes, that's right, he's now into 4th. That has just changed on that lap, so well done for him. And that was down time around. Nubler tarmac to driver's left at curve Jackie X corner, Speaker's corner, or the corner that used to have no name. That is not being used here. That is for the motorcycle events that will be coming back to Spa later on this year, which is one of the reasons, in fact, for, it's the biggest reasoning, actually, for all the changes of the curbs, the track, the runoffs being put back into gravel spec. Down in TC, plenty of battles going on as ever. The 478 CWS Ginetta is right in the fight. The black car with the yellow signage on the side, and it's young Freddie Tomlinson who's taking the first stint.
Yeah, Freddie getting his British GT debut last weekend, getting in various scraps in British GT at Alton Park, and just needing to get more and more experience in these higher power cars. So why not send him off and do 12-hour Creventic with CWS? You've got so much experience in this series running the Ginetta, real stalwart of running that Ginetta time and time again. And I was thinking, actually, earlier on we saw a Ginetta in the very first ever Proto Cup run for LMP3s. Axel Jeffries didn't have a teammate, but it was a Ginetta, so had Freddie known, he could have gone and knocked on the door and got some LMP3 experience as well. Change for, well, not a change for position, but not for class. So 2 different class cars there.
Second place TCR going through on the BMW, and that will be Sten Dorian Primage for Noka Racing Team. And, oh no, that's not him actually, so it must, yeah, because that was a Cupra, wasn't it, that was going through?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so...
We may have seen a few changes up at the front of TCR then.
Yes, I would expect that that is the case when they come back across the line next time around. Just picking up on what you were saying about that Ginetta as well, Freddie Tomlinson driving the G56 Ginetta, not the G55. This is the V8, the new V8 engine, and that is a homologated GT4 car, which is still in the early part of its competition life.
That was a little quick view of Pierre-Yves Pack being...
Studio, if you'd like to get in touch with us and use the hashtag SPA-12H. Screens here in the booth. The F1 start-finish straight, so behind you as you break into La Source, CWS Colin White car with Freddie Tomlinson, or FTO, which I quite like. It seems 5 minutes ago for when Lawrence Tomlinson ensured the continuation of that august British sports car company which had been under the stewardship of Martin Pfaff for some years. He had made sure that it's arrived, and it's gone from strength to strength back into a core business of building and selling customer race cars, and of course which took it fairly early on under Lawrence's stewardship of it back to Le Mans, and we saw some stunning results in the David versus Goliath type of way from Lawrence and the team from Yorkshire. Garforth in Yorkshire, not too far off the A1.
Watching the battle for 30th position overall, so that's 6th in GT4, which was the BMW Veldeck Racing, with the 2 Audis behind. Actually 2 different types of Audi RS3, the newer TCR car and then the older DSG. They do run to different regulations simply due to their gearboxes. They are, for some reason, incredibly similarly liveried, even though they are not from the same team. It's Yasmin Prezing in the Wolf Power Racing car, which I think has just been passed by Mathieu Detrey in the AC Motorsport. No, that's a lie. They stay in the same positions. They are now clearing 151, so that is Bapro's Cupra trying to get involved in that little battle. So that's, and then we've got Rail just behind in their Cupra. So 4 TCRs pretty close to each other. But at the moment, it's the TCR car ahead of the DSG Audi RS3.
Hankook TLRT, the PRV 225 Porsche came in. That's the Hervé Udre and Christian Glod's GT4 came in. That's another TCX car. Their team manager's just been asked to go to race control. That is normally not a good thing. But we'll see. It might be advisory.
Yes, but you still have to sign a piece of paper, don't you?
Yep.
That's normally why team managers go to race control, is to sign away accepting penalties and things like that. There was a time where there was runners that would run up and down pit lane and get you to sign the paper, but now team managers have to go to race control, which is a decent set of stairs here at Spa, so a bit of a workout.
Yeah, good for the calf muscles. So early running here at Spa for the second European event of the 24-hour series by Hankook. Great, once again, great organisation and infrastructure put in place by Creventic. Really lovely to see everybody again in the paddocks on Thursday when we arrived. and it's all been run very smoothly indeed. Here's how it stands at the front of the field. WTM Racing lead by a healthy 4.5 seconds. Jochen Krumbach in the 488 Wochenspiegel Ferrari leads overall and in Pro-Am. GT3 Am in second. Their leader is CP Racing in the Mercedes AMG GT3, and it's Charles Esplanade in the white, red and blue number 85. Max Edelhoff, after fighting his way through to third position, has held onto it, and he is, what, another 4 seconds further back. Then it's Car Collection Motorsport. After Car Collection Motorsport, it is the first of the Porsches. The GT3R, this is the 991 shaped car of Earl Bamber Motorsport, the number 61. Then in fifth position is Jutta Racing, that's the first of the Audis, that's another GT3 class car. And in GTX, making up the top 6, is the RD Sainz Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Leaders in the categories. The 992 Porsche GT3 Cup class is led by Rick Breukers, Red Camel Jordan.nl. He's progressed to 10th position and is ahead of Glenn van Berlo in the Van Berlo Motorsport by Bas Kouten Porsche. He's leading the 991 category for Cup cars. 992 Am at the moment led by Ayrton Redon in Red Ant Racing's number 903. And he's just gone ahead of Antti Burri, actually, for HRT Performance's car. That's the 929. In GT4, which is the first of the TCE classes, the McLaren is... No, I'm telling a lie, sorry, that is still a GT class. The McLaren 570 SGT4 of Alfa Racing, Daniel Roos, is leading that in 22nd overall in the number 400 car. Alea Koloc in the Bugria ZM Racing Mercedes is second in that category. Leading TCX is the Veluga Porsche 718 Cayman in the hands of Bradley Ellis. That's 24th for the 205. And where's our TCR leader? It is the BBR, Cupra Leon competition machine, the BBR by Monlau. And that is one of the Kasiris. That's a Cantelhi Kasiri, who's behind the wheel of the 159 in 26th position. That's how it stands with 25 minutes having elapsed. So let's pick up some of the battles around the circuit, including that dark red Porsche, whose team manager has been asked to go to race control. That is the number 225 that we were talking about earlier on. And the 225, as we mentioned, is one of the Caymans. It's the PRV Erve Udra car. Christian Glotz is also driving in TCX. Seems to be all right. Couldn't see anything the matter with it. Already we've got lappery going on, and we're barely, in fact, we're not yet, Ben, half an hour into the race.
No, although the timing obviously started when we started that rolling up
That's a good
plan.
point, so it's even less green flag running.
We really haven't had very much green flag running at all, but that's such is the spread and difference of the field. That's what makes this particular form of racing so fascinating. That front end was not biting through Fagnes on the exit there, running off onto the gravel. We're going to see a lot of that. That is the Jutta Racing, the team and car that won the first round of the European Championship in Mugello at the end of March. At the moment, we didn't really see any of this car in qualifying, did we? Because they didn't necessarily starve. Just watch how the front end... black screen. We were going to see the front end break away. There we go. We can just see the end of it now. But whether he was just a little bit offline, but you could see the front end just snapping and not sticking to where he wanted to go. Gravel back onto the track from that, and I think it's going to be a big feature of the second half of these races.
He was going around that 225 Porsche, which was also going around one of the TCR cars, so the PRV car, and I think you're spot on there, Ben. I think he was a little bit offline, Julius. He hasn't lost his 5th position, but he has dropped away from the cars in front of him. Just a little bit. In fact, he's dropping into the clutches of the RD Sainz car behind him. That's the first of the GTX cars, Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo.
We've picked up this fascinating battle again that we were watching a little bit earlier on with Yasmin pressing aboard the highly flashing and frustrated Audi RS3. That's the TCR version, seemingly faster than the BMW ahead. This is a BMW sitting in 30th position by Hakan Seri. And it does feel as though the front-wheel drive Audi RS3 TCR car much better through the wiggly stuff, but the BMW does have more power, so it is able to spread its wings where it needs to be to stay ahead. But ultimately, I think lap time-wise, the TCR probably cluster of cars behind, because you've also got Mathieu Dutré, who is one of the fastest drivers in TCR in that AC Motorsport Audi that they've campaigned for the last couple of years. And then there's 2 Cupras behind as well. So it does feel as though they're better and faster than the GT4 car just ahead. And it's a very unique thing that we see only really in Creventic racing, that you've got a GT4 and a TCR car battling over the same piece of tarmac.
The TCRs are exceptionally full of aero, if that makes sense. They don't look like they are, but all of the bodywork is downforce creating. And so through the twisties, you're spot on. They are so quick. And the GT4 being the effectively entry point to global GT racing, they're the ones that have the least aero of GT4, GT3.
Yeah.
And therefore, yes, they've got bags of power, those GT4s, but they can't carry the corner speed. And in Pilot Challenge in the US, when we raced them together, they actually have to turn the TCR cars down about 20 horsepower. Otherwise, at short tracks like Lime Rock Park, that are very twisty in the first sector, they would be quicker. And in fact, in qualifying, when the split qualifying sessions, you'll quite often see a TCR with second fastest time, right in amongst the best of the GT4s. But they actually start a split grid, which causes all kinds of fun and games. But yeah, you're spot on there, Ben, with full fat TCRs here. And most of these are getting to be one generation back TCRs now. The new Evo version of the Audi and the Cupra, and I was crawling all over the Audi at Snetterton a couple of weeks ago. My goodness me, they've stepped them up again. They've all got endurance racing kits that you can buy from the manufacturers that put on things like onboard jacks, bigger fuel tanks, headlights, potentially air conditioning, etc. And ABS as well, by the way, for any races over 1 hour. And things like the roll bar, the rear roll bar, now actually goes through the car. You can see it when you look back. So if you want to make a roll bar adjustment, when you're taking the back wheels off to change the back wheels, you can put your clicks on your rear roll bar. If you want to change the roll bar and put a thicker or thinner roll bar in, you pull out the pin, pull the roll bar out, slot the other one in, and it's barely any more time than changing the rear tyres. Exceptional pieces of engineering, the TCRs. Now, Porsche Cup cars have been stalwarts of this racing for many years. We have 2 versions of them, 991 and 992, and the 991s are charging down towards the curve Jackie X at the moment, and those are the cars at the sharp end of the 991 field bed.
Yes, that's Glenn Van Barlo aboard the Van Barlo Motorsports 991 that's ahead of this group of cars. He is best in the 991 category. There are others, so it's not just a category of 1 car. There is then behind him the first 2 in 992 AM, because 992 leader is ahead. We just had a quick shot of Rick Broikers aboard his orange machine, the Red Camels car, on his own just ahead of this group. So leader in 991 ahead of leader in 992 AM, and then second in 992 AM, giving him a lot of hassle. So Ayrton Redon is in the 903, and Antti Burri at the back of this queue of 3 in the 929.
Yeah, and Antti Burri doing a really good job here at the moment. The way to tell between 991 and 992, by the way, the easy way to tell is look at the rear wing. If the rear wing has the swan neck coming up over the top to mount the rear aerofoil, it's a 992. If it's coming up from underneath, it's a 991. It's 2 completely different body shells. the running gear is pretty much similar. Certainly they share the 4-litre flat 6 engine for about 505, 507 horsepower, exactly the same as the road car.
Different holes in the bonnet as well.
Different holes in the bonnet when you're looking from the front. It's 2 snouts rather than 1 smiley face. 2 snouts for 992, smiley face for 991. Looks like Anthony Burry's getting a bit racy at La Source.
He was a little bit wide at Blanchimont, but it did give him more momentum to have a go down into the chicane, which has kind of upset the momentum of Ayrton Redon. Now they're side by side heading towards Eau Rouge. Redon turns in on Burry, but Burry is already there, and that is not position change. That's that who held on there, and it looked as though Burry was turning in, but there was a car already there. Look how much time they lose to the car in front by fighting and running side by side. It's not advisable in an endurance race. Now Burry down the inside, gets the apex but runs a little bit deep. It's okay to do that in Le Combe because you can just basically block all the way through the second and third parts, and he gets it done. Now head down and chase down the 991 car.
Now, and I'm just looking up in how to do a block pass, and in fact there is a picture of what Anthony Burry did there. That was absolutely textbook, wasn't it? Ran a bit long in the first right-handed portion of Le Combe, and then just parked it on the apex of the left-hander. Possible for Ayrton Redon to go round the outside. He would have had to be taking a lot of momentum and did not. Now we've had a little whoopsie at turn 1 because I can see the yellow flags. What I can't see is who's gone off there, but there is a yellow flag. It is the 912, and that's another one of the Porsches. Of course it is, and it's Philippe Paulette for Porsche Lorient Racing. He's running in the inside the top 20. And that car is nosed up against the wall. I don't think he's hit the wall on the right-hand side. So easy to do that. On my very first flying lap here, I almost did that in the 968. And I just thought to myself, I've got to drive to the Nürburgring in this car and then get back home again. I think possibly I may just have to back off a little bit.
EBM into the pits. Jeffrey Kinsley aboard the Earl Bamber Motorsport machine that was in 3rd position. Is now in pit lane. We didn't see it actually get up to 3rd position, but there it is. And this would be a first conventional stop, I think.
Oh, I think that might be a drive-through. Nick Damon?
He is driving through. It could be a drive-through.
It could be going to fuel, of course.
A fuel stop.
Yes.
This is the first ever Creventic race where I will have absolutely no eyes on the fuel stop, because the fuel tanks and the fillers are actually the last 2 garages in the heritage pit, so right down the bottom of the hill. We are about to get our first proper fuel stop, and this was pit stop, and this was going to happen anyway. It's Phoenix Racing who've fallen down the order. I think they're running about 17th or 18th. They put Michael Doppelmayr in the car, one of the amateur drivers, and my guess is they were hoping that they would get a lot of code 60 or a lot of yellow at the start, and therefore they could burn off some of their AM time with Michael, but it's not quite worked. So they completely changed the idea as Audi now comes towards us, and it's Pierre Caffer who's going to get to the car, so they've gone there now to get a bit of speed up. Interesting move by the EBM car, whether it was light to begin with or whether they thought that it was going to be a code 60 and they rolled down to get a fuel tank, don't know. This is very much tactical, taking out one of the slower drivers who they couldn't burn the time for.
Also giving Pierre Caffer a brand new set of boots, Nick. So those tyres surely haven't done enough to warrant being taken off, but Caffer wants all the grip he can get.
The thing about the Creventic series is it's not tyre limited. You can change tyres whenever and whenever you want. It's only down to your wallet to decide how often that is. So absolutely, I think they probably decided they've lost too much time. The gamble didn't pay off, and now Pierre with a 0.17 on the windscreen, he was 17th when he came in. There's a lot of work for this team, and don't forget,
smooth.
Phoenix have won races before at Creventic.
Oh, Nick, you just missed the smoothest tyre pickup I think I've ever seen. I hope that our director can get a replay of that one, because that is one for social media. That was quite epic.
Yeah, tyre making its bid for freedom and was caught out. It was pulled back. It's like Rover going after one of the numbers in the prisoner, and very smart work by the team there, with just over 30 minutes having been completed. So that the pit stop was sorted, and the pickup, in fact the tyre wasn't rolling, I thought it was rolling away, so it was basically a skateboard flick from the tyre handler Yeah, he's called an ollie, actually. Very well done. And left foot on, right foot onto the right-hand side of the tyre. Use your momentum to flick the tyre up, and then as it comes up vertical, just pick the tyre up very casually, as if that's exactly what you've been doing.
Right, paddock. The gauntlet has been laid down. Let's see if you can beat that in terms of picking
I think
up the tyres.
that's a 5.8 for technical merit, and I want to see more of that. Definitely want to see more of that. It's John Hindhaugh and Ben Constanturis in the booth, and we are just over half an hour in terms of actual green flag racing, because we started on the formation lap when the safety car pulled away is when we started the countdown. Nick Damon is on duty in the pits. It'll be Joe Bradley joining in a bit later on this afternoon. So early motoring in this split 12 hours here at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. And oh, problems for the blue BMW right at the end of the Heritage pit lane into Eau Rouge. Now, has that car got a loose wheel, or has it just gone dead stick? The marshals already pushing it into the pit lane to get it out of harm's way. That's really great work for the number 339, the WEC Motorsport BMW. That's the E46, the David Cox, Adam Sharp and George Hain. George, that is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant work by the marshals there. And we stay green on the circuit, local yellows only for that. Brilliant stuff. Now, Jeff Kingsley is out of the pits, having done his fuel stop only, and he's dropped down to 21st position, and that's cost him a lap. So that's something that we need to start thinking about, Ben, when people do come in. Didn't stop for a new set of Hankook tyres, went straight in, maybe to make sure he got a full fuel and a fuel pump, and he has rejoined, as I say, off the lead lap, as has Pierre Caffer for Phoenix Racing in the Audi. And he's dropped down to the bottom part of the top 30. In fact, so has Jeff Kingsley as well, I've just realised. Down to 26th position with a gaggle of GT4 TCR cars having gone through there. So this is something we're going to have to keep a real weather eye on. These races can be won and lost from when you decide to take your pit stops. So Krum back now by 3 seconds, so he's been pegged back a little bit in traffic for WTM Racing. Charles Esplanade is about 3 seconds back, yeah, and he's about 6 seconds ahead of Max Edelhoff, who's got a big gap, better part of 20 seconds on Jutta Racing after that little mistake by Julius Adamavicius. The other class leaders move on with the Rick Breukers driven Red Camel Jordan car in 9th position. That leads 992. 992 Anti-Bury. Now about 8 seconds further back. So Glenn von Berlo has dropped down a position but still holds the 991 Cup class lead. And those cars are in 9th, 10th and 11th position. GT4 led by Daniel Roos for Alfab's McLaren. And in TCR, it's still the BBR Cooper Leon competition, the Thai team, Kantade Kasiri. More pit stops. Oh, and this looks like it might be going into the pit lane. Nick Damon, this is not a standard pit stop at all for one of the Porsches.
Car, that's just the 225 car, just one of the Caymans, has rolled back into the pits. Team PRV. I think they were expecting it because the man was out there for it, and they are right at the pit-in environment, but there was a kind of confusion about whether to park up or reverse in, and they are reversing in, and I'm walking down their way now to see what is the secret inside the garage. What are they looking at? What are they probing? What's broken?
Two numbers to consider from our pit stops that we've seen so far. We've had Phoenix Racing come in, do a pit stop where they changed 4 tyres, a driver and fueled the car. And that took them 3 minutes and 38 seconds in total from pit in to pit out, which included refueling for 2 minutes. We also had a refueling for 2 minutes for Jeff Kinsley, but he did not take or stop at his pit box to take tyres, so his pit stop took 2 minutes and 50 seconds in total. So deducing, therefore, it takes you about 50 seconds pit in to pit out without stopping at all. But obviously the 2 minutes for the fuel and 3 minutes 48 for the tyres and fuel. It's kind of useful, but every car has different fuel capacities, so you have to take it with a slight pinch of salt.
The other thing is, of course, that wouldn't have been a full load of fuel. It's just 25-30 minutes of green flag running either.
Yeah, true.
So they've probably refilled that. One of the other vagaries of Creventic racing is the amount of fuel that you're allowed to take may not be a full tank. So your tank might be, let's say, 120 litres, which you can fill at the start of the race. You can brim fill that, but when you come in, your balance of performance fuel capacity or fuel drop might be 95 litres.
And if you do the under safety car, then it's half of that again.
It's half of
Sorry, under code 60.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where the tactics comes in that Ben was talking about earlier. It's a long old run down pit lane. So I reckon what EBM and Phoenix have done is they've gone back to full tank. So they are now, whatever their capacity was, they were back to that when Pierre Caffer came out of the pit lane for Phoenix and Jeff Kingsley came out for EBM. They're motoring back towards the top 20 here, but have done a pit stop.
And the reason why this is significant in these split races, because let's not forget that our 12-hour race stops after 5.5 hours and restarts tomorrow lunchtime for the remaining 6.5 hours, and therefore you want to stay on the lead lap when we go into effectively the race suspension at the end of today. So trying to stay on that lead lap, very, very important. Nick Damer's down in pit lane. Problem was what I heard in my ear.
More than a problem, it's a unique problem. Back with the 225 car, the PRV, I have never heard of this issue before in my entire time working in the endurance pits. If you look at the car, come around here, hopefully Seb cut up at some point, you'll see that rather strangely, it's got a passenger seat in it. So it's got both seats in. And the problem is that strange passenger seat has come loose. So having to remount the passenger seat that should be there in the first place. So, that's weird. John?
Accident for Lamborghini 720. It's gone off early in the lap. I think that's at the top of the hill at Radion. Yes, it is. Oh, no, it's earlier on. It's right in the middle of the climb up, and it's gone in backwards. This is the black and yellow car. We have a code 60, and that is a very damaged Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Now, that car was running well up the field. It's Paulius Pasicavicius for RD Signs, and that is the GTX leader in class. And that car lost it very early in the piece, Ben, and has gone in backwards to drivers left in pretty much the middle of the run from Eau Rouge to the top of the hill at Radion.
Yeah, very interesting, Shunt, that, because usually we don't see them going into the barrier so far down the hill. Barriers that have been changed and moved this year. So perhaps one of the first cars ever to reach that particular barrier. But usually if a car spits off to the left-hand side there, it's to do with a failure on the right-hand side of the car. Didn't look as though there was much wrong with certainly the tyres. The Hankook tyres were all inflated. The rims were still good. But there was a bit of movement from the from the driver inside the car, beckoning over the marshals. And so we go under code 60. This is now an opportunity to think about pit stops, strategy. You're only going to get half a tank of fuel if you do come into the pits, but that could be okay because that could still refuel you back up to top. I think Nick's going to be busy.
Yeah, well, he's going to see people coming down the pit lane with, what have we had? About 45 minutes, just under, of green flag racing. We're hearing from race control the driver has been pronounced okay, but will go as procedure dictates to the medical centre here at the track for checks, and that is very good news indeed. Already the flatbed is there, already track services is there to straighten up the tyre bundles, and the leader is in the pit lane and looked like it was going to its pit, then maybe changed its mind. Nick Damon.
Yeah, they got waved on. Jürgen Krumbacher killed the engine. He was going to bring the car in, but he's been waved on. Jochen Krumbacher, sorry, I do apologise. But he has gone onto the fuel stop. Now, there are only 2 cars currently on the fuel Bowsers. He's gone for fuel. We've got the Vortex coming in as well. And here comes a plethora of cars. Not everyone's taken the option, which is interesting. Coming past us now, it's a car collection car, the 34 car, but also the 979 Porsche, and they're glued together. Max Edelhoff literally is about 3 inches behind the silver Porsche. Silver Porsche stops for a full service. Max goes on for fuel. So perhaps some of these drivers are going to do their full 2-hour stint by getting an extra bit of a slurp of cash. A couple of GT4 Cayman stop behind me. Past me now is the Swedish coloured and Swedish entered 400 McLaren. Here comes the car from second, the 85 SP Racing with Charles Espelab. That's going down for fuel now. CP Racing. What would I say then? Brain's gone. CP Racing car. That is also going down for fuel. I think about this point now, we're getting to the area where the Bowsers are probably full, but there are a lot of cars who haven't popped in, which is interesting. I'm guessing they're thinking that it's going to take a couple of laps to clear that Lamborghini, and they're already worried about actually having any form of fuel available. The leader of the TCE race, the 205, that's also got in. And now it's got quieter again. This is much less happening I thought would be. This is a massive disappointment for me.
Nick, how many Bowsers are down there? Usually it's 6, isn't it?
It's 8. 8, I believe, but I haven't counted. And it is a big field of 46, wasn't it? I think 45 started.
So we've got 6 in there at this particular second in time, plus 3 cars in pit lane. So
and one of the BMWs is pulling out now because we have got a fixed camera on the wall there, so we can monitor that.
Another Audi coming in. This is the 4th place car. 4th place car, the 71 machine. That is also just checking. I think that's doing fuel loading. Yeah, it's a lot of. Obviously, tyre wear is not a major issue. They're very happy with the way the tyres are holding up in these quite friendly conditions, isn't it? It's not too hot. Air temperature's nice for the engines. Track temperature's nice for the tyres. And they're obviously experiencing their first long runs with the new varied elements of tarmac. I think that's. My eyes may not deceive me. I thought it was the Herberth car. Is it Herberth car in? Down at the end? Looks like it.
Yes, correct.
So and they've done a full service. Couldn't see the driver got out. There goes the 499. The Bentley goes underneath me in 6th place. Bob Herber. He is he pulling in or is he going through for fuel only? Right, there's about 4 more cars to go on for fuel only.
We're definitely going to get
stacking up now. If there are 8, which is the usual number, they'll be full. Now, it's a possibility, because we haven't had a chance to check that, there may be more than 8, so this is your chance to do the maths. But 8 has been what there normally is. The rescue car goes past as well. And we have the Red Camels Jordan car in as well. And it's slowly, it's kind of that panic you often get at the Code 60. I assume that's because it's a much longer lap time, isn't it? So they can come in quite slowly.
And the field is quite well spread out as well, so we're not seeing everyone coming in at the same time.
Remember, we did have cars that came in early, including Jeff Kingsley in the EBM number 61, so I'm very interested to see where he comes through.
Well, he's travelling at half the speed that everybody else was when he was pitting, remember, so he's going to lose a lot of time from that.
Yeah, he lost, let's not forget, he lost a lap. He'll get that back when he comes across the line. Where is he on the circuit? He's in the last sector now, so this is going to be, depending on how much people put in. CP Racing have had a little bit of a whoopsie in the pit lane.
Well, it's just so tight,
in the fuel, rather, because they had to be pushed back to clear the car in front of them. Now, the problem is, it's being pushed back uphill at that point.
I think the last time that we were here, the fuel area was out the back of the paddock, so a much wider area. This is in the pit lane, so it's very, very tight to get cars in and out, and that Mercedes having to be pulled back. Yeah.
Didn't you drive through the end of the pit lane around a one-way system onto the flat area where they used to have the Formula 3000 hospitality back in the day, actually next to the fuel station, bizarrely, and then you came back in an anti-clockwise one-way system and back up the hill.
Yeah.
I'm sure my age there, aren't I, talking about?
No, I think that's
3000.
right. The thing is, they've created such a narrow lane. You're not just able to dive in at any point. You have to go down the lane, and it's very, very tight there. We've got a lot of cars into pits. I'm sure there must be people queuing up now at the end of that pit lane to get their fuel quota.
Yeah, pits are empty. We only got one car in there, which is one of the GT4 Ginettas, but we had a whole plethora of
the
TCR
APO
cars.
Nick.
The APO, the APO
dark
car,
red
the bright
one.
red car.
Yeah.
That's bright red, dark red. It's nice red.
Itself.
Bit pre-loved, would you say? Not going to buff out that one.
No, and the other car is still in pit lane. Remember, we saw it coming in very, very early on with an electrical fault. So both Lamborghini Super Trofeos at the moment out.
The Bio-Circle car has got its floor off. So whilst it came in with an electrical problem, obviously it's turned into an actuator problem. They're having to replace that towards the back left. But of course, as all the important bits of the Lamborghini are at the back left, that doesn't narrow it down very much.
Fair point, well made. Beautifully presented, Mr. Damon, down there in the pit lane. We'll come back to him in a moment. Not very many driver changes here. I think the only car that did change its driver was the fact that Klaus Graf got into his car, didn't he? So might be able to have a word with the driver that Klaus replaced. Now, interestingly, we've got a circuit vehicle heading down, or up rather, the Kemmel Straight, and to drivers right. So is something else going on the circuit here that needs some fairly major reorganisation of either tyre bundles or something like that?
I think it might simply just be trying to get back onto the track. Off the track.
After doing some remedial work down at Eau Rouge.
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
OK, I'll buy that for $1. Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
I mean, how many of these access roads are actually operationally access roads with all of the work that's going on around the circuit? There is no way they are finished. The track is operational, but all the bits and pieces around the edge may still be a little bit damaged, and a little bit of damage there to the Bentley.
Left front headlights unit is gone completely. It's an air intake at the moment on Bob Herber's car. Not sure how that came about. No word yet when this first code 60 will be called over. Still recovery going on, presumably. Actually, the headlight unit is still there. It's just fallen backwards. Back to full course green, and Bob Herber was slightly asleep there, and through immediately goes one of the Porsches as they go back to green flag racing. And we'll get an update on the timing and scoring as they go across the line next time.
One car that doesn't look like it pitted is the Red Ant 903 machine, maybe now coming into the pits under green. We see sometimes that as well, going back into green flag conditions, people come into the pits so that they can take their full quota of fuel. But that has put Ayrton Red Ant, who we were watching having a great fight earlier on, right up the field. The timing and scoring will sort itself out as we come through this particular lap, as WEC Motorsport, are they parking it up for the day? That'll be a shame. Adam Sharp is being shown as in the car. And I think that's Dave, who's just got out of it, but it doesn't seem to be moving under its own steam. She's an old lady, that one. I think I've commentated on that on a 24-hour race when I was still in nappies. It was a long time ago when I last did the Brit Car 24 hours. It was a long time ago when it existed.
In fairness, you were a long time coming out in nappies. In fairness.
And that too.
It's only been 18 months.
It's quite a good strategy for a 24-hour race as well.
Yeah, very good strategy. The old Billy Connolly pants. Yeah, absolutely. Those that know. So, first full course purple of the race, and we are back underway. And most of the top cars taking advantage of that. So the losers there were the people who stopped early. And in fact, Jeff Kingsley has come in on the end of that full course purple. He's gone back in under green again. So he will be able to get a a full tank of fuel. He won't need it.
It was 20 minutes ago since he last pitted, and our code 60 during that time was 10 minutes. So he did 8 minutes of full speed running. Why he needs to come back and put more fuel in, I'm a bit confusing.
Just topping it back off again,
Yeah.
but he's losing now because it is under green. He's back out of the pit lane and up over the top of Radion. Meantime, the second place car now, Car Collection Motorsport, Max Edelhoff. Did Max stop? Max didn't stop there, did he? In that 34 car. So Krumbach did stop. Yes, he did stop, did he? Okay. So Charles Putman was the one that was slightly delayed in the pit lane. In fact, Charles, did they change drivers there on the 85?
It's still saying yes, because it wasn't Esplanade who started.
It was Charles Esplanade who started, so Charles to Charles. So that's why they were a little bit longer in the pit lane. And they now have dropped down into third position. The 992 Am leader is in third, one of the Cup cars, and that's Red Ant Racing.
Yeah, they didn't stop. That's the reason why they've managed to get themselves up.
They've got quite good fuel economy on that. Problems for the blue WEC BMW. Nick has got Adam Sharp out of that car.
Adam, it's been a difficult first hour or so. Talk us through it.
Difficult weekend, I think, full stop. But yeah, we had a fuel problem on the opening laps, which the guys cleared quite quickly, and then as I just went over the start-finish line here, we lost all power. So I couldn't radio to them to say what the problem was, and unfortunately got pulled off down the bottom there, bottom of Eau Rouge.
So it's an electrical problem rather than a mechanical one then?
Yeah, we think so. We think so.
Well, that's less expensive but harder to fix normally.
Well, let's see. I think it's a battle of endurance for sure.
It's a spirit of endurance indeed. Thanks, Adam. Of course, this team will win their class.
Yes, indeed. The only TC car in the field, which is for touring cars between 1,600 and 2 litres, or if they're in low-powered one make series, you can also be part of the TC category. But it was always there for cars exactly like that, for these kind of modified BMW touring cars. And still many of those cars about, but more and more getting older and older, so less and less to fill the TC category. And it's great to see that WEC Motorsport are still able to campaign that BMW. They'll know their way round it well, as we see the Jürgen Haring Herbert Motorsport down the inside. That is putting a lap on the 910 machine.
That's one of the Cup cars. The red and white machine is down the field a little bit. That's Ben Klukas, yeah, for E2P Racing. That car just lost a position in, I was going to say in class, but it's not, because that's a 991. They've just been passed by Speed Lover, and Olivier Don has just gone past them last time around. Now, a parts 4 position in Porsche classes at Les Combes, the 906 going through. That's Glenn van Berlo going by Anti-Burry. Now, they actually aren't in class, but they are 2 Porsche Cup cars, and that is for overall position, if not class position at least.
This is resumption of what we saw a little bit earlier on, isn't it?
So.
Ayrton Redon was part of it, but he hasn't pitted. So that's why Redon is up in 4th position overall right now, without a pit stop. Interestingly, those that pitted under green flag conditions before our last code 60, as you say, Jeff Kinsley, who's done a 2nd stop, but also, remember, Pierre Caffer getting aboard the Phoenix Racing machine, down in 30th position now, Pierre, because during the time in which everyone else was pitting under code 60, Caffer was doing 60 kilometers an hour and therefore really lost out. Nick?
Don't think so.
Oh no, we've got FX back. That's what.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
That's not Nick sitting inside an Audi. That is the.
Literally on board with Pierre Caffer. Not quite. Second in class for Pierre Caffer in the Evo 2. This is another iteration of Audi's customer racing car. Not sure what the future holds for the Audi R8, we're hearing not to be replaced in the new product lineup for Audi, who seem to be deserting their racing roots just a little bit. They've put their LMDH hopes on hold. Some say indefinitely, but certainly nothing to be expected. We're here from Audi until 2024. So it will be Porsche who are the sole representatives of Volkswagen AG in top class of prototype racing for a year.
All the love on a Dakar machine you can't buy in the shops.
Apparently not. They keep telling us that. It must be the most, that project must be the most heavily engineered generator engine in the world. DTN?
GDP covered.
Thank you.
Here is Pierre Caffer that we were just talking about. On a mission, of course, trying to get through the slower traffic, but by taking that pit stop earlier on, he should have a decent tank of fuel. Everyone else, remember, who pitted under code 60, did pit, they did take half a tank of fuel, so we'll need to pit within about half an hour for the GT cars. And that will work out if we get out of code 60 in half an hour, but if we don't, then should swing back Caffer's way just a little bit in terms of advantage. But we have only really been going an hour. We haven't actually been going an hour's worth of racing, have we? Because we started a little bit after 5.5 hours. So, yeah, plenty of racing still to go. There is CP Racing Mercedes coming through the shot. Third position now for the Mercedes, 40 seconds back for Jochen Krumbach. And that Ferrari really does seem to be the dominator at the moment, not the fastest driver in the car. Max Edelhoff and Charlie Putman, fast drivers behind, and yet Ferrari have a 22-second advantage over the Audi of Max Edelhoff, 40 seconds over Putman, and then slightly artificially 47 seconds over Ayrton Redon, but we do expect a stop from the 903.
Just trying to work out who was the other car that stopped? It was Phoenix, wasn't it, who stopped early?
Yeah, so that's what I was just talking about.
Yeah, exactly. So where's he got up to?
23rd now.
Oh, right, so he hasn't made that much, and he's still behind, so they must have stopped again. So Pierre must have stopped again, because Jeff stopped again in the EBM, so Pierre must have stopped again as well.
No, unfortunately not.
Oh, wow. So only one pit stop for the 18 car?
But
two for the 61?
But they did have Doppelmayr in the car.
Yes, and they put tyres on, so that was would have been a longer first stop than Kingsley.
Yeah,
so
it was
Kingsley's
over
had
a minute longer doing the tyres and the driver.
Interesting. So Kingsley's had 2 fuel stops and is still ahead of the Phoenix car because they didn't change tyres and driver.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You lost about a minute extra by doing the tyres and the driver under the green flag stops that we saw. Yeah, we were able to compare those 2 stops. A couple of other cars that haven't pitted yet, both Red Ant cars actually. So Kurt Henson in the 904, 9th position for him. The reason being is because they have such good fuel economy in the 992 category of car. They can run so much longer that it perhaps wasn't as beneficial to pit. Same with TCR and GT4, and therefore our top 2 in GT4 have not pitted either. It's the Bugra ZM Racing Mercedes AMG GT4 that leads. It doesn't lead by very much, just leads by 1.5 seconds over Freddie Tomlinson's CWS Ginetta. And then in 3rd position, about 13, 14 seconds back, is the Alfa Lab McLaren. That has pitted, so effectively that is the leader of the category once everyone's done their stops. But it's quite hard in Creventic to be able to say that, because it never really falls back to everyone doing the same amount of stops, due to the fact that some have done them under green flag conditions and some have done them under code 60 and therefore have different amounts of fuel, certainly different amounts of tyres, yada, yada, yada. It all works out in the end.
You sure?
I mean, you do your best to try and work it out. Oh, Audi facing the wrong direction at chicane.
Coming out of the final corner, but has restored itself to pointing in the correct direction. Just pinched the corner down.
Got a little bit happy on the happy pedal.
Is that? Which one was that? The 38? Is that the right car? I don't think so. 34, car collection, maybe. No, not the right colour.
There you go, 26.
There you go. Well, that means that it was the Santalock blue car.
Yeah, but why is the Santalock car so far? Oh, no, it's in sixth position.
It's in sixth,
Yeah,
Christian
yeah.
Kelders.
Yeah.
Let's go to Joe Bradley in the pit lane and welcome him to the broadcast with a Lamborghini update. Now, which Lamborghini? The bent one or just the electrically challenged one, Joe?
All of them. I've got an update on all of them. I don't know if it is all of them, actually. I've got 2 updates. It's 720, the RD Science car, that came back, and they put the garage door down. I'm not sure that's allowed, but I'm going to take... I'll find that out. But the garage doors come down. They don't want us to see what the problem is, so I've went next door, and obviously I can see from there. And it's pretty extensive damage on the left-hand side and the rear. More so the rear. I heard you guys describe the car had gone in backwards. Never a good thing, because that's where all the engine and the gearbox and stuff is. So that car is being worked on now. The good news in Lamborghini land is the Leipzig Motorsport car, the 710, finally found out that that was just a failed alternator. They've managed to rectify that, and literally I was told that the car was about to come off its jacks. They're removing tools and extension cables and the like from underneath the car while that job's been done. So that 710 Lamborghini with Jean-Francois Bruno he's remained in the car all of this time, so he's still in the car, and he's going to be coming off the jacks very soon and back into this rip.
Thank you, Joe.
What's quite curious about that 26 car we just saw spin, it only managed to do 30 seconds of refueling when it did its one pit stop during our code 60 period. Whether that was it queued up and then decided not to take fuel, or whether it was, I mean, surely 30 seconds of fuel is too quick, considering if you look at the likes of the 91 machine, which is the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, that was stationary in the fuel bay for 2 minutes and 26 seconds. So artificially up the field, I would say, or certainly running light at the moment. I'm liking all the stats. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to be able to deal with all the stats after 12 hours, but for the moment it's quite useful.
How did you get that bit up? I know this doesn't work on radio, but did you select those cars?
Yeah, you have to select them on
the main one.
On the main one, yeah.
Right.
That's what I was doing earlier when I went silent, is trying to work out which button to press to show me the right strategy and the right bar.
Ah, I see. Thank you. Still getting used to our pitwall.live timing.
At least it makes sense to the layman, right?
Well, and you can put it the way you want it.
Yeah.
So your screen and your dashboard isn't the same as ours. Thanks to timeservice.nl as well for opening up their data to Chris and the rest of the guys. I dare say by the end of the 12 hours I'll have worked out how I wanted and what I want to look at, because there's a cornucopia of riches here, an embarrassment of choices.
But you know, when you look at strategy data, usually the stuff that they use in the teams is very useful in data, but you do need a degree to work out what is actually telling you, because it's just lots and lots of lines and numbers. Whereas the way that pitwall.live is displayed is far more colourful and easier to understand, certainly for me anyway. So great to have that as a feature, because strategy in Creventic is a little on the complicated side, and you can't really tell the full picture if you don't know exactly what's going on. What we do know, though, is for the moment the Ferrari of WTM Racing is the class of the field, coming off the back of a win in the Michelin Le Mans Cup last weekend, and a second place this morning in the first ever prototype Cup Germany. And really in qualifying they were 3 seconds a lap faster on average than the rest of the field, and even with Jürgen Krombach, who is in the car right now and has been since the start of the race, an advantage across the rest of the field of 21.9 seconds. Let's remind ourselves who else is going into that car. Jochen is our AM, and there is a pro in Daniel Zeltwitz. There is a semi-pro in Leonard Weiss, and Dan Jorge is an AM. So there's 2 AMs, and in terms of regulations for GT3, the AM must do 1 hour of the race. So already Jochen has completed his need for the regulations for him, but of course if you have a pro, the pro can only do 50% of the race. So actually, therefore, forcing the AMs to do a lot more of the strategy. He needs to do 1 hour, but he might have to do more than that, because the other drivers in his seat are only allowed to do, well, in terms of this particular car, semi-pro can do what they like. The pro can only do a maximum of 50% of the race.
Yes. So how's that going to work with the two-driver team then?
So the two-driver
Bob's
team,
got to do quite a lot of work there.
they're both AMs, right?
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, so they need to do a minimum of 1 hour each. That's the only stipulation.
I'm very happy I've now got my pit time sorted out. I think. Yes, I have.
Red Ant into the pits. The
For
second of the car.
First time.
For the first time under green flag conditions. So we'll lose a lot of track position, but be able to fuel that car up. A lot of the 991, 992 cars did come in under the code 60, even if they might have had a fuel advantage over their GT3 counterparts and be able to use a bit more.
So George just telling us in our ears that the Porsche number 225 that had the seat issue that's now left. George, did they just take the seat out there, or have they fixed it properly?
No, I wasn't sure. I did call in when I first came down here, and they were still, I was going to say messing about with it, you know what I mean though by that. I mean that the best possible way. And since the cars just went by me, I'm not sure whether it was quicker to just secure it or remove it. So if it's loose, you might as well tighten the bolts unless something snapped, and then that would have caused it. I'll pop down there and find out.
Thanks, Joe. Nick taking a well-earned rest for the moment. So the sights and sounds of endurance racing at Spa-Francorchamps, with just over 4¼ hours still to go. With 4 hours and 15 to go today, 6½ hours to go tomorrow. And in addition, if you're anywhere near, we've got a really nice Sunday for you tomorrow with another German Formula 4 race, the ADAC Formula 4 race, and Prototype Cup Deutschland for their second round of the 2022, the inaugural 2022 season, and then 6½ hours of endurance racing.
And pleasant weather.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like it is today, it's very pleasant.
Yeah, looking at the fans out there, they're not having to wear too many coats. We've got some men in shorts. And there is a wind. We noticed that last night in our hotel, blowing through the doors.
I thought it was the world's biggest assemblage of owls last night, because it was very loud indeed. That 904 Red Ant machine, the Kurt Henson Porsche GT3 Cup 992 car in the 992 AM class. Joe Bradley has gone down there, cast a practiced eye over it, and Joe, that's not a standard pit stop.
Well, the clue was the car was sitting on the pit apron and they changed the wheels and the driver didn't get out, and then all of a sudden the driver got out, and it was kind of like a lack of urgency. It wasn't kind of a standard pit stop where the driver will get out almost immediately on the car stopping. It was kind of like a second thought. Kurt Henson, he's now in the depths of the garage. Let's see if my microphone will stretch. 2 seconds. Kurt, my microphone is working splendidly I'm in the back of the garage. Kurt, when you first came in, you stayed in the car. Was there a late decision to change drivers?
Yeah, it was a late decision. Initially, I was going to stay in the car to do a technical checkup. They couldn't find directly the root cause of my problem, so they changed tires and changed driver. And let's see if the new driver has the same issue as I have. I hope not. But I had a problem with the steering support. So driving straight forward with the steering wheel at 90 degrees is not the right way to do it. But it flipped constantly from left to right, and the car was, let's say, hard to drive. So let's see, maybe it's just an electronical problem that's now fixed due to cool down, but we'll see.
And you hadn't hit anything, or anyone hadn't hit? You hadn't been hit to damage the car or the steering?
No, totally nothing. It happened at the bus stop. So we're turning in at the bus stop, the problem occurred. So no, I don't know why. Didn't have any contact at all during the race so far. So
no. We'll find out straight away, Kurt, when he tries to turn right at the end of pit lane, won't we? I'm sure the team have had no message, so it looks good.
Oh yeah, indeed. We'll see soon.
Okay, Kurt, thanks for that. Bad luck then for the red-hand Porsche there with a bit of steering problems.
He said the car was difficult to drive because going along the straights, he had to have the steering either to the left or to the right. That's
particularly difficult, isn't it?
I was just thinking, understatement.
It's not just like, you know, your steering wheel's not straight and you've got 15 degrees of left lock to go straight. It could be either or. We're not sure what he meant with that. They do have electrical assistance on the power steering. So it's an electrical system rather than an hydraulic system.
Another one for you, Mr. Bradley, to go and investigate. I think we need to chat to EBM because Jeff Kinsley's back in the pits again. Surely this can't be strategy after pitting after just 18 minutes of his last stint. What's this stint been? Need to click on his name. There he is, and yeah, again, a very short stint.
And he's not coming up on his driver time either. That's the other thing, because driver time's 2 hours.
So he did a 12-lap stint, then pit stop, then a 5-lap stint, then pit stop after the code 60.
Yeah.
And now has done 8 laps and is back in again. Curious.
In the space of an hour and 15 minutes.
Keeping the mechanics busy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's got 45 minutes
and he's
of
got
his
straight
drive
to the
time.
fuel bay again.
Have they got a fuel pickup problem?
Maybe.
My thought would be they've got a fuel pickup problem in that car. That will easily get him to the end of his 2 hours, which is the maximum time you can spend in one go. Note on at RSL Studio, use the hashtag SPA-12H, and that'll get you through to us. Adam Wareham says, how long is a normal pit stop? Not under code 60, but for full service. It depends what you mean by full service.
And normal.
Well, yes, exactly. Because if you put 4 tyres on, that's an absolute amount of time that you're going to spend extra because you don't fuel and tyres in the same place, Adam. You should be able to get your driver done in the time that it takes you to do the 4 tyres, so that shouldn't add any extra time. But then it will depend how much fuel you put in and whether you can get into a pump when you want to put it in. So what I'd say, there isn't as such a quote-unquote standard time. Neither is there a target time, which is the point that I think a few people were asking in the race at Mugello earlier on in the season. But if you go on to 24hseries.com, there is live timing on there, and one of the columns is last pit stop, and you will see, as I can, that there's a huge variety from 2 minutes 59 at the last pit for the lead at the 3:25 to 4:10. That's your top 3. 2 minutes 21 for the Santalot Racing Audi last time around. 5 minutes for Ben Klukas in the E2P racing car, and that is from pit in at the end of the bus stop to pit out at the bottom of Eau Rouge.
We've only seen 2 regular stop, what we think are 2 regular green flag stops, and so that was Jeff Kinsley before our code 60, our second one, and they did a 2 minute 48 pit stop from pit in to pit out. Jeff stayed in the car, so they didn't stop, change tyres or driver, simply went to the pits, the fuel bays, and got 2 minutes of fuel and then left. So effectively, if you were to do a drive-through, it'll take you 50 seconds. The other stop we saw was Doppelmayr changing over with Kaffer for Phoenix Racing. They did do a driver change and a tyre change. That took 3 minutes and 50 seconds. So the driver and tyres added an extra minute to what was already required. They also stopped for around 2 minutes in the fuel bay. But during the code 60, would you believe, where you're only allowed to take half the amount of fuel, people actually stopped for longer. So go figure, what's normal?
Probably because there was a queue at the pumps.
Well, there is that, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, you asked and I shall deliver. ABM update for the number 61 Porsche for Earl Bamber Motorsport. It was a tyre pressure sensor telling them the car had a flat tyre or a tyre that was going flat. That was why the car came in. What did you say, Ben? It came in quite early after being out there very early in the stint. And I take it it's back out and having been refueled.
Yes, that would make sense. I can make it. Thank you, Joe. I can make a tactical reasoning excuse, if you will, for the first 2 stops, because the first one was clearly deliberately off kilter. The second one was right at the end. They might have just mistimed that as the Code 60 came off. But the third trip down pit lane, that one we couldn't explain. So a tactical explanation for the first 2, mechanical issue, or at least a tyre pressure sensor telling Jeff Kingsley that he was having a problem. And it's a high-speed track here. You cannot risk an issue, maybe picking up a bit of debris, dropping a Hankook tyre over the curb or something like that. You just simply can't risk it. So checking the class leaders as we are counting down towards 4 hours. Still to go today, it's Jorge Belloc Ruiz for rail equipped by Tcr Sport, leading TCR. They are in 22nd position, and they have actually a decent lead over the BBR car, which is now dropped into 2nd place. The Cupra Leon competition. It's still their starting driver, Munkong Satyen Thirikol, who is at the wheel of that car. In TCX, it's the Veluga Bradley Ellis-driven Porsche 718 Cayman. He is in 20th position. In GT4, decent battle going on there. Only about a second between the Bugira ZM Racing Mercedes GT4 and the Ginetta of CWS Engineering, with Freddie Tomlinson making his debut in this series. And they are sitting respectively, the 416 Mercedes in 18th and 19th for the Ginetta. And as I say, there's 7/10 of a second now, so that is a proper battle out on track. Keep our eyes open for them as they go by. In GTX, it's 9 und 11 Racing for the 719 Ralf Oehmer driven Porsche 911 GT3 Cup MR, standing for Manthey Racing. They are in 15th position. In the 992 Cup class, Red Camel lead there. Luc Broekes has taken over that car from his older brother, and they sit in 10th position. In 991 Cup class, Glenn van Berlo, who's having a great run in the older version of the Cup car, sits in 9th position and in the lead of the class. And in 992 AM, Ayrton Redon for Red Ant Racing in the 903 is still in the top 5.
And he still hasn't stopped.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. They do get good fuel mileage. For a 4-litre flat 6 that is producing 507 horsepower in a race car.
Yes,
he's been out there for an hour and...
Nearly a half.
Nearly an hour and a half, yeah.
Half an hour of that probably is under code 60. I don't know, we had two code 60s. One was 4 minutes, one was 10 minutes, so that's 15 minutes, and then we had the start of the race, so 25 minutes.
Into the pit lane for Freddie Tomlinson from 2nd place, I think we said, didn't we? Yes, in the GT4 category. Not his first pit stop for GT cars. Joe?
His first pit stop in a proper long distance race though, isn't it? I mean, yeah, last weekend he was in a 1 hour or 2 1-hour British GT races, but this one's I think his first ever pit stop in a proper long distance race.
And I don't think they did a proper pit stop in the second race because it was red flagged just as the pit stops were starting.
Yeah, I don't think he made it to the pit stop window though, because I think he crashed out
when the rain fell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It all looks pretty good. Colin White has got into the car, having to be held up slightly for a neighbour to come in for their pit stop, one of the BMWs. Colin White now at the wheel. That looked pretty straightforward. We'll get a word with Freddie when he gets his breath back, Lil.
Just an adjunct to the Adam Waring question about the pit stop times. he's now found how he can extend the timing and scoring. Well done for that. The point that I think he was asking, and he's now had a look and brings this up. It's a lap. If you're doing anything but a splash of fuel, it's a lap you're going to lose, even though it's a 7-kilometre, 4-mile lap around here. And Adam, you're spot on with that. And that, there's no doubt about that. How much more than a lap? Is it just a lap, or is it a lap and a bit? That'll depend on some of those boxes that we were seeing might be ticked, some of those conditions, and how much work is actually done. But yes, Adam, you're spot on. At RSL_studio, hashtag SPA-12H, if you want to get in touch with Ben and I in the booth. And Jochen Krumbach's just gone across the line, leading. We did the classes apart from the GT3 classes. The GT3 classes are all at the front of the field. There's a GT3 Pro-Am that leads from a GT3 Am, so that's WTM, Wagenspiegel team. From Car Collection, the 34 Audi, from Charles Putman, leading the GT3 Am. And then it's Jutta Racing, leading the full GT3 class. So out of the top 4, we've got Pro-Am, Am, first and second, and GT3 in the top 4, as they are now on their 32nd lap after, what, one interruption, excuse me, as a full course purple, code 60. Now just 4 hours of today to go, 6.5 to go tomorrow. And remember, at the end of the day, if you're new to this, at the end of today, if you have got a lap on your competition, you keep the lap, but fractions of a lap, anything under a lap or between 1 lap and 2 laps, or 2 laps and 3 laps, those gaps disappear. So if Ben is in the lead car and he is 2 minutes and 21 seconds ahead of me, which is just under a lap, then let's say 2 minutes 20, because they're lapping in 2 minutes 22 now. So let's say 2 minutes 25, because they're lapping in 2:22. So if he is 3 seconds behind me and ready to put a lap on me, when that interim flag comes out in 4 hours' time, all of that 2 minutes and 20 seconds is going to disappear, and we'll start side by side on the grid. Now, if he goes past me, we'll still start side by side on the grid, but he will hold on to that lap. So if he's completed 120 laps and I've only completed 119, then we'll start side by side on the grid, but he'll still have that lap difference. And that goes right through the classes, down through the field. And you are reset to your class leader, not to the overall leader.
And the class leader is not the small classes, the GT Pro-Am, the Am, the GT. It is just the global GT and TCX.
TCX.
Yeah.
TC.
TC.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely right.
Yeah.
So you're half of the race, if you will.
Which is, I suppose, when you're the likes of Charles Putman, Max Edelhoff, who are not able to keep the pace with the Ferrari at the moment, but are doing enough to be safely on that lead lap. All they need to do.
Absolutely all they have to do.
For the next 4 hours.
Yeah. Stay on the lead lap. If you get the opportunity to do a bit of tricky bits and pieces in your pit stops, and therefore what you don't want to be doing, the pits will be closed 15 minutes before we reset, and you do not want to be having to come in and lose a lap at that point. I'm not sure the 478 CWS GT4 is actually running at speed. Colin White's just taken that car out, hasn't he? So maybe that's just because he's on his outlap, but he was all the way over to the right-hand side of the Kemmel Straight when he was climbing up to Les Combes there. So we'll keep an eye on that.
So in the pits now, the 26 Santalok Racing Audi, which we saw do a pit stop under code 60, although only stopped for 30 seconds in the fuel Bowsers.
Yeah.
So probably it's pretty light on fuel, being forced now to do a full big fuel stop. didn't stop at its pit bay, so didn't do tyres, and probably didn't do a driver, but is now getting a decent glug of fuel. And for those teams that didn't do a particularly long stop under code 60, now is the time to come and do their second stop, which then shows how remarkable the performance of that Red Ant Racing Porsche is. No stops, up in 5th position. Surely owes us a pit stop soon, but has got himself into a really strong position, not responding to that code 60.
Meantime, the 904 Red Ant car is back in. That steering issue still hasn't been fully rectified, and it's being worked on at the moment. Joe Bradley is watching that. We'll get an update from him when we can, and if he can speak to the team. I presume that it's an electrical glitch on that, or there's some sensor issue. I can't believe that it's so slack that things aren't right. Colin White coming out of the final chicane, the bus stop chicane, and now just about getting up to speed as he goes across the line in the CWS Ginette. Lets the McLaren down the inside at La Source, the Alfab car. And they were rather too close for comfort there. Come on, Colin.
Well, they're not racing each other, are they?
No, I don't think so.
Colin White.
No, absolutely not.
This is the GT4 leader.
Correct.
In the McLaren.
Daniel Roos in the 400 car. This is the blue and yellow car.
And Colin White's off the top 35 on our timing page, so he is well down.
Yeah, where is that CWS Ginetta? They are in 36th position.
Okay.
And he's just gone up to 36th position at the end of that lap because he passed Marcus Paltala, who is in the pit at the moment in the 404 car after his first lap.
Crucially
incident.
though, I would say that's 2 laps down off the McLaren then already.
Yep. Now here's the first pit stop of the race for the Red Ant Racing class leader in 992 AM. Joe Bradley is there for the 903.
Yeah, this is the car with the Redon family in the driver lineup, father and 2 sons. A lot of experience in this car. They've been on the podium for all the 24 hours. They're not shy of endurance racing experience. They're just, it's their first season with the 24H series, so it's great to have the Red Ant team with us. Red Ant Tyres, a big tyre supplier across the Belgian area and Benelux area. It's Ed and Red Ant, who is named after the great Ed the Seventh. So, you know, got something in common there. We're both big fans, as is his father. Ed getting out of the car there. That was a very, very swift pit stop. The time it took me to tell you all that. The car's already down off its jacks and away across to the La Source hairpin on the inside of the wall, heading down to fueling.
Three hours and 54.5 minutes to go. And Joe Bradley's in the pit lane. It's Ben Constant-Juris and John Hindhaugh in the booth, in the sunshine. Well, we aren't in the sunshine, but we've got sunshine all around us. What a beautiful day it is here. Still a little bit of a breeze coming down the front straight. We've got some penalties for cars. And
yeah, the most significant of those is the Van Berlo Motorsport Porsche 991, leader of the category in 8th position. We don't know what the penalty is yet.
No, and I can't see it on the race control channel either.
But they do need to confirm and accept their penalty.
Yeah, that's all done electronically now. So, yes, there's often a call for a team manager to go down there and finish the paperwork. But in the first instance, it's done electronically on the switched message system, or as it's called here in Creventic, the team portal. So if you've got that part of the timing and scoring up at the moment, that's what that means. I'm still not convinced that Colin White is up to pace, because there's the Alfab McLaren going past him again.
Well, that means that they're stuck together. They're both GT4 cars, so and McLaren is the leader of the pack.
So that means Colin must have got back past him then.
Yeah,
okay, that's what's happened.
Yeah,
absolutely. He hasn't come round and lapped him again, has he? So let's have a look at Colin's last lap time.
They're 2 laps difference, but Colin fancies a race of it.
Colin will race anybody, tell you that. Tell you that now. His last lap time was 2:39.9, and what was the McLaren, the 400 car? That was 2:35.5. Oh no, sorry, that was his best lap. 2:40.5. Yeah, so they swapped back over. So Colin he's got one of his laps back, and then just lost it again.
And that's exactly what he'd be thinking, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Desperately trying to get his lap back. It's important to do so. Goes through the shop there. We saw the 903 do its pit stop, and that was after 1 hour and 34 minutes. 33 laps they managed on the full tank of fuel before needing to come into the pits under green flag conditions. And the teammate car, as Colin dives down the inside again, gets it done.
Gets the lap back. That's 4th place GT4 going past the leader in GT4 with 3rd place overall in the battle, the 85 white, blue and red CP racing car. But Colin's thinking that, you know, that's a lap that he's got back. He's now almost 2 laps down, but depending how the pit stops come out, we know, and what we were talking about with Adam Wareham a moment or two ago on Twitter, you know, if their pit stops fall away from each other, that Alfab car, that makes a pit stop, that's a whole lap, and probably change as well.
Yeah, well, so we have the Red Ant car in the pits. First pit stop, green flag conditions, a good one to kind of get your normal pit stop from. And they are still in the fuel bowser after nearly 3 minutes at the fuel bowser, getting a fuel tank of fuel. Now, of course, that particular car has a different capacity of fuel to the other classes of car, and also then the fuel capacity is one of those things that can be balanced as well. So balanced performance means that other cars in your class will have other models in your class, sorry, will have a different fuel capacity. I'm still waiting for that car to go out of pit lane. It's still at the fuel bowser after 3 minutes and 20. So this is going to be a hugely long pit stop. Over 5 minutes and 15 seconds they have been in pit lane for. It's nearly 2 laps.
Yeah. And
it is 2 laps.
Ayrton Radont got out, Bert Radont got in, and they are now out of the pit lane after 5 minutes and 16 seconds.
3 minutes and 30 refueling.
Yeah.
They've got a
so they must
got
have had much
tank.
left. Yeah, they didn't have much left there, and they've put full fuel allowance into there. Bert now in the car. Now he's still in the top. Well, he's at 12 at the moment. He's dropped down to 3rd in the GT3 Cup 992 AM category, as Joe Bradley has Jorge Belloc Ruiz from the lead in TCR for the Real Equipe by Tcr Sport. That kind of pit lane now. Is that going to be a driver change, Joe?
It is indeed, yes. It's the first of the TCR pit stops, as far as I can remember, guys. So this is a significant move, and considering this car in from the lead, first car to pit, I'm not sure if that's significant. Not always a great thing to see the leader pitting first, because if everyone else is staying out around them, that means that they can... Code 60 being called, so I'm going to throw back to you guys while this car continues its pit stop. Looks pretty regular, driver change and tyres off down to fueling.
Now, crucially, that car, Ben, will be able to take full fuel because he was in the pit lane before code 60 came out. There's a problem at the bus stop, and I can't quite see which car it is. It's the 159 car, BBR. That is one of the front runners in the TCRs. In fact, it would have been going through to retake the lead at the end of this lap. That's the Thai team for BBR by Monschau Racing, and they are with problem at the end of the lap at turn 18.
Yeah,
so that's at the bus stop.
No, 18 is Blanchemont.
Oh, Blanchemont, yes, correct. Yeah. That's very quick if they've gone off there. So wait to find out. Hearing now from race control that the 159, and I quote from race control, has crashed at turn 18. At the moment, I can't give you any more information from that, but that is a big blow to a car that has done very well in the opening rounds of this 2022-24H Series by Hankook season. Phoenix Audi in the pit lane. Joe Bradley
Yeah, so the Phoenix Audi got in. I'm not quite sure. You guys will be able to tell me whether he squeezed it under green or whether he reacted to the code 60. I think it was the code 60 that he reacted to.
I'd agree with that.
What this means, you see, Spa is... throw the textbook. What do I do in a code 60 textbook out the window? Because with this huge lap here at Spa and this it's almost a kilometre. Did you know the pit lane is almost a kilometre in length?
I do now.
Yeah, it just throws that tactic out the window.
Sure.
And as soon as the code 60 was thrown, the Wochenspiegel team straight on the radio to the driver of the leading number 22 Ferrari. Where are you? What's your track position? Because then they'll make the decision.
Did you know it was at nearly a kilometre here?
Is that the same as 1,000 metres?
Yeah, almost.
I got excited there,
Yeah,
didn't
you
I?
did, really.
I'm going to calm down. I always get excited at the first code 60s.
I can confirm that Pierre Caffer did not get into the pit lane before the code 60. Now, the BBR Cupra Leon competition is in a very, very odd place indeed.
You said it was chicane, and it is chicane.
Yeah, it is in...
Has it done that?
It's in the Ricciardo cut-through, isn't it?
Can't have got there. Surely it can't have got there through impact.
Well,
unless...
But it can't have been dragged there either. It is completely at the wrong angle in the cut-through to get cars off the track. But it's at 90 degrees to where I would have expected it to be.
I'm going to say...
I think he's gone off and bounced sort of straight on at the chicane, at the bus stop, bounced off the tyre wall with something broken, and then ended up at right angles to where he needs to be. And it's going to be Austin Powers to get that out of there.
And in far left-hand corner of our picture, there is a skid mark suggesting perhaps an ABS or braking failure that the car's has gone straight on.
Witness marks, as our Australian colleagues call them, and that's a very good way of describing it. So we are under yellow, under purple rather, and this will bring a lot of cars into the pit lane for Joe Bradley to have a watch of as they decide whether to change driver and or tyres on these cars. Joe, who have you got?
I've plotted up the 22, that's the overall leader. As you do. The Herbert car, the 91 car, has gone out, just wheeled past me and off to refuelling. The Bob Herber Bentley is in. I believe Bob's still at the wheel of that car, so that car in now probably will have a driver change. We still await the Ferrari. Yeah, Bob Herber being in from the start. Like I say, I was at the Wochenspiegel team Monschau pit, and when that code 60 went out, I saw the crew, or the crew chief, get straight on the radio, straight up to his headset, pressing the button to talk to the driver. And that question he would have been asking the driver is, where are you? What's your track position? Because depending on how long this code 60 is going to take, depending on where your car is on the track, that's what you base your decision on. So, good news for the other Lamborghini, the green one, Jean-Francois Bruno's car, the 710. That car seems to have sorted out that alternator problem. That car's been going round. He's just come in the pits and driven through, so he's gone straight to fueling. The 499 Audi, that's the GT4 Audi in. We've got a flurry of cars, and here's the leader. So the leader's with us on pit lane now. The 22 just comes towards his pit garage, the lollipop being waved at him. Just pulls into the right, just skirts past the 499. Now we've got the 22. The Wochenspiegel team Manschau leading Ferrari into the pits. I love saying that, Ferrari into the pits from the lead. And it's a driver change, as you would imagine, driver change, full service, and a half, only 50% of the fuel allocation is what this number 22 Ferrari is going to be able to take on board when it makes its way down to fueling.
Yeah.
The tyres are on, the driver's in. The driver taking the longest part of this.
Really?
Yeah, it's always been the case. The driver's still going in. They've got time to clean the windscreen hurriedly, I've got to say. It's quite a sort of a matter of urgency here. The driver door net. Oh, they can't find the end to that clips on. Now it's off the jacks. Just gets that door net up. Door slammed. Oh, he stalls. Hang on. Bear with me. He's going away. There he goes.
Getting them to pop down and do the windscreen on mine as well. That'd be really lovely before we set off tomorrow. That'd be great. Still bearing enough squashed wildlife that David Attenborough could do with 13-part series on it. Nick Damon has joined me in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Nicholas.
Good afternoon, John. Yes, how are you?
very well. What's the temperature like out there? I notice you've still got your still got your coat on, but you are a man from the south of England.
Exactly, I'm logoed up. I'm not wearing a T-shirt at Newcastle away match, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's quite nice. There's a bit of a breeze has picked up. The temperature's probably around 16, 17. It's on the cusp of coat or no coat. And as you say, I saw Southerners absolutely with the coat. I'm sure anyone who was born anywhere Leeds or North would be eschewing that and just going for the very attractive polo shirt.
Remember that the North only starts at Scotch Corner.
Well, the North starts at Watford Gap, so...
So the timing screen at the moment is a wealth of F's and P's and O's, which is pits, fuel and outlap, or fuel, pits and outlap. So this is going to scramble things. We've got the 701 Vortex in the pit lane for a penalty. And the reason I know it's got a penalty, it's got PEN on the identifier, which is a great thing that has been added to. We've got cars now queuing.
Yeah.
Oh, including the leader. The leader is queuing for a fuel pump and is waiting for the Bentley to move. So it had moved down. One of its team members had identified which car was going to move first. And it's basically, this is at the bottom of the hill, heading down the hill in the what I still want to call the endurance or the classic pit lane. And they've split the pit lane in half. The acceleration lane is where you would drive straight through. The pit working lane and the red dividing stripe is the fuel lane. So you can get two cars abreast in there, but it's tight.
Yeah, I mean, that is looks very much like the situation when we were having the fuel shortage and every Tesco was backed up for miles and we were shouting to get into the spaces.
There was no fuel shortage.
No, you're right.
It was delivery issues.
It was just ridiculous. One thing I did notice from that, you've probably done this whilst I was eating, but the 710 Lamborghini Super Trofeo is back out again. I just saw it coming in for fuel, so it may have done many, many laps since I went off, but it is now back running again. I think Joe did say, wasn't it, it was about to get ready to go, and so I've actually seen it rolling. The Wochenspiegel Ferrari is still in receiving a healthy drink, but of course it can only get half its tank full, which is probably 60 litres. So what we're looking at, we've got another car stopped. It's the 280. That's the other
APO Sport Car.
Ginetta G55. That's hard to work out where that is. It's pulled to the side of the road. That's not actually on the exit of the fuel station.
It's turn 15.
Oh, it's not a completely different place. Okay.
So that is coming down towards Blanchimont. In fact, it's not even that far round, is it? It is coming out of...
Oh, yeah, it's just like the long straight, which takes you into Blanchimont.
Yeah, so it's coming out of Stavelot, got Curve Paul Frere, depending on which track map you're looking at. So that car hasn't been out that long. It hasn't run out of fuel, has it?
It's had a little mechanical issue. It's pulled over very safely. Wochenspiegel car there is out and rolling.
So Wochenspiegel team car is out and rolling again. Whilst we're trying to work out how long that APO car's been out there, let's go to Joe Bradley down in the pit lane and we'll pick off some interviews with drivers who've been actually out there on the circuit and find out what the situation is. Joe?
Well, I've got some good news to break to everybody. Firstly, Paul Mayer's son James May back in the Creventic series. Paul, it's great to have you back. However, I wish I was speaking to you on better terms. We're going to start with in chronological order. You guys missed qualifying, started on the back foot, the back of the grid. What was that down to?
Yeah, so we had a few issues yesterday. First of all, we lost the cylinders. We were on 5 cylinders, so we were incredibly slow. And then, unfortunately, James went out and just pushed it a bit too hard and went into the gravel. So, combination of the two is the reason we didn't qualify.
Now, of course, I forgot to tell everybody, we're talking about the number 280 APO Ginetta. Now then, I came up here, you've got your green bib on, which means you're going to help with the driver change. Your son James was getting ready to take the car over, but there's 280s missing in action. What's the report?
We're not quite sure. We were running quite well. We were ready for the to change over drivers, and we've had radio silence, so we're not sure if it's a power failure or anything. So we're still waiting to see what the problem is. So.
And I suppose, Paul, with radio silence, you don't know if he can hear you. You can't hear him, but you're not sure.
That's the problem, yeah. So we've just got to wait and see what's going to happen. So.
All right. I'm not going to say anything more, Paul. But hey, I'm so happy to see you back.
Thank you. It's racing. That's what it is, isn't it? And it's great to be here. And thank you.
That's called the spirit. Yes, thanks, mate.
Thank you.
That's the dark red APO Racing Ginetta. Very handsome car, that.
It's interesting, isn't it, that no one thinks to just stick a mobile phone in a door pocket, which obviously was the thing that happened a lot of times in I think it still happens in Le Mans, where you've got patchy radio signal. What's a phone weigh? 5 ounces? Stick it in the door pocket, and if you've got a communication problem for any reason, phone them up.
Yeah,
to do that at Le Mans, didn't he?
Yeah.
So, yeah,
tape them into the car.
So barrier repairs underway at turn 18, where the BBR car 159. That's the
shocker, that, isn't it? That car's been
I think
perfect over the first 2 races.
I think that's gone straight on there.
Do you think
driver, by the way, is out of the car and has gone to the medical centre, but was reported as okay by the intervention crew. But again, standard procedure, we'll have a full check
It's
over.
about the worst place to have a brake problem coming into the bus stop chicane, because you've got a little bit of runoff and then it's solid. At least if you have a problem at the top of the hill, you can just give it a little bit of a right hand. You've got a lot of bouncy dirt before you hit anything solid. So
bouncy dirt.
Bouncy dirt, yes.
Rather than what, flat dirt?
Rather than flat dirt, yes, AstroTurf. It's bouncy dirt. I think that's. I think it's.
I do enjoy having you in the booth.
Well,
I really do.
For the right reasons, perhaps not. Fuel. If you want to get fuel, it's available. There's 5 slots for you now, children. Come down and get some fuel. For 6 now, as it's about to be empty entirely. And just noticed the CP racing car had picked up some fuel as well. So. Not sure whether that was their second run through. Oh, they've managed to move the BBR car out from its wedged-in area to the exit. Well, what would be the pretend exit to the? Who was the WEC driver who went straight on there and went through many years ago, and didn't get, and bizarrely didn't get? Or was it a Formula One car that went through? I think I'm wrong, and I want to say Bruno Senna.
You might be right.
It was somebody in that car that Bruno was in, the Matmut car.
That's a good memory.
Pretty sure it's Matmut car. But what I need now, because it won't take long, is to be proven wrong by Twitter, because someone will go, oh, proven right even. I may have the right car, wrong driver. I'm pretty sure it's a Matmut car did that down here.
We found the APO.
So the APO car is back.
Being pushed.
And
team didn't have a clue, guys. It appeared almost in front of them before they realised, oh, that's a Ginetta on that tour. It's quite funny, really.
They haven't got a phone, that's why.
Yeah, that's right. Alex Osborne's jumped out. James May's jumped in, ready to take over when they rectify whatever they rectify. Alex Osborne's got out and he's rolling his sleeves up. Here he comes. Ah, you know what? He's bringing a fuel can.
Right.
Right, that's a
but
bit of a clue,
if it runs
isn't
out of fuel, why would it run out of electrical power to make the radio work?
Good point. But he's brought a fuel can. That might just be part of the problem.
They did.
He's not allowed. The thing is, he's not allowed to refuel in the garage.
No, correct.
And
absolutely not.
Before I said that, the officials have come down and gone, you can't do that. The electrics are working because the lights are on. So they're going to have to push the car.
Well, they've got to let them put fuel in the garage to get to the fuel station, haven't they?
They can't do that.
I don't know if they have,
I don't know.
Well,
you know
then they'll have to tow them down.
There's a conversation going on with an official
I can't,
and a team crew.
Well, I'll tell you now. This is the 280. They did their stint so far have been 17 laps. Sorry, check that. 16 laps, and that was 18 laps for the last 2 stints on those
18
cars.
laps is what, only 43, 44 minutes.
Yeah, so
everything can do an hour.
You'd think, wouldn't you?
Unless it's fuel pressure problems. They're doing that thing where they want to try and get more fuel in because they've got the situation where the scavenging's not working. The only plus point about this is they do have to push it in. All you have to do is get to the end of the F1 pit lane, get around the corner. You can freewheel down easily. In fact, the biggest problem there is stopping in time for the fuel humps themselves. Oh, the leader's back in again. So the 22 car wanders underneath,
straight through,
going for his second. So basically, he's going to get his second lot of fuel. He's going to top up, so it'll mean that Leonard Weiss will have enough to do a complete.
So where's the
stint.
car collection? Where is the car collection number 34 on the track? That's the question. And
Shane Lewis as well. No, he's a lap down. So Shane's a lap down. Okay.
Okay, the BBR by Monlau car is back on the flatbed.
And we've just got back to green.
Well, that's why we're going to green, because it's back on the flatbed.
Right.
So just having a look at, I can see Seb meandering up there, so we should get some pictures of what actually has been done. The rear wing looks deranged, isn't a good start.
No way to talk to them about the rear wing. It's just had some problems, that's all.
It needs
just working through them.
It
needs a safe space.
Exactly, yes. I do apologise. It's not deranged at all. It's just differently angled.
Yeah, very good. Very good. There is damage to the front
that's not
of that
coming back
car.
again.
That's not coming back. Certainly not coming back in any meaningful way to get points for that team, which is a disaster for them because they've had such a good start to the season.
Yeah.
Winning in Dubai.
Winning in Dubai, winning in Mugello. It's great for the Championship of the Continent, but this, of course, is the European Championship, and it'll be a very low score after a win. So
Monlau competition, of course, a team that is run out of the Monlau University in Catalonia.
Didn't they win?
Overall
1 year, didn't they?
At Barcelona, the 24.
They did a couple of
with a Ferrari.
Yes, you're quite. You get it.
I must have been there.
Between the two of us, we've almost got a brain. Almost.
I must have been there to see it. And they were very, very emotional about winning the Trophée Fermi
we've gone
Velez.
code 60 again, so we're only
Straight back to code 60.
Yellows begat yellows.
And
oh
this
my
is,
lord!
Now it's the Vortex 702, and that is at turn 40. So that's coming down.
I think I'm
through
not too sure what that is. Actually.
It's the one.
Staffalo.
It's T14 and 15. It's lead. It's at the bottom of the hill.
Oh right, yes.
So that's Curve Paul Frere entry. Now, how has he gone off there? Joe, I'll come to you in a moment. I think there's been a problem at Fagnes just before that, or Campus, and the car has bounced off one side and into the other.
I know this is not the same sort of thing, but I have managed to crash there on iRacing on several occasions, and I can tell you exactly how you do it. But it might not work with an SPX.
I'm guessing
that's landed pointing towards the barrier, but that's been in the back of the barrier. It's gone side on. That's a big one. Driver moving. So
Gilles Courtois is the driver of the what was third in class.
Yeah. Deranged rear suspension.
OK, whilst we're looking at that and the marshals are talking to the driver, let's go to Joe Bradley in the pit lane. He is in the garage of the 280. But Joe, who have you got for us?
Well, just a little bit of explanation. The 280 is the Ginetta that came back on a tow rope. It's run out of fuel. They are ready to refuel it. The regulations don't allow the car to be refueled in the garage. Paul May is negotiating with the official. I'm going to sneak in and get an update. And so the official is radioing someone. I thought they'd just have been given the go-ahead to refuel on the pit apron. But now I think the deliberation is they can refuel on the... I think there's something going on here. Hang on. In the pit garage. I think it's much more dangerous to push the car all the way down to refueling. It would be quite safe to refuel the car on the pit apron. But I think if that's against the regulations, there's no kind of way around. Yeah, that's the thing. It's whether or not they can do that. I thought there was something sneaky going on there, but there isn't.
Thanks,
Paul,
Joe.
what's the crack? What's the crack, Paul?
Waiting to hear from control, because I said, can we put a short bit of fuel in and get it down to the petrol station, but we're waiting for a response.
Right, because that's the safest thing to do, isn't it? It's a bit of an anomaly with it being Spa, I think.
Yes, indeed, yeah. I understand they're for safety, but we need to be racing, so we're waiting for a response.
I saw your negotiation skills come into play there. I thought for a moment there they were going to allow you to refuel on the apron. Was that close?
Yeah, I thought so. No, that's what I'm waiting for, yeah. So,
all right, man. Well, remarkable as the conversation was there.
The recovery continues of the Vortex, gives us a perfect opportunity. By the way, driver again reported as okay by the intervention vehicle team and is heading to medical centre for checks. We have completed another hour of racing, so we are effectively 2 hours into this since the cars rolled off for the first 5.5 hours. So let's take a look at the standings. And at the front of the field, it's Car Collection Motorsport now that lead. But that is because Leo Weiss just came into the pit lane, and he's just gone back out again. So this is a snapshot as of the top of the hour. CP Racing in second, with WTM Racing on its outlap in third. Herberth Motorsport in fourth position. Now, they will all end up still being on the lead lap, I reckon. And in fact, all the way down to, I think, seventh position. But I'll get back to you on that, because the car collection car is just going to come into the pits and mess all this up. So take this at face value for what I'm giving you. Bentley in fifth position, ahead of the R8 of Jutta Racing, then the 906 GT3 Cup leader in seventh position. The Fontbello Racing by Baz Kooten Porsche in its class is a leader, as is the Red Camel Jordan 992 Cup car in eighth. Ninth for HRT in another 911 Cup car. 10th is the Phoenix Racing car. That's another Audi, the 18. 11th, HRT. 12th, 911 Racing. Then in 13th, Red Ant. 911 Racing, by the way, is leading its class, which is the 991.2 Cup car class. 3 different classes for Porsche Cup cars here. Through to 14th, Santaloc. E2P Racing in 15. Vortex in 16th position. EBM in 17th. 18th, Porsche Lorient. Alfab leads GT4 in 19th in GT in the McLaren. 20th is the second of the GT4s. That's Tangerine Associates Team ACP. Car Collection in 21st is third in the GT4 class. So that's the battle for the top 3 in GT4, 19th, 20th and 21st. Speed Lover is in 22nd from CWS. That's the V8 engined car. That's fourth in GT4. And 24th is the Bugira ZM Racing car. Then it's VDEC Westland Racing. Marcus Baltala getting off to the worst possible start, getting tipped into a spin and starting off effectively half a lap down on everybody else. Red Ants 911 GT3 Cup car, the 904 is in 27th. The Vortex of Gilles Courtois is in the wall and damaged. RD Sign 720 Huracan also damaged, and the 710 Lightwood car was the one that had the electrical problems earlier on. Let's take a look at TCE, Wolf Power Racing. That's the Preissig Dans Menden car, RS3 LMS TCR. Leading from Knocker Racing's Golf, Raylekeep in the Cupra in third. So 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. Holmgard Motorsport in fifth. In fourth. In fifth, Baporo Motorsport. 6th, AC. Leading in the GTX class, or TCX class, excuse me, the Veluga Brad Ellis car, that is the Porsche, isn't it, in 7th. PCR is 8th in TCE. Then it's GSR Motorsport. The M2 CS Racing of Kokomo, 3rd in its TCX class, just ahead of the Swift Racing car, sorry, 2nd and 3rd there. Then APO Sport with the G55 waiting to be told if they can fuel. BBR have had incident, and that car I don't think will come back, and that's the TCR and the TCE category leader in championship points. The Cayman from PRV has had its problems with a number of issues, and that car's been at the pits a couple of times. WEC Motorsport, the BMW, had no fire in the straight 6 engine and had to be towed back for David Cox, Adam Sharp and George Haynes, and that's how it stands with 2 hours gone. Nick Damon alongside me, John Hindhaugh, Joe Bradley down in the pit lane, and Bradders will update us on some of those cars that we mentioned who'd had problems. Joe?
5.9, the BBM car that we saw go off, and the car in with what looks like extensive front-end damage, but I hope you can see this on the live stream. This is all just superficial stuff. The main issue is whether or not the suspension's been bent. Suspension legs bent. As long as this is okay, this bit here, the strut, the top strut, on the chassis, as long as that's straight, then you can put a new chassis leg in there. Munkong Sathian Thirikal was at the wheel. Firstly, Munkong, are you okay?
Yeah. Still all good in one piece. Thank you.
You're in one piece. Your car isn't. That looked like a big one.
Yeah, we have a brake problem. When step on the brake, there was nothing. So it's just what you look like now.
It's a big runoff there, thankfully, and you used all of it, didn't you?
Yes, I tried to run into the gravel to minimize our damage, so it's helped a lot, yeah.
So the team are working feverishly. This Monlau team are very good. It looks to me as though that car will be back out very soon.
We try our best to race today, like we want to go out again, yeah.
Now you guys have had some pretty good results, and they say in motor racing, all things come to an end. So your domination has stopped for now. It's been put on pause, but I'm sure you guys are going to fight all the way.
Yeah, we try our best today and tomorrow, so we will see.
Well, the best news, guys, is as you can see, Munkong is absolutely fit, and he's ready to fight on, as the team will.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. You're right, that looked a lot worse when we saw it on the back of the low loader. Joe's a big proponent of, if the wheels are pointing in the right direction, it's probably not so bad. So just over 2 hours in, we're on our second Code 60 here at Spa. So, Nick.
Yeah, I've just been given a delivered tip by someone on a messaging platform that Antti Burri in the 929 has gone over his driver time.
If he's still in it, yes, he has.
Yeah, and I'm looking at him now, and I think it's because he got caught out on if he wanted to come in, this Code 60 has meant he's doing these slow laps, and I'm looking at him now, and he's over it. He's over 2 hours. Just seeing those things you got there. So there will be a penalty applied to the 929.
Antti Burri started the race for the 929.
I want you to guess who gave me the information.
Paul Trustwell.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. HRT Performance. He shares the finish car with Karipaki Laaksonen and Jim Raitonainen. That was the car. Was that the car that was spun round right at the beginning?
No.
It was. No, which was the Finnish driver that was spun round right at the beginning then?
It was a different one.
Okay.
Vortex on the low loader, so it won't be too long until we get to green again. They'll have to drive that back to pit entry, and that's when they'll click, as long as someone else makes a mistake, that's when they'll click the flags, and they'll go green, and everyone will pick up some speed. The marshals trudge back over that very large sort of ocean beachfront sort of set of gravel track we have now.
Yeah, very good. I've now confused myself about who got spun around at the beginning of the race. It was Marcus Paltala, wasn't it, in the West End Racing Porsche? It was a Porsche. It was a Finnish crew.
If you say West End Racing, you can guess what's going through my head.
West End Girls?
Absolutely.
Yeah. County Durham's greatest synthesizer band.
Fighting against many other synthesizer bands, I believe.
And back living up there now as well. So we wait to go back to full course green. Before we do, let's take a quick update from the pit lane from CWS Motorsport. We're going to go green now. We'll let everybody sort themselves out, but let's head to Joe Bradley, debutante in the series here. Freddie Tomlinson, who made his British GT debut last weekend. How's he finding Spa, Joe?
Well, last weekend we saw Freddie debut in British GTs. That wasn't a real endurance race though, Freddie. This is a proper endurance race. You've just started the car and you finished your first stint. So far, so good?
Yeah, so far, so good. The car feels nice and quick. It was good fun battling with the Mercedes GT4 car and just hoping that Colin can get us back up there again.
Now, we saw the car come back in out of sync with your pit stop strategy, and we think there's a problem with the rear of the car. Is that right?
Yeah, there's a slight issue with the rear toe link, we think. But obviously, because it was a code 6, we didn't lose too much time, so it was easy just to pit that lap anyway.
Freddie, you're a young driver, you've been around the sport. Your family's been embedded in the sport for a long time. Has endurance racing always been on the radar? Is that where Freddie Tomlinson was always going to end up?
Yeah, obviously the Ginettas are mainly endurance cars, and endurance racing is really fun, so yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so you enjoy the aspect of strategy and teammates and sharing the car?
Oh yeah, it's very good. Makes for very interesting racing, which is good.
And after your stint, what exactly happened? Did you go for a massage and a lie down in a dark room? That's what we think happens to racing drivers.
No, just had a bite to eat for lunch and had a bit of a chill because I was a bit hot and sweaty after the stint, and no one likes a hot and sweaty driver.
Your dad's no slouch behind the wheel, former class winner at Le Mans and stuff. Has he been kind of part of your mentoring with regards to the actual racing and driving the car?
Yeah, obviously he's giving me a lot of very helpful tips, which will hopefully mean that I don't make some of the mistakes that he maybe made in the past. And yeah, it's been very helpful for me.
Great stuff, and great to see your dad here. Thanks, Freddie. I know, are you going to be back out this afternoon, or is your stint for the day over?
I'm not sure yet. We'll have to see how the code 60s go, but potentially.
Okay, Freddie, leave it. I'll let you go and lie down in a dark room.
He's a young lad, he won't have to do that. He just wants to get back in the car. Thank you, Joe. Ben Constantiouris back with me in the booth. 3 hours 16 to go before the intervention and the end of today's action. But of course, that just means the cars get parked up in Parc Fermé. And nobody can touch them. And then we're back tomorrow for the resumption for the final 5.5 hours of the run. A couple of people asking why Creventic do these split races. I know there's 24-hour and even 25-hour races here at Spa, but there's only a certain amount of days that they are allowed what are called noisy days, particularly after a certain time at night. And to be able to get all the endurance racing in that Spa wants to have, and bear in mind they're going to have a round of the Endurance World Championship for FIM, the Fédération Internationale Motocyclisme, later on this year, then there is then a weekend fewer for noisy cars. 6 o'clock is the curfew, so both today and tomorrow, it is not just enough to have the checkered flag come out at 6 o'clock. You must be off the track and engines off by 6 o'clock.
But I think it's more than that. I think, you know, what does Creventic allow drivers to do? It takes them around different parts of the world, the most wonderful racetracks of the world, and all of these drivers, many of the drivers in our field will have full-time jobs, making lots of money, so they can come and do this.
Good point.
And so what they don't want to do in their weekend is stay up the whole weekend and be knackered for the office on Monday morning.
Yep.
They want to be able to enjoy their endurance motorsport. Endurance motorsport is the best form of motorsport for a gentleman driver to gain lots of time in the car.
Good value for money.
Good value for money,
Yeah.
exactly. So this is the perfect way of doing it. You get a 12-hour race across a weekend, but you don't have to stay up all night, and you can still go for a nice meal in the local town, or when we go to Portimao, you know, go down to the beach or whatever, and have a nice weekend, perhaps even with your girlfriend, family, other girlfriend, mistress, whatever. And it's totally possible to be able to do that in a gentlemanly fashion, I suppose is the way of putting it, rather than in the pure endurance 24-hour race, which of course we do also have
within Creventic.
Yeah,
we have contiguous 24-hour racing. Yeah, Sebring, Dubai, Sebring, Barcelona, and Portimao will all be full flag-to-flag 24s.
I'm sure Portimao has done 212s at one point, maybe in its early iterations.
We did. Nick was there, so he'll remember this. We did a...
There was a forced 212s because overnight the fuel bay got flooded, and so we didn't have any racing overnight.
Where was that, though? That was
Portimao.
Was that Portimao?
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Nick and I did an early Le Mans Endurance Series race. Might have even been the ILMC by then. That we started at 6 o'clock at night and went through to the early hours of the morning for the 1,000k, and
so only night running.
About 2 hours during the day, because it was in the heat of summer. It was the only date they could get, and it was in August or something. And we did a morning warm-up, then we went back to our digs and lay by the pool until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and then we headed back into the circuit for a 6 o'clock start or something like that. And we finished at midnight or something like that, whereupon a massive concert started.
Cool. Well, of course,
it was very cool.
The 1,000K
that was on a Saturday night. Saturday night it was, yeah.
Starts at 6, finishes at midnight.
So we drove home on the Sunday morning, I seem to remember. So there are many ways to make endurance races. More than one way to bake that pie, isn't there?
And it just adds so much. This particular format, especially with the stagger 5.5, 6.5, really does add a layer of strategy as well, which is fascinating for the teams.
On a track this length, particularly, because getting a lap here is hard.
Yeah.
And losing a lap here and then trying to get it back is really hard. And there'll be people who have, already started back timing. We mentioned Paul Trustwell. He is making a career out of doing race strategy for teams, so he'll be updating his spreadsheet and working backwards from, I guess, from the 15 minutes before the intervention tonight, because at that point your strategic choices are taken away from you.
Yeah.
And then working out what that means when you restart tomorrow, and what, because you've got to come in tomorrow with whatever you had in the car fuel-wise and with whatever tyres you had on today. So you can't make any changes whatsoever to that car. You cannot touch the cars. They will be parked up on the start-finish straight. That will be the parc fermé. They're allowed to be covered up overnight, but that's it. Race cars don't like that. Racing cars do not being like left out overnight with nothing happening and just to cover over them. This is not your runabout that you fire up. You can't even put a battery saver on them. You are allowed to jump start them with a plug-in battery tomorrow, but that's about it. So you've got to come back tomorrow morning before the resumption. Actually, they can't be on the start-finish straight, can they? Because we've got races before we start. So they're going to be in parc fermé at the end of the Formula 1 pit lane. But you've got to come back with a plan for tomorrow. So in the last hour of tonight, the last couple of hours of tonight's race, you're already thinking about the first hour and a half of tomorrow's as well.
Yeah.
You're right, it adds a completely different layer of strategy, and I like it. Because it makes my brain boil.
When we went code 60 and I disappeared for half an hour.
I gave you some bad information, actually. That was our third code 60. First one was for the Lamborghini. Second one was for the BBR Cupra. Third one for the Vortex that went off down coming into Stavolo. Looked like it'd been off on the right beforehand and bounced across the track, but a rather poorly bright orange Vortex is in the pit lane, and Joe Bradley is there, who can probably describe the damage better than me. I reckon that's been in both ends, Joe.
It's been every single end, mate.
Both ends and both sides.
I think the only bit that hasn't been touched is the roof, but we're going to sort that out when we lift it off with a high ab. It's on the back of a truck right now, and neither or any of its four wheels isn't pointing where it should. It's a big off for this 702 Vortex. I've got one of the drivers with me. Who was the driver, guys? Who was the driver? This guy. Gilles. Are you okay?
Well, yes, I am okay. Thank you.
You were in that?
Yes.
What happened?
I don't understand them.
Oh, you don't understand me? All right, okay. Well, he's walking away from me, so that's good. Front end, massive damage. Steering broken, upright.
You could have just said "Qu'est-ce qu'il fait?" I could have told you that, and he would have answered in
I'll put my
French.
headset on him. You can speak French, John.
No.
My school French I would only be able to ask him if he has a pen for my hand. So I thought I'd back out at that point.
It is a lovely day in spring.
You know what? The Vortex team was the winner of the Spirit of the Race Award in Mugello, and there was a reason for that, because these guys never give up. So right now, I'm looking at this car, and you know my attitude to racing cars and broke racing cars. My attitude is, it'll fix. let's get it on the jacks and let's have a look. This is what I'm thinking. Nah, not a chance. But you know what? The Vortex team might prove me wrong on this one.
Thank you, Joe. They aren't championship contenders, but they are here. They have been brilliant supporters of this event. They've got drivers in who want to drive. If that car can be fixed now, in the next 3 hours and 7 minutes before the intervention. In fact, they'll work through the night, actually, because they'll take the 10-lap penalty. It won't make a blind bit of difference. But I'm pretty certain they'll try and get that car out again tomorrow and give their customers, for that's what they are, give their customers some more laps around here. And before you think, you know, put out of your mind, dear viewer and listener, the thoughts of any other endurance races. That car's come back on a flatbed, therefore it's out, outside intervention. Not in Creventic racing. If you can get the car back on the end of a tow rope, through the infield, if it needs to come back in pieces and be reassembled, if you can get that car back out, get back out. In fact, not only is it allowed, it's positively encouraged by Creventic, Ben, isn't it?
It goes back to the same thing. If you want to come racing and you dedicate your weekend to racing and your teammate puts it in the gravel at turn 1, and you're prevented from using your entry fee and your weekend, you're not going to have a positive feeling towards the championship. Whereas here, you can come here, even if your teammate's a dunce and puts it in the gravel at turn 1, and there's still 11 and a half hours to go.
Why are you looking at me when you say that? I resemble that remark. Thank you very much.
And you know, therefore, you can still go racing. And teammate also could jump back in the car later.
And do it all the same again.
Maybe do it all the same again.
And again, he was looking at me there. I feel wronged. I do feel wronged. So we're back on the green flag conditions then. And
we've got a bit of a different order. This is what I'm trying to be working out over the last 5-10 minutes, because the Ferrari had a 40-second or a 25-second advantage over car collection before the last code 60. It now trails by 18 seconds. Tim Muller is now in the 34, and the Mercedes CP Racing has gone up to within 7 seconds of our lead. That was trailing by about 20-odd seconds.
And look who's in third position.
And, yeah, Herbert just doing Herbert's thing.
Herbert Motorsport. If it is a race of code 60s, Herbert, you can almost guarantee that Herbert Motorsport will be the ones who make the best out of it. And now in fourth with Daniel Alleman behind the wheel and still on the lead lap for them. Mark van der Aar in fifth position for the Bas Kuiten Racing Bodar team. He's also on the lead lap, albeit 68 seconds away from the leader. Jutta Racing is still on the lead lap as well. So the top 6 GT3 cars in all 3 of the GT3 classes are all still on the lead lap.
So, and the reason why this has all changed is because we had, during that first code 60, the 91, the 85 and the 22, the 91 and the 85 pitted twice.
Correct.
So that they got themselves a full tank of fuel. The 22, which was our leading car, WTM Racing, pitted once we went back to green, and was then therefore got himself a full tank of fuel, or as much of a tank of fuel as it needed to. But the cars on the track were circulating at full speed. So we'd almost lost double the amount of time to those that had done it under code 60. And because he'd done a pit stop in the code 60, already had half a tank of fuel. So he will be, and Leonard Weiss is aboard that car, he will have as much fuel as he needs, however lost the double amount of time by doing it under green flag conditions. The only difference to that is our leaders managed to do one under code 60 the first, and then did a second one under the second code 60, and therefore they've got 2 halves of fuel and find themselves with a 5-second advantage now over the Mercedes. But that is coming down. Shane Lewis is chasing down Tim Muller at the head of our field right now.
Now, sorry, I didn't have my right widget opened, and it is my right-hand widget. We've had 4 code 60s, and the Twitter feed for the series are absolutely correct, and they have very kindly pointed out. We had one right at the beginning of the race, didn't we? The West End Porsche that got pushed out of the gravel trap. Marcus Poltaler, was that somebody off the track there as well? At the far side of the circuit at turn 14. So 4 good 60s. West End Porsche right at the beginning of the race. Then we had the Lamborghini climbing the hill from Eau Rouge to Radion. Then we had the BBR Cupra at the chicane, the bus stop, ending between the two barriers and having to Austin Power 26-point turn to get out. Then we had the Vortex into the barriers at just before Stavelot. That's your 4 at the moment, and the 3rd and 4th were very close together. I'm not even sure we got a full lap, actually, maybe 1 lap of green between those two. As we're about to complete another racing hour, we're coming down to, or racing half hour actually, but we are coming down to just 3 hours to go when they come round next time around. Let's pick up some of the classes and let's go into TCE category, which is being led by a TCR car, the Audi RS3 LMS TCR of Wolf Power Racing. Fabian Dance in the 116 leads the battle there. GT4 being led by Alfab Racing. Eric Behrens now at the wheel of the blue and yellow McLaren, the number 400. In TCX, it's the Veluga Porsche 718 Cayman. Leo Lucas behind the wheel of that car. GTX further back up the field. Martin Schlüter for 911 Racing in 14th position for that Porsche. HRT Performance, Jim Reitanayan leads in 10th position the 992 AM category. The 992 Full Pro category, Ivo Breukers has now taken over, so both of the sons have driven. Now it's time for Dad to have a go, and he's just dropped back into 9th but holds his grip on the 992 class, just been overtaken by the Phoenix Racing car, actually. And in the full GT3 class, Jonas Gelzinus, excuse me, for Jutta Racing leads in 6th position, the 71. In Pro-Am, it's WTM Racing, Leo Weiss in 3rd. And of course, the top of the shop is Tim Müller for Car Collection, their lead GT3 Am. Hearing a car is going slow in Sector 1, so watch out for long sectors there, Ben. Can hear Joe Bradley very quietly in the background. Joe, what do you have?
I've got Alia Kolok out of the number 416 Mercedes. Now, Alia, I was going to ask you a question, and I think this is a short list. Is there anything you have not raced? Because you've raced everything. I bet you haven't raced a London bus.
Oh, no, I haven't. Well, my career is still young, so maybe one day. Well, I haven't raced formulas. I tested it with it, but yeah, I still have a lot of things I want to try and race, like LMPs one day, hopefully.
Well, just to give our viewers an idea of what you have raced, you've done truck racing. Yeah, where was that?
Well, I did truck racing last year and the season before that. Our team is they started in truck racing. So I've been doing it for 2 years, but 1 season because of COVID. It got pushed to 1. But I became a French junior champion last year, so was so far a good start.
And coming from the UAE, you have of course done buggy racing, but you've also done some NASCAR style racing. What haven't you?
Yes, this year is going to be our first season in Euro NASCAR. It's in a few weeks' time, the first race, so I'm really looking forward for the new challenge.
So let's bring everything back up to date. Here we are at Spa. Is this the first time you've raced at Spa?
Yes, this is my first time racing in Spa and this long endurance, so it's a completely new experience for me. But I just finished my first stint and I had a lot of fun. I enjoyed it a lot, and now Adam is going, and it's going pretty good for us.
You hear so much about Spa being the circuit where all drivers want to come to. Did you agree after your first stint?
For sure, definitely. The first time I was here, I was just I was amazed. It's really fun, and for sure it's one of my favorite tracks now.
How are things looking in the race for your Mercedes?
So far, it's pretty good for us. I'm not sure. I think maybe we're 4th in GT4, but still a long way to go, and pretty good so far.
Thanks for talking to us. I knew you hadn't raced a London bus. Maybe soon.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Joe.
Alia.
Hasn't raced a tracked lawnmower though.
No, you've never lived till you've raced a lawnmower. Absolutely. 25 hours I did a lawnmower race
You
once.
did the 25-hour race.
I did the
year?
24-hour race, and everybody else bailed out and left me on it overnight. We have another car with a problem. I think it's at the top of the hill at Le Combe, and this is the Ligier. Tim de Bolle, the Zwift Racing Ligier, purpose-built racing car. It will bring out another code 60 with just under 3 hours to go.
Yes and no, because we also have yellow flags around at 16 and 17. So that is out of Stavelot towards Blanchimont.
Correct.
At the moment, we don't have any evidence as to a car stop there, but this is, as you said, earlier in the lap.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that is at the top of the hill at it's Le Combe, the straight on for Le Combe.
No, because there's that there on the outside, so that could be down at karting or around that area.
Oh, is that 16 and 17 then?
Outside of karting?
Oh,
Yeah,
well done,
yeah.
well done.
So in which case, what's going on at turn 8 then?
Yeah, well, that is Le Combe. That is Le Combe. the Ligier is.
Oh no, hang on, that's Bruce.
That's going down to Brussels.
Yeah.
So he's gone through there. So he's gone a little bit further round. So the yellow flag is at turn 8, but he's got a little bit further round. The Ligier is another dark red car, very Ferrari-esque with a bit of black on it. Purpose-built racing car for their own series, of course, and they also have. The endurance versions. We're hearing it's the 117 PCR Sport Cupra, the Vincent Darcy, Joseph Pereira and Ivars Valeris car that has gone off at turn 18. And again, that's a quick part of the circuit. Think we might be able to give you a little bit more detail on that in a moment. As we're under our now 5th code 60 here.
This looks more like an exploration than...
For the Ligier?
Yeah.
Yes, I'd agree. Just needs to get on the tour up.
It does look like if you were going to do if you were trying to make a Ferrari out of a Mazda, you know, when you put those body kits on, it's something completely different going on.
La Source a lap or two ago.
That's our leader.
Getting into very close contact with the Santalot Racing Audi, which presumably they were about to put a lap on. Oliver Estevez. No, they were already off the lead lap. Nick is in the pit lane. Nick, have a look on the front left of the leading Car Collection Motorsport car, and let me know if there's any damage there, because they've just had contact.
Yeah, and that's what the team are doing as well. They're having a big old look at the front left. They've waggled the front wheel. They're checking the tyre pressures. Hopefully you'll be seeing the pictures now of the scuffage on that front left. Both dive planes have damage. So interestingly, they're pretty much intact. I don't think that's going to affect the aero of the car at all. They've kind of got away with that. And whilst they were in the pits having the visual instruction, no driver change, no tyre change, they were overtaken in the pit lane by CP Racing, who've also come in for a half tank of fuel during code 60.
Now the question will be, Nick, thank you, whether the Car Collection car decides to wait for fuel or just go straight back through and takes its lead back. Now, this has been a big incident down at the far side of the circuit.
Well, it's an odd place to go off, isn't it? Because that's not yet Blanchimont. Blanchimont's a bit further up as the camera pans out. You'll be able to see it. So that's after Curve Pool Frere.
Correct. There's a little right-hand kink. Which is
normally nothing.
17.
Oh no, hang on. We're after Blanchimont.
Yeah, it started at Blanchimont and it's ended in the little right-hand kink before the bus stop.
Oh wow, he's come completely across the circuit there, and somehow saved it from the wall by the looks of things. Doesn't look too badly damaged actually, but that looks almost as though lose the rear end on the exit of Blanchimont and just completely broadsided across the track. and somehow kept it outside of off the barriers. But very fast place to go
It
off.
was Vicente Darzi, the Spanish AM-rated driver. In fact, they're all AM-rated drivers there. Josep Pereira, another Spanish driver.
I'm getting frustrated with my my recognition of my favourite circuits. Not been very good so far.
Different camera positions, you see.
Well, they're
throwing
absolutely.
you out.
Yeah,
Throwing you out.
And new trees, old trees disappeared.
Yeah, lots of work going on here. If you are just joining us, huge amount of work that is going on, not just on the track surface, but also around. The infrastructure changing markedly here with all of the downhill grandstands to drivers left from La Source to Eau Rouge gone. All of them gone, taken away. A lot of groundwork being done there. A lot of earth being moved. Not sure where that's gone, but there's been a pretty steady trade in topsoil around these areas. Nick, another tranche of cars for you.
Yeah, a lot of TCRs, but something I've just seen out the corner of my eye, sneaking out of the pit lane, the 159 BBR Monlau competition car.
Never in the world.
They have repaired it. Obviously, the suspension turret was
Quality.
fine. The slightly worrying thing about it is, though, that stopped running because it had brake failure. So they fixed the bodywork. Hurrah, well done. Have they also fixed the brakes? Quick question. Probably the back of the mind of the driver as well.
Good point, well made. Beautifully presented again from Nick Damon. Chris Suku has checked the ILMSC race that you were talking about at Portimao. The podium was at 10 minutes past midnight on the 2nd of August in 2009. Nick, once in a while, I do get something right. I'm quite happy with that.
It's about the Matmut car, which I'm sure crashed here at Spa at some point with somebody in it. Obviously, the funniest thing that ever happened at a Spa event. Do you remember what it was?
No.
Do you remember the Lavaggi car? The Lavaggi car that came up to
La Source and stopped, and its front end didn't.
The car turned, and the front end, the whole front of the bodywork just carried on skidding off the track.
Yeah. Did a better lap time than the rest of the car, though.
Not hard.
Oh, you are harsh.
Here comes a TCR car that crashed at Blanchimont, which I think may well not have very much damage. We are going to go back racing very shortly as well. Code 60
It's
is
the PCR Sport 117, that was, wasn't it?
Code 60 ending within a minute. So those stuck down at the fuel bays, which is none of our top 12 cars right now. And that will have a bit of an effect. Must be just underneath us.
Okay, I'm with the car.
Go on, Nick.
Okay, so he's coming on the kind of the blue, or almost kind of lilac and white 117. Yeah, it's got quite a little bit of front end damage, a lot less. If you go back to green, you can hear this. It's got quite a bit of damage actually, but nothing like as bad as a Monlau car, so that's 10 minutes at most. What I do like is it's sponsored by a dog spa. So dogs and spa, who'd have thunk it?
Dog-friendly hotels round here, which is just as well for you and Jumbo, isn't it?
Yeah, me and
Is
Jumbo.
it Jumbo or is it Jumbo?
No, it's Jumbo. It's actually Jumbao.
Jumbao?
Yeah, because my French wife can't spell Jumbo. So it was very odd spelling. I've never seen...
Oh, right on the exit of the final chicane, the bus-stop chicane, APO Janetta, the dark red car, 11th in category, has ground to a halt. Now, this car had fuel problems earlier on. It cannot surely have happened that again. This is going to be Control-Alt-Delete. Nick, is that running?
It just did a Control-Alt-Delete, jumped, puffed out some smoke from the side, and now he's got it. It's rolling and away in a waggly way. I have no idea what caused that, but they certainly Control-Alt-Delete, started it, that puffed out some smoke, both sides of the exhaust pipes, left and right, bang, and off it's gone, just having worried the entire field.
I think that was James May.
Yes.
Behind the wheel of that car. Thank you, Nick.
So what did that Code 60 do for our leaders? Well, we saw the 34 come in and pit.
I'm just shuffling again here.
It is exactly that, isn't it? Because our now Car Collection Motorsport Audi, which was our leader, is no longer. That's dropped down to 4th position. And the Ferrari that was leading at the start of the race is now back at the top of the timing standings because it did not need to pit because it had a full tank of fuel under the last Code 60. So that now into the lead by 38 seconds over Herbert Motorsport, which didn't pit either. Although Herbert now being classified behind CP Racing. So is that a close little battle there for second, maybe? 91, 85 and 34 could well be very, very close to each other on track. Either way, 85, as we heard, did pit. 34 did pit, so that's the CP Racing and Car Collection. Those pitted, but Herbert and the Ferrari did not, and therefore it's 22 now that leads by back to its country mile, back to 40 seconds again.
Well, in the context of these Creventic races, you're not far off that. I do remember a 24-hour race at Barcelona where the leading Porsche, I think it was, from memory, was the Herbert Porsche. No, it wasn't the Herbert Porsche, was it? But it was the Barwell Lamborghini. I don't think there was a minute between them, other than in pit stop cycles, for the whole 24 hours. It was a phenomenal race.
I think we might have a bit of an on-track battle for second position. I'm waiting for them to come across the second sector of the lap, but looking at my pit wall, yes, they've all come across sector 2 at the same time. So
yeah,
we've got Herbert, CP and Car Collection on the same piece of circuit. Should be rather juicy for the next couple of moments.
Now, at the moment, if you're looking at the online timing, it appears that Wochenspiegel, Team Monschau are at the head of the field by a full lap, but just wait a moment, that will change. This is such a long lap here that taking a snapshot from the timing and scoring, waiting for the number 91 and the following 3 cars. Oh, Shane Lewis has gone through in second. Then Tim Muller and Alleman's down to third. So Alleman, down to fourth, excuse me. So Alleman's lost 2 places there in that little battle that was going on the far side of the circuit. So CP Racing now back up to second as the 280 APO Sport Ginetta has once again got no fire from the engine, this time at La Source. Maybe bump started down the hill. Yeah, off again. Well done, James. Yeah, I think that car might be getting asked to come back to the pit lane.
Yeah,
for a little bit of a check over.
Race stewards have the power to do that. If they don't feel as though the car is capable of running consistently and there's a jeopardy to the race, they can bring him in for kind of a mechanical failure. Usually mechanical failure flag is for kind of bits of car
hanging
falling off.
Yeah.
But it can be if it's doing this a lot.
That V8 does sound very good in that Ginetta. The standard, the G55, this is G56 we're talking about, but the G55's got a Ford-sourced V6. This is a V8. And it sounds absolutely fabulous. Nice little buzz. We'll like that. I do like that shape of the Ginetta, and it is a very well thought out, purpose-built racing car. Tube frame. Lots of options for your endurance racing. Get the air conditioning, the clever air conditioning that only works when you're off the throttle, so you're not losing any of the pads. Got a little centrifugal clutch on the drive belt that drives it.
Wow.
So only when you're off throttle and not calling for power do you get your aircon blast. Makes the car a tiny bit heavier, which is not good for the Super Cup, but great for these races. So at the front of the field, just waiting to see. Again, there's WTM have gone through.
Yeah,
our leader.
They should have about 40-second advantage over the battle for second.
Right. So where is the 22? Let's see if we can pick that car up. And the chasing battle. 22 Ferrari leading the 85 Mercedes. Well, the 85 Mercedes just gone across the line now.
Yeah.
So the 22 is just going in. As the second place car crossed the line, the leader was just turning in to Lecombe. So that tells you what 37, 38 seconds is around here. It's about a third of a lap in distance as well as time.
And look at the lap time from Shane Lewis versus Tim Miller and Daniel Alleman on that last lap. Pulled out 4-second gap. He was one of the fastest men on circuit. Big slide riding on board. I'm not quite sure who we were riding on board with, but it was a big slide through turn 1 and a little pump of the fist to psych himself back up. He's going to lose touch. There we go. Eric Bernas in the McLaren GT4. So trying to keep up with the GT3 cars.
It's the leader in the GT4 category, cresting the rise at Radion. Very striking colour scheme, actually, on that McLaren, and using parts of the contours of a McLaren that I haven't seen highlighted before. It's a swoopy car, isn't it? And it lends itself to quite bold colours. And the yellow and blue of the Alfab car, I've not seen a McLaren coloured like that before, but I really rather like it. It almost gives it an arrow-like profile and really concentrates the eye down towards the nose of the car. Very cleverly done, that.
The blue and yellow of the Swedish flag.
Yeah.
But it does look a bit IKEA-like, unfortunately. I think that's unfortunate for any Swedish.
What's the matter with IKEA?
No, it's the saviour of all furniture shops, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Does
You're
look
right,
smiley
though.
as well.
It does look smiley.
Yeah, I was thinking that the flag on the roof was the British flag, but in different colours, but it's not. I don't know why it's got the side bits, though. Who is his teammate? Maybe he's got a British teammate.
It's a good question, isn't it? Where is the Macca? I'd like to see more McLarens, please. Please, may we have more McLarens?
Doing a great job in, yeah, they're both Swedish drivers. So why is the roof British flag like?
To get us to talk about it.
Yeah, there's a question for later.
Nick Damon's on it already. It's Eric Behrens and Daniel Roos. Daniel is the semi-pro. It's one of a handful of cars that only have 2 drivers. The PRV Porsche would had problems earlier on. Evert Udre and Christian Glotz. That's another one. The Baporo Motorsport Cupra, which we haven't talked about that much actually, and they're normally at the sharp end of the field, the 151, is Juan Viñez and Jaume Font, both the Spanish amateur drivers.
Quite a lot going on in this cockpit from Eric. He's kind of moving his. You're not really supposed to move your hands on the steering wheel in a race car, but he's putting his hands up to a sort of a 10-2 position to get through the chicane, and then whenever he's got a moment, he's tightening his seat belts as well. So he's really kind of firing himself up. We saw it last lap him through here, where he got a little bit lurid, and then kind of gave him a little pump, a pump in the fist. And again, kind of bracing himself now for down through the compression.
I think that is far less intimidating at the bottom of the hill without that concrete wall.
Yes.
To your left-hand side.
Funneling in.
Yeah, because it really used to take your eye into the bottom of the hill, and really, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be looking further up the hill.
Yeah.
And what that opening up of Eau Rouge has done in terms of its sight lines, it just allows you to start looking up the hill earlier. I think it's a very clever piece of modification of the track without really doing that much to where the white lines are, albeit there's been quite a lot of resurfacing there, and there are far fewer bumps. The car's bottoming out far fewer times there. The F4s were still on the ground there. Certainly during practice and qualifying. Wasn't out there during the race today. I was sitting watching it here in the booth, watching to see how Charlie Wirtz was getting on. Had a better first race than he had a second race. I think it's fair to say. He ended in the pits in the second race.
Not very many buttons on his steering wheel either. Keeping
GT4 car.
Very simple.
GT4 car. I don't think there are any buttons on the McLaren GT4 steering wheel, actually.
It doesn't look like it to me. Which is a surprise. How do you turn the windscreen wipers on, things like that?
Oh, all down in the centre console.
Oh, wow.
To his right-hand side. They use quite a lot of the standard button positions, if not necessarily for the standard thing. And in fact, actually, they've still got, yes, I remember now, they've still got the stalks either side of the wheel. So headlamp flash, windscreen wipers are still on the original equipment. It's quite an old GT4 now, the McLaren,
yeah.
the 570. Looking for an update on that. GT4s are getting more and more.
Look how he moves his hands.
Well, that's
up the
because you've got to
steering
put quite a lot of lock on through there. Not sure if he needs to put it on the top of the steering wheel. Little short shift into second, third, fourth. He'll just snatch fifth, I think, before.
There you go. There's that tick. Tightening his seatbelts again.
End of every lap. He's doing that.
Yeah.
That
Probably
just
doesn't
lets him
even
know he
realise.
survived. He survived another lap. Off he goes. Into the pit lane for the second place in GT3 Cup 991 category. This is the red, white and blue and yellow E2P racing. And Nick Damon is watching what looks to be a scheduled full service.
Yeah, full service. Out gets I've got the first names of Mr. Bugera, and in will get Mr. Cintrano. They are certainly the two more gentleman driver. Ben Klukas was comprehensively faster than them during the qualifying session. I think he was 12 seconds faster actually than one of them. I don't know which one they are. Interesting, the man getting out has got a message on the back of his racing suit saying, "You're faster than you think." Well, perhaps they are now. A lot of fiddling down in the area. Oh yeah, they've got a bit of a leak. There's a bit of fluid of some sort at the front of that Porsche. So I think the one thing that John's taking from that is that you get a lot less whine in the front of this Porsche because they put on the air jacks and the reservoir bottles for the hydraulic fluid. So that's probably at most 6 cases of wine, John, in the front of this car.
Sorry, say again, Nick. Just lost you there for a second.
So it's at most 6 cases of wine in this version of the bonnet. You know, unlike what you'll be
That's a
hoping.
991. That's a 991.2.
Right.
The 992's much smaller in there.
Oh, you have even less room.
Yeah.
Well, Bango's carry force profits.
I think not, little puppy. That's why you have fold-down seats. And they are topping up the... And what reservoir is that, Nick? That looks like the brake fluid reservoir, is it? Although that looks like oil they're putting in. No, it's transmission fluid.
Clutch and transmission. Yeah, it's
clutch.
automatic transmission fluid, so it'll be used for the clutch.
Thank you, Nick.
It's paddle.
Out on the circuit, we have that battle for third, fourth that Ben was talking about just a few moments ago, and it's in traffic at the moment. And Tim Muller for Car Collection Motorsport and the Porsche right up his tailpipes as they go by the remaining Vortex. Sorry, that's the KTM Crossbow, isn't it? My apologies. In a similar shade of yellow.
No, that is
orange.
the Vortex.
Oh, it is
on the left, yeah.
Yeah, the remaining Vortex. Yeah, excuse me.
Yeah, we've got no KTMs here, which is a shame because I do love those cars. But they've now got a GT2 version of the KTM Crossbow that can race the
GT2,
GT
3 and 4. Now.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
All from the same basis. This has got very tight again, hasn't it? Daniel Aleman trying to find a way past the 34.
They did try out the 5-cylinder engine, Audi engine, the 2.5 straight 5 engine. Not sure how well those things would go. I think that's what the GT2 has. But without looking, I'm not sure. I think they needed a bit more power. The 4-cylinder 1.8 perhaps was a little bit fragile, shall we say, at that kind of power output. So Car Collection with Tim Muller behind the wheel, being stalked ever closer as he's going now through Fagnes, the college on the right-hand side. So Campus, straighten the car up, snatch 4th gear, and through the old Stavelot, curved Paul Frere. He's not leaving much on the track at the moment, Tim Muller. Up to 5th, holding on to 5th, right on the rev limiter as he heads towards Blanchimont. Sticks 6th gear all the way across to the right-hand side, then sweeps left-handed. Left-hand Hankook's just about still on the yellow and red curbs, then all the way down to 1st gear for the bus stop. And his mirrors are still full of Daniel Aleman in the Herbert car. It was half a second at the line last time around, and as they come past us now, it's not even that, it's not even a car's width, and Tim's having to defend to the right-hand side. Aleman goes round, under braking, the long way round, Buffalo Gals, but can't get the car stopped. Now cuts to the right-hand side, but realises that Muller really played him there Muller braked, let him go. Alleman steamed on. That was really, really smart driving by Tim Muller in the blue and white number 34 car. And Alleman, having been alongside, is now 3 car lengths back as they head up the Kemmel Straight.
He was pretty liberal with his Eau Rouge going up there, very much over the curb on the left-hand side, and quite a lot of car over the curb at Radion on the bottom of the hill as well. Track limits is something that the race control is looking at. We haven't really seen notifications all the time saying track limits, track limits, track limits. They've just kept it to themselves and then penalised when they need to. And we have already seen a couple of penalties. Usually it's been at the exit of Blanchimont. Now we've got a couple more GT3 cars in the mix. They're not, this is not for position. EBM is in there, the 61 machine.
Yeah, but the Bentley is in battle for position there. So you've got second, third and fourth running together at the moment. Sorry, third, fourth and fifth. Muller, Alleman and Mark van der Aar in the Baudard by Bas Kooten Racing Bentley. So he's taken advantage, Mark has, and he's now closed up what was quite a decent gap actually. And so we've got 3 cars in fewer than a couple of seconds.
But I'm thinking also Tanat Sathendirikul, who's 15th in the Porsche there, is one of the faster of the group too. So he's trying to get a lap off or back from himself. This is for 3rd position, let's not forget. 15 seconds up the road is Shane Lewis in CP Racing Mercedes, who is a good 40, 45 seconds back from our leader, which is the Ferrari once again. Of course, different pit stop strategies for our top 5, so it only really shakes out once we get to Sunday evening, really. We've got to, but it's still entertainment all the way through, even if they might be on different strategies. They're still battling for track position, and they've got through the traffic, and there seems to be a bit of a gap that's been created by doing so as well.
Lewis across the line in front of us now. We're waiting for this battle that's just coming out of the bus stop chicane, and Tim Muller is not frightened to put his right foot hard down and squirming underneath him, the Hankook tyres.
He needs to let Sathendirikul go here because that car is not for position. Hopefully he knows that, but if he compromises himself too much by blocking a car that's a lap back, he's just going to open the door for the rest of these cars to come past. We've got another Audi at the back of that field. Is probably the 26.
How quick is that Cup car? How quick is that Cup car? It's really had to lift there.
Yeah, weird.
To allow the Bentley through. So the Bentley's taken Daniel Alleman, so that's a position made up by Mark van der Aar. Alleman goes back to 5th in that traffic, and that Porsche Cup car is super quick. Also right in there as well is one of the Santalok Santalok Audis, which is also just confusing matters a little bit there for Alleman.
That's Simon Gachet in 13th position, so he's the fastest of that driver lineup as they get past the WEC Motorsport BMW, which is back running again. But Simon Gachet is another one like Sathendirikul, who perhaps is faster than this group, so wants to clear this group and get a lap back. But such is the intense battle going on, and here comes Sathendirikul again.
And the Bentley's gone through.
Yes.
The Bentley has gone through, so Mark van der Aar, who not so very long ago was sitting in 6th, is going to come at the end of this lap out in 3rd position. That's been a stunning drive by van der Aar in the big Bentley, in the number 6 car.
I think we also saw on the Kemmel Straight him lose a little bit of front aero. Underneath where the light has disappeared, there was a little flick. There's 2 little flicks, and one of them is missing on the left front. And I think we just saw it being lost on the tail of the Audi, just a little tap.
Oh, so he just slightly misjudged his pulling out. Was it that one of those things that he was dragging it behind him?
Yeah.
Easy to do that, particularly on the Kemmel Straight. There is a the thing is, there'll be a big aerodynamic effect there and a draft there because you're driving directly into the wind.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And that always magnifies, if the wind's in your face or in the car's face, it always magnifies either DRS and Formula 1 or the general aerodynamic drafting effect of the car in front.
GT4 Mercedes, I think, getting in the way there just a little bit, trying to fight its way through. Yes, 23rd position. So that is Wim Spioni in the BMW, not Mercedes. That's not right then.
I think.
Way, fully locked up. Threw it in sideways into turn 1. Oh, because that's 23rd in class,
Correct.
isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
Correct.
So that is the Bugra ZM Racing. Adam Lacko aboard that car, 5th position in GT4.
Watching this Santa-Lock Audi. Car collection at the top of Radion. Tim Müller is certainly flirting with track limits. That's all I'm going to say. It's not my decision to make, but flirting with track limits for the last couple of laps.
Being liberal.
He's pushing the line. Did he put Hankooks over it? I'm not sure. But he was certainly pushing the line. And he's lost a position anyway that lap, as Mark van der Aar, as we mentioned, is now up to 3rd for Bentley. So it's Ferrari, Mercedes, Bentley, and the battle continues. And the Santa-Lock Audi has gone through as well now. Yeah. That's a lap back on that car for Santa-Lock.
And I think if he manages to get himself past the Porsche, then he will have made 2 positions up to 11th position overall. Because Simon Gachet, no, it's timing screen's already said he's done that. So Gachet ahead of Sutton Tiracle. Must be a lap between the 2 of them.
Yes, correct. Correct.
Blimey.
Blimey, Charlie. See, things happen quick when we get green flag runs. So hashtag blame Hindhoff if it all goes horribly wrong.
Well, one thing I wanted to bring up, which is completely irrelevant to what we've been seeing, is, oh dear, a PO
that's the APO Ginetta. Was that a spin or was that a lock-up at the final corner?
There was a lot of smoke to recover. I think James May might be getting a little bit frustrated with that car. It also looks like it's a little bit low on the right front now, whether that's a suspension damage or tyre, or it doesn't look quite as straight as it once was. And there's something sticking out of it. Maybe that's the exhaust.
Right, what did you want to bring up?
I wanted to talk about Andreas Bakkerud, who's here.
Yeah.
Euro World Rallycross driver. It's 2nd in class in GT4 right now, 21st position in the 499 Audi R8 LMS GT4. He did actually do the last round as well in Mugello alongside Johan Kristoffersen.
In fact, that was the GT4 Audi that was being passed by that battle at the end of the last lap.
Oh, so there was a relevance. Just missed it.
Yeah. If only you could have slipped that in earlier. Yeah. It's coming to 3 hours just gone by, so 2.5 still to go. This is the first part of the race. We'll pause for...
we are now on board. Thank you very much, Director, to making my point relevant.
Thanks, Fabi.
That was on board with Andreas Bakkerud, who, the last time he was here, won his Euro RX title on his 30th birthday in what is normally the media pit lane, which is...
Yes.
But there's not pit lane, media parking, which becomes the rallycross track.
Which is down at the bottom of... to driver's left at the bottom of Eau Rouge.
It is, yeah.
And there's a new little stadium complex that's been built there specifically for it. They had the end of one of their rally stages as well for the WRC event.
Oh, so frustrating that.
For you?
The Power Stage TV-produced thing for the end of World Rally Championship in Belgium. 2 days in Ypres, 1 day over here. And the last 5 kilometres, which is the bit you see on TV, was just the car park, the pit lane, down the first straight, down into Eau Rouge. But then they put a hairpin in the middle of Eau Rouge.
You're correct.
So you didn't go up through Eau Rouge and then brake and hairpin at the top of the hill. You were basically, Eau Rouge became a braking zone.
Yeah.
Why? They do the same in the rallycross as well. But that's to do with the runoff area for the rallycross.
And then there was 2 big hairpins where you could really sweep round and throw the car sideways into the stadium section. There was a good atmosphere at the end of that, though, in fairness.
Yeah.
The crowd went wild was something that was very apt from the commentary team. Tim Müller losing touch with Van der Aar. He's now dropped 5 seconds. And Van der Aar, last time around, 2:26.6, 2:29.2 for Tim Müller. Alleman 2:24.3. And 28 for Alleman, excuse me, 28.1. So fastest of the top runners last time around was Shane Lewis in the pits for a penalty. Matthias Fred for the West End Racing Porsche. That's the number 404. That was the car that was facing the wrong way early on, and brought out the first of what we've now had 5 code 60s, 5 that is. And a bit of clean up at the source to get the gravel off the track more than anything else. The car was actually rolling before the field came around, but there were still circuit vehicles there. So soaking up a penalty.
Is this the penalty that was announced about an hour ago?
It could be, because you have got 2 hours to do your penalty.
Right. Yes, that's right.
You're just remembering all of this, aren't you?
Some of the things are coming back.
Plugging back in.
Yes, which means you can combine it with a pit stop if you need to.
Yes, and that is the other thing. Most penalties you can't combine with anything. You have to come down the pit lane and do it. Here, you can pull into the pit lane, soak up your penalty in the penalty box, which is at the start of pit lane, then go and do your service if you wanted to. You can even serve it under a neutralised race if code 60 is out. However, if you've got a 30-second penalty, it becomes 60 seconds. 60 seconds becomes 2 minutes. So basically you double it. But
which is still advantageous, surely.
It is still advantageous. Yeah. The other thing you can do, if you've got a penalty or you've got multiple penalties that have added up, you can come in and tell race control, right, I've got 50 seconds worth of penalties. I'm going to come and do 25 seconds of that this time around, and I'll save the rest for a bit later. It's really, it becomes as much about tactics as when and how you take your penalties as it does when and how you take your fuel and how much. And I know people will find that a bit weird, but what it doesn't do is necessarily take somebody out of all reckoning. And if you're smart, remember there's no safety cars here to bunch this field back up again, but if you're smart, you can still mitigate some of that time. Now, if it's a particularly heinous crime, then you are going to get a very severe time penalty, and then that will be very difficult to get back.
I think we're going to be owed some significant pit stops soon.
I'd agree with that.
Ferrari, remember, did not pit under the last code 60, and neither did the Bentley, Mark van der Haar, or the Daniel Alleman Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So those are the three I think will definitely owe us a pit stop. It's been an hour and 20 since the last time we saw the Bentley in the pit lane. And in fact, what's that coming down pits? Looks like a now. Oh, maybe that's the Ligier.
There's a Porsche just come into the pit lane. That was the 404 for Matthias Vrede. That was the one that came in for its penalty and then has come into the pit lane, has now got a fuel. Ligier, I'm being told,
yes,
was what was in the pit lane, the dark red car. Slow car on track in Sector 3. So let's look to our left and see if we can work out who that is and why that car is going slowly. We had for a moment a yellow flag at turn 1, but that's disappeared. And where is this slow car?
A bit further around the lap from where we're watching at the moment.
Ollie, who says to us here at the booth at RSL_studio, hashtag SPA-12H, by the way. He says, I love multi-class racing. So many different concepts make these races exciting. Love it, love it, love it. I am not going to disagree with you in any way, shape or form there, Ollie. As Joe Bradley always says, and in fact has said again, well, actually he hasn't, but it is the title of his column in the event magazine, there's a soap opera behind every garage door. And the great thing about Creventic, by the way, if you're not here at the track but you want to read the programme, it's all available online and you can flick through it. 24hseries.com, and you can download it and flick through it. And it does actually turn the pages as well. It's really quite cool. Like that a lot. Joe Bradley, for every event, writes his column behind the garage door. So, coming through to a set of pit stops, we think. There's been a lot of cars out for a long time, although we have had a bit of purple running in that, code 60 in that time,
yeah,
2 code 60 periods.
So that's going to elongate their stint lengths a little bit, but for a GT car, you would expect them not to be able to do more than about an hour under full flat-out running. So got to be soon. And still, the Audi and Porsche are together. Now it is for 4th position. Car Collection, Tim Muller and Daniel Alleman for Herbert behind. Separated by, well, you can see it's about half a second, basically. But they have dropped to 1 minute and 27 back from our leading Ferrari. Yes, the Ferrari is off schedule, so Shane Lewis will inherit the lead, but it's been a good stint from Shane. And he's put 25 seconds between himself and the Bentley, which is due a pit stop as well. So I think that's more realistic, and this little battle, but they've been so hard battling as well that it has slowed them up slightly.
Still 2 hours and 18 minutes to go. Been a good run by Shane Lewis in this stint. In the CP Racing number 85. US driving squad, the car left here in Europe between races. Shane got in to that car. The two Charleses did their stint, and Shane actually got in. Let's see. 41, 71, 75. And how long was that? About 80 minutes ago. He's had 2 pit stops, taking advantage of the full course yellows, but still a decent stint. And a reminder, if you're new to this, new to Creventic Racing, you can only be in the car from pit out back to pit in for 2 hours.
Yes.
So there is a little, again, there's a bit of mental gymnastics that has to go on there, Ben. We've got all this fuel, excellent. Let's leave him in until he burns the fuel out. Oh, we can't. And we've already seen somebody go over their 2 hours. Antti Burri was in too long in his car from the start of the race. And that will be, in fact, that, of course, is why that West End car will have been in the pit lane.
That was its penalty.
That will have been its penalty, yeah.
Right, Bentley in.
Joe Bradley has taken leave of the pit lane, which means that we can hear about the crew special coming into the pit lane with Nick Damon.
Yeah, the number 6 car, the Bentley with Mark van der Aar, comes in, draws into the Mark Baskouten pit box. Now, it looks like, trying to see, yeah, there's a driver change. Bob Herber is getting into the car. Full service with tyres, running round. Don't forget, you've got the man, if you've got pictures, the man with the green jacket is the driver assist man. He just basically wrangles the driver, shoves him in. With a bigger car like the Bentley, it might be easier, actually. I hadn't thought about that. You get a Bentley, you can get in and out easier if you're a more relaxed figure, shall we say. In goes the car, out comes the green jacket man, down off the jacks, waiting to roll. This is wasting time because it's ready to go. And off he runs, so about 4 or 5 seconds doing nothing. So that's a pretty standard stop. Be interesting to see when they get out at the far end. Because I think this is the first time we're going to see comparable green stops followed by, including driver changing tyres and the max amount of fuel they're allowed to put in, which is different for each car, of course.
Bentley was last in the pits. Actually, that was only their 3rd stop, so they've actually not responded to all the code 60s. The first code 60 they didn't pit, so they ended up doing a 50-minute stint, and then they pitted under the 2nd code 60, so only got half a tank in. Pitted under the 3rd code 60, so again was only able to do half a tank. But each of those stints were 50 minutes, and then that stint from Mark van der Aar, 1 hour and 25. And they're going to get a full tank of fuel, as you say. So could well go long again. But it's interesting that Bob's gone back into the car after Mark's only really a single stint, even though it's much longer.
Yeah, absolutely right. Nick, earlier on we were talking about the car that brought out the 4th Code 60. That was the Vortex. They won the spirit of the race for keeping their cars running at Mugello. You and I were speculating when you were up here in the booth that they'd have a go at getting that put back together, and indeed that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah, the most severe damage, which they really concentrate on, is the front left. Front right's all right. Front left, they're having to replace the upper wishbone. The lower wishbone, which actually is a much bigger structural part of the car, actually, looking at the way the front end is designed, seems okay. The upper wishbone is a mess of a shape. They're actually looking at the hub on that side. Just hopping down to the back, the rear right, that looks like, yeah, both entire corners coming off, and they've got a little bit of a problem in getting parts of it off because one of the mounts has gone. Now, the good thing about the mounts on the Vortexes, they're not mounting into carbon fibre. They actually, the mount is actually bolted onto something solid, in this case the gearbox casing, so they don't have an issue where breaking a mount means you have to retire. They need a new very expensive Öhlins shock, because shock, what I do know about these shock arms is they don't go very well when they've got like a 45-degree angle in them, so that'll be a few quid. But they are battling away. They will need to do work on 3 corners because there's a tiny bit of work to be done. Well, I say tiny, it's a really weird angle. There's some work to be done on the rear left as well. But the good news is front left looks all right.
Nick Tierman, he's very, I can tell, he's reporting well there, but I can tell he's very disappointed that they haven't had to bring out the 10-pound lump hammer and anything else out there at the moment.
And of course, they do have plenty of hours of racing for their gentleman drivers to still enjoy.
Yeah.
So you've got to get it fixed. There is a regulation to say that you have to stop getting it fixed when the race stops. So if you start, yes, that's right. If you continue to try and get the car fixed during the race suspension, then you'll take a penalty once you go back into racing. Yeah,
it won't matter for them.
I suppose it doesn't matter if it's 10 laps or not because they're not competing, really.
They'll want to get that car fixed before they leave the track tonight.
Yeah.
So they won't stop.
Well, they've got 2 hours. They should be able to get it done in 2 hours.
Well, even if they can't, they won't stop.
Yeah.
They'll crack on. Then they'll go back to the hotel. They'll come back in the morning, and that car will be ready to go. If it can be made ready, if they've got the spares, that car will be ready. That's got to be the hardest working set of mechanics of anybody in the pit lane, because race after race, you'd think, wouldn't you, if we've got more cars, it gives us more chance to get to the end. If we've got more cars, it's just more chance for the mechanics to fix stuff. They are magnificent, absolutely magnificent.
I was wondering why, Shane, why we're in the middle of the road there on board with Tim Muller, but he was still defending from the Porsche behind. They've got to be careful up Eau Rouge because more and more we're seeing the Audi running over all 4 wheels on the left-hand side at the top of the hill. And now the Porsche has been following as well. Here comes Daniel Alleman looking to the inside, lights ablaze, trying to get past into 3rd position. He does owe us a pit stop very shortly. I don't think the Audi does. I think because the Audi pitted in under the last Code 60, and then also pitted on the previous Code 60 to that, it should still have quite a bit more fuel. It's only been going 40 minutes, whereas it's been an hour and 25 since the last stop from the Porsche. So really expecting to see Porsche into pit lane. And we've only just got the Bentley back out onto circuit as well. So that's the amount of time that is being lost by being in the pits. And Bob Herber aboard the Bodar Bentley is now down in 10th position. So incredible amount of time lost when you do pit under green flag conditions. And as we get closer to well, we've basically got 2 hours to make your decisions count now, because the pit window does shut 15 minutes before we suspend the race at 5:55 local time. And still traffic to contend with. But I think Daniel Alleman will be looking forward to getting into the pits and getting a different bit of track to play with. A reminder that, of course, we do have more than just GT3 category as well. We've got GT3 category broken into 3 different categories, with the 22 Ferrari leading the Pro-Am category, Mercedes 85 leading the Pure Am category, and then Jutta Racing, who are in 5th overall, leading the Pure Pro category. We haven't really spoken too much about them. They're also in an Audi R8. Then we've got the 992 category, which is led by Red Camel at the moment. Rick Broiker's aboard that car. 992 AM is led by 929, which is just 1 place behind, which is HRT Performance. And then the 991 category for the previous iteration of machine, Marcel Van Barlo, I don't think has yet taken its penalty, as we've got EBM limping back to the pits.
Oh, yeah, that's a right rear puncture, isn't it?
Really? You can see that from here?
It doesn't look right to me.
No.
My first thought that is a right rear puncture for that EBM Porsche, which was well up the...
Yeah, Tanak was doing a great job, wasn't he?
Yeah. Or maybe a collapsed suspension. Coming into the bus stop now, Nick Damon will be able to tell us about that. Heads into the pit lane very slowly. Oh, right in front of the leader, right in front of the Wochenspiegel car into the pit lane, and that is that you can't get past in that part of the pit lane. Nick Damon, we knew the number 22 leading Ferrari was due into the pit lane, and it's been slightly held up by the EBM Porsche.
Yeah, there's consternation here. The lollipop man's going, where's our car? What's going on? Leonard Weiss has managed to overtake that injured Porsche on the way in. The Porsche still hasn't shown its face at pit entry, actually. And here comes the Ferrari in for what will be a completely full stop. We will see Daniel Kelevitz getting into the car, and it stops just over its markers. There's Daniel Kelevitz, sorry. Out already is Leonard Weiss. Helps have young, nimble drivers getting in and out. The seat padding is thrown dramatically over the top of the car. All the tyres are on. The driver assist man in the green top is doing his job, trying to belt and brace, literally, Daniel into the car. Already finished the tyres, already finished...
Nick, excuse me.
Yep.
The Porsche did not go down the pit lane. It took the option on the right to go back into the paddock, by the look of it. Whether it was asked to do that or whether Tanat decided to do that, but...
Was he lost?
No, hang on, check that. No, he's actually, I take that back. He's just well over to the right-hand side. And it is very difficult for cars to get by. There's a Seat coming through now. Check that to the left-hand side. So there is definitely something wrong. I wonder if they've done a drive shaft on that car, and that's why he can't get it into the pit lane. I thought it was sitting down at the back, so it might be worth a wander down to see the Obama Motorsport guys.
A couple of cars coming in, including the leader in GT4, the Swedish flagged, well, the British flag in Swedish colours on the roof, obviously, of the 400 machine. I'm just waiting to receive the Top Car Sport machine. That's the 123 Cupra car. Now, interestingly, the fire and rescue vehicle did get going, like it was going to go and try and find the EBM Porsche, but then, much like the vultures in Bedknobs and Broomstick, it had to hunker back into its parking space because the EBM car is coming towards me. So they've managed to control alt delete that one. And
check the right rear when that comes into you.
Flat. Right rear is flat, but not off. It's just flat. It's not off the rim or anything like that. So he's done little damage. It was driving straight, so I'd be surprised it was a drive shaft. I need to now move out of the way because getting run over by a TCR car would be a horrible way to go. If we get run over, it's by a more powerful car. Sean Lazy ran over my foot once, by the way.
Well done for getting that in.
Thank you. I haven't mentioned that for at least 2 years, so it needs to be our new fans. Just with the EBM car, they're having to have a good old look in that right rear wheel well as well, but we're now...
Try and say that fast.
The right rear wheel well as well. Yeah, quite difficult. So we have had the WTM car in, the Urban Motorsport car in. We've had Bob Herber. We are now still waiting for the CP Racing and car collection.
And by the way, it is 10 minutes before the end, but before the intervention, that the pit lane closes, not 15, as I think I said earlier on.
As did I.
Minutes.
I maybe threw you a curveball.
No, I think I said it first. I'm prepared, look, all the series that we cover, I have got the regulations right here in front of me in the Meiji guide.
Creds for getting right rear wheel arch as well out of Nick.
I may have old eyes, but they still work.
A little bit of damage on the front left corner, as was pointed out on Twitter. It's the top dive plane that's missing on the Bentley, as the other Vortex is parked up in the penalty box.
And that was Philippe Bonnell soaking up a penalty as the Bentley heads up the Camel Straight. I was thinking of you, Nick Damon, and I didn't want you to get the hump if I didn't get down here.
Boom, Tish, and I'm with Leonard Weiss fresh out of the Wochenspiegel car. Great stint, that one there.
Yeah, it was really good. At the end, I was struggling a bit with the tire, and yeah, but I got some free laps with not much traffic, and yeah, was a good stint.
Nice it must have been to finally get some running that wasn't constantly interrupted by code 60s.
Yeah, it was really good. At the start, I mean, it was a bit, chaotic with the 2 code 60s right after, but yeah, then it was pretty much all the way green and had a good stint.
I take it you're now finished for the day. You'll just do one more stint tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we need to look. I think for today I'm done. I need to check with the engineers later, but I think then I will go on the wheel tomorrow again.
Go back to the hotel, have a beer.
Yeah, maybe.
Thanks,
Let's not also forget that Leonard was racing in the Prototype Cup before this Creventic race and took second position in that for Wochenspiel. So double duty this weekend, jumping from LMP3 into a GT3. And so not only does he have another stint to do in this car tomorrow, he does have a second race as well. And his whole stint of his first race was under safety car.
Ben Constantiouris and John Hindhaugh in the booth. 2 hours and 2 minutes before we suspend the race. And we have our race intervention here. Then full park Fermate conditions overnight. No working on the car. That's a no-no. Wagging fingers and a 10-lap penalty if you have to do it. Pit lane closing 10 minutes before we suspend the race. Tactics now. People counting back. Who's just stopped? Well, that was the leader, the number 22 car at the time. Daniel Kalvitz now out for Wochenspiegel. That pit stop has dropped him down to 6th position. Still just on the lead lap when he comes round this time. But, oh no, he has dropped off the lead lap actually for Shane Lewis. But that'll cycle back around when those guys come in.
It's 5.5 minutes once you've come in and out of the pits with a full service, so you do lose a lot of time. Let's not forget, though, this guy was nearly 2 to 3 seconds faster in qualifying than anybody else. There was nobody could touch him at all in qualifying. Yes, a couple of the pro drivers that went out in the first session of qualifying did have their laps interrupted because the first portion had an interruption, but he was mighty fast. So let's see what Daniel can do in the Ferrari over the next couple of laps. We still are owed a pit stop from the 91, which now is in the pits.
And Nick Tierman?
Yeah, it's in the pits. They've done a full service. Danny Lyman's got out. I'm not sure who's got in. Is it Trundle's now down past me? There is a Renault in the pits. I saw them. Obviously, I've no idea which one it is from a distance. But we're thinking Ralph Bond may well have got into the car to take it on. We've got Jürgen Haring, the third driver. No Alfred, no Robert Renauer, but one of them was in the pits earlier doing a bit of team management. So that's
which one then of the identical twins without any race suit to give you a clue do you think it was? Come on, have a guess. Play twins bingo.
Definitely Alfred, 100%.
Right.
No idea.
Twins
no
roulette.
idea. No idea.
It is normally Alfred who does the team management, though, isn't it?
Well, I don't know, because sometimes Robert gets all engaged and gets very kind of like... I'd have to say even that's hard to tell. There was a glorious period, I think 2 years ago, where they started wearing different coloured shoes. But that's gone now. Actually, you make it even worse. All the Herberth cars, certainly for the last couple of races I've done, have had the same helmet design.
Yes.
So you've got no blinking chance.
Thank you, Nick. Starting to get a little bit of cloud cover here, and looks slightly more threatening towards La Source.
No, that's the tint in the windows,
No,
John.
there's just a bit of sort of bubbling up over there, but that's not where the weather's coming from. I was about to say we're under code 60 there because somebody was moving very slowly in front of me, but they were in the pit lane. Another penalty for being soaked up for the 904 Red Ant racing car.
On our timing screens, it says that the 34 Audi has a 30-second penalty. Is that something that has yet to be served.
Correct. That must have just been given to them. Hang on.
That's quite a chunky penalty.
What that probably will be is, I'm guessing, that is track limits.
Yeah, well, fair enough. He deserves that.
Third offence. Third offence warning. Hang on.
Oh, causing a collision? No, that's something different.
No.
Yes, it is. No, it's for causing a collision. 34.
Oh, that was when he ran into the Santalock Audi down at La Source. So there you go.
Wow. So that's a big penalty for the 34 car to absorb in its next pit stop. It's a minute off the CP Racing Mercedes, which leads. We've got Tim Muller, Car Collection, Audi in second, a minute off, but with a 30-second penalty. And then Jutta Racing now up to third, but in the pit lane. So that will be cycled through. Daniel Alleman in fourth is also in pit lane, which will put Phoenix Racing up into third, would you believe, at this particular juncture. But of course, plenty of pit stops and things to happen before we establish where we're actually at.
That's another screen I've got to have up now, so that I can see what's going on. There we go. So I can check which penalties have been served. This will become very much more important when we're getting towards the end of the race tomorrow to see who hasn't served their penalties. Something that I know that a lot of people find infuriating, but I like to keep people ahead of that. We were doing an awful lot of that in Dubai, I seem to remember. Oh yes, but what you're seeing on the track, he's got a 30-second penalty he hasn't had yet. It's another one of the pages that you can get on 24hseries.com via the timeservice.nl. Oh, massive amount of runoff being taken by, is that the Leipert Lamborghini, which is back out on the track. Yes, it is the 710.
I was going to say Andres Bakarud is leading GT4, but he's just brought his car into pit lane. So.
But he was when he came in.
Yes, I was getting very excited. As a sometime rallycross of all of about 3 events ever. Here he is.
Into the pit lane. This is the GT4 version of the Audi. And this is a World Rallycross and Ben Constantura's tribute pit report from Nick Damon.
And as the marvellous Andres Bakarud gets out the car, beautifully reversing, throwing away his seat, he now tries to help his teammate get back in again. I'm not sure who his teammate is. Actually, he's going for the full seatbelt himself. They're not using the green jacket man who is sitting there, his arms behind his back, a bit like, you know, one of those kind of stewards who are just observing you in a football match and never doing any work. You know, the ones that are the fit stewards, not the fat stewards who can't do anything anyway. So Andreas has just about got the oops, he got a foot, he got a tire on his foot then. Although they're having a massive argument with the 5-point harness at the moment. Luckily, the final tyre's not in yet. The 422 comes into pits as well. That's one of the BMW M4s. From 7th place, the 929 Porsche comes in, and the 116. That's the older. Is it the older? I think it's the older TCR.
Just a second, Nick. I'll come back to you in a tick, because we've got Ralph Bourne, and it was Ralph Bourne who got in a Herbert car, trying to get a lap back from the Car Collection Tim Müller car. Ralph's just out of the pits, dropped down to 9th position. He's going round the outside into...
Lovely.
Where was that?
Fagnes.
It was Fagnes, was it? Okay. First part of Fagnes round the outside. So Tim Müller, not his fight. He's in 4th position, but that's Ralph Bourne. Excuse me, he's in 2nd position, and Ralph Bourne is down in 10th position, but he's just come out of the pit lane. Back to Nick Damon, who's still watching this pit stop for the number 499. That's the Car Collection Motorsport GT4. Andres Bakarud getting out. I think it was Jose Garcia who got in.
Well, not only getting out, but coming to talk to us.
Even better.
Say hi.
I will start with this. Andreas, how are you finding just racing on tarmac where you can't stick the tail out, skid it round and do any jumps?
I mean, the rallycross cars are extremely warm in a short amount of time, but these cars are like draining the battery. Like, you're soaking wet in the car. It's so warm. I did my longest stint ever. I think I did 29 laps, very happy. You know, I take it lap by lap and try to learn the track and the car. Lion Speed GP is doing an awesome job. We're having a lot of fun, both me, Patrick, and Jose. So, having a good time.
How transferable are rallycross skills to the track?
I can tell you, like, yeah, it's two different disciplines, but at the same time, in rallycross, you need to see the field quickly and understand and react. In GT4, driving a GT4 around here with crazy GT3 cars and other cars, you kind of have to be in the zone, understanding and reading the terrain and understanding when to push and not and when to not to, you know. So it's very interesting. I'm pumped. It's a lot of fun. It's fast, you know, cars everywhere and hammer down.
So is track racing perhaps the future for your racing career? Will you see you perhaps moving forward in multi-class racing to Le Mans or something?
Definitely my path is rallycross, dude, but I would love to do more racing, and I'm very happy I got the opportunity from Lion Speed GP, and you know, I want to do more. I'm a race car driver. I drive anything with a steering wheel and a seat and some pedals, so yeah.
Andres, we saw you helping your next driver in. You seem to find the 5-point harness quite tricky.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's everything is new, you know. I have to understand it, and it takes time to understand how to go in and out from a car, basically. Especially, like, we practiced here when we were fresh, and the mine was fresh, and all of a sudden, you're, like, dead, and you're trying to help your teammate. You're like a zombie doing stuff, so... But I think it worked well.
So was it Jose or Patrick you were fiddling with?
It was Jose. To be honest, I wasn't really sure. I just tried to help.
Andres, thanks very much. Great talking to you.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, brilliant stuff. And you got to love that kind of enthusiasm, Ben, haven't you? For drivers who are doing these cross-discipline things, because it doesn't happen as much at the top end. You know, relatively recently still, we lost Vic Elford, and you know, he was probably one of the greatest exponents of driving anything and everything to the very highest level. Each category now is so specialised, particularly the further up the tree you get, the further up the pyramid that you get, that actually you risk as a top driver in FIA WEC, Formula One, World Touring Cars, World Rallycross, you risk a little bit of your reputation if you jump into another category and somebody's never heard of is faster than you because they've been there for 10 years.
One of the greatest kind of more modern day examples of that, I think, is the man that Bakkerud shared a car with in Mugello, which is Johan Kristoffersen, who owns his own team thanks to his father and participates both in rallycross, in the World Rallycross Championship as a multi-champion, but also has won in rallying, very different discipline, and also has won multiple touring car championships in Scandinavia and took it on. He never won the World Championship, but he did take on the very best in the World Championship when it became TCR. Yep. So, you know, he's done circuit racing, front-wheel drive. All right, he hasn't done GT3 rear-wheel drive racing, and he was in a front-wheel drive car in Mugello, I think. But Stefan Sarazan's another one.
Sarazan was the one I was going to say, because even when he was racing for Toyota, he was still doing rallying to top level of certainly the European champions. He won Sardinia, didn't he, when that was an ERC event? And one of the reasons, you know, he had such a good relationship with Toyota was that they were prepared to release him to go and do that. And that, you know, that is not always an easy thing, particularly if you're a manufacturer driver, because you've invested in all these drivers, and when things go wrong, at any level in motor racing, it can be bad. But look at what happened to Robert Kubica. We've seen other people injure themselves when they are going to do something for quote-unquote a bit of fun.
Well, look who's doing it. I don't know if it's this weekend or next weekend, but Sebastian Loeb has already got a podium in the Dakar, got a win in Extreme E. All right, that's 2 off-road disciplines. Won the Monte Carlo Rally, different car to the other off-road disciplines. He's going in to do DTM next weekend in a GT3 machine. And there's something else he's doing as well, which I've forgotten. And he's then coming to Portugal for... Oh, he was doing ice racing, wasn't he?
That's right.
Yeah.
And you've got Ogier, who's now... Seb Ogier is now doing... Isn't Ogier doing sports car racing?
He's in LMP2, isn't he?
Correct. That's very different.
But it's curious that, because, you know, he came away as a Toyota-backed driver, and you would have expected for that relationship to continue, but it's very invisible at the moment.
Loeb drove at Le Mans. In the
Yes.
PlayStation car.
In
the
the
PlayStation
PlayStation
Oregon. Shane van Gisbergen,
Yeah.
who has done
rallying.
He was second in an Asia regional rally series against some very, very good drivers in his first time out. Obviously, multiple touring car winner and champion. We've seen him in GT3s as well, both at Bathurst and over here. There are some there.
And you can add to SVG's list
online. But isn't it amazing that what Gizzy is really good at in the real world, which is by the force of his mind, levitating the car off the ground and not wearing his tyres out, which is what he seems to do. He was exactly the same when we had him in the IMSA Pro Series. He always has grip at the end of the race when everybody else is struggling. So he absolutely translates what he's good at in the real world into virtual racing and back to full metal racing again. I find it extraordinary. I'd love to see some more of that because, as I said, I'm not arguing with myself. I understand why people don't get allowed to do it. We've got Jenson Button coming back to Nitro Rallycross at Linden Hill in the UK before the end of the year.
That's a shunt.
Oh, big shunt. That was a Mercedes, I think. Two cars involved, the AC Motorsport Audi, the 188.
Always at the sharp end of TCR, so that's a big shame to see that in the wall.
And a very badly damaged GT3 or 4 car.
4, I'm going to say.
It's a GT4. And we've got a Porsche that is now right in behind there because he couldn't get through. That's the West End car that comes round it. Code 60 has been called. And
I think you need more than a code 60 because that car is right on the racing line on the exit of turn 7.
Yeah, which is
Fagnes.
That's
Les Combes, yeah.
It's coming out of Les Combes, and it's just out of the last part of Les Combes, heading down the hill towards Bruxelles. Now, is that a spinning Audi that's been hit amidships by the following GT car?
Who was in the Audi?
The one.
Stefan Perrin.
Oh, Stefan. Well, Stefan got injured in the pit lane a couple of years ago, and it's great to have him back. But that is a big incident. 2 intervention vehicles already there. The marshals are already with the cars and talking to the drivers. Can't give you any more details at the moment, but this is going to be our 6th full course purple, code 60 situation. There is room to get around.
Just.
Yeah, sensibly, they're not allowing anybody to come between the 2 cars. The Wochenspiegel Ferrari's in the pits. The Phoenix Audi is in the pits. Tim Muller from Car Collections in the pits. Shane Lewis has gone round and has not come into the pit lane. The 85 CP racing car.
That's a surprise, I would say, because they've been out for over an hour. Obviously, we're not expecting to see the Ferrari or the 91, because they only just pitted, didn't they? So Stefan's getting out of the Audi, just being assessed by the medical team by the looks of things, but he is walking away.
Yeah, and the GT car involved is the GT4 of Bulgaria, ZM Racing. So it was an AMG. At least I got that bit right. So it's the 416.
So Yasmin Kolik.
Yeah. Yasmin Kolik in that car. That car with the engine cover up at the front. There's been contact. So 188 AC. That's the Audi, the black and purple car, and the Bulgaria AMG GT4. Let's leave the intervention teams to get working there. The marshal's already starting to sweep up because that's what they're there to do. Don't think that they're not taking any notice of anything else. Other people are talking to the drivers and seeing to their needs. Nick Damon down in the pit lanes. This has started a flurry of cars in the pit lane.
Yeah, the normal sorts. We've had our leader come in and through as well. Main one is, of course, the 34 car. The car collection car stopped for full service. Tim Muller got out. Johannes, Dr. Kirchhoff got in. Now, that'll only be half a tank. We are waiting for the CP Racing team. They are in the pit lane. Obviously, Shane Lewis decided not to come in at the first possible opportunity. He went past the pits a few minutes ago. So far, not the massive flurry of cars coming in for fuel, which just makes me think that's where they are on the track, because there's a lot of people really who are sort of due a top-up and could certainly, I'm sure, take half a tank. It's been a long time since a lot of people were in. We had our previous Code 60 now over an hour ago. So the next one of interest to come in will be the 85. That'll be the CP Racing car, and I expect we'll get a flurry as well. But, yeah, actually quieter than I'd expected here.
Thank you, Nick. Just a quick update on what's going on at the exit of Les Combes. There's a couple of flatbeds already there. We have got track services, medical attention being given to both of the drivers. Again, don't read anything good or bad into this. This is standard operational procedures nowadays. The days of dragging people out of the cars and getting them, throwing it in the back of the ambulance and disappearing, they are long gone, decades gone. The old scoop and shoot, as they used to call it. It's now all about assessing the drivers, making sure that everything is stable, everybody's okay, that you can get the driver out of the car and then recover the car. Medical facilities here at Spa are second to none, of course, as it is a Formula One circuit.
Top 5 all have visited the pits at some point with 85 CP Racing with Nick Damon.
They are. Well, we're about 15 yards away, and here comes this flurry. I was thinking, just for a number check-off, 910, 26 and 221 go for fuel. Full service with CP Racing. Charles Espinlab, I believe, getting into the car. Shane Lewis getting out. Oh, a few seconds wasted there, so wouldn't get going. So Espinlab in, Shane Lewis out, who's just banged his head on the overhead gantry. Admittedly, he is wearing a helmet, so it shouldn't hurt. Yeah, so that's that one done there. And yes, little patches of cars coming in, but not a constant flow.
Thank you, Joe. Oh, thank you, Joe. Sorry, Nick. Thank you, Nick.
Joe's just here.
I know he is. Charlie Putnam has got into the CP Racing. He is the CP of CP Racing. Ellie Bartley said, talking of multi-discipline drivers in multi-discipline racing, do you reckon we'll see Valentino Rossi in the 24-hour series at some point now? He's committed to WRT and GT3 racing. I hope so. I really do. Possibly a question for Vincent Voss. Valet has done some longer distance races already, albeit on a much different level. He did the 6 hours, the double 6 hours of Dubai a couple of times with his friends in a privately entered Ferrari.
Yes, and he knows the promoter, doesn't he? He's good friends with the promoter of that event. So
yeah,
it's an Italian
Andrea,
promoter.
Yeah, Andrea, isn't it? I had a long chat with Vincent Voss at the WEC prologue at Sebring a few weeks ago, and he was telling me the whole story of how the Valet deal came about, and it was very interesting. And he was very, very complimentary about how Valentino Rossi goes about his racing. Maybe talk more about that tomorrow as well. As Nick Damon has stayed at CP Racing to get Shane Lewis, the outcoming driver from that 85 car.
Well, Shane, we finally got some racing, and you finally got to go quite quickly.
I'm at Spa in a GT3 car, running with my friends in an AMG Mercedes. Life is awesome right now, man. This is so good. So I'm having the time of my life out here, and I realize we got to cycle through some pit stops and a few things, but I think we led overall for a while, so it makes me super happy.
Yeah, you put in some great lap times as well. Once you got into second place, you were able to gap the rest of the field behind you.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to give it to me on the restart pretty hard, and I knew that I needed to get that gap. And also being really super careful in traffic around here. You have to be, real careful. It's 12 hours, got a long ways to go. I will say the officials sometimes are calling track limits, sometimes they aren't. For me, I had to be really careful. I had to give it up just a little bit in some places to make sure we didn't get any track limit violations. And also with all the new gravel traps here at Spa, even though this is my first time here, I've really had to respect them since I got here. So being super careful in those areas, I have to make sure I give my car back to my teammates in better condition than I got it.
Well, they're the ones who own it, aren't they? So.
Well, there's that part too, but you know, I got there's so many people that come together to put this effort together, and yeah, the drivers from the U.S. We've got some crew from the U.S., some from Germany. You know, we're a brilliant international team here, so we just want to put on a good show and bring home some hardware.
Lovely weather here at Spa for your first visit. I mean, how is the car kind of handling over that sort of hour and 20 minutes, hour and a half?
You know, it's interesting. I got on the radio, and I wasn't sure how long my stint was to go. And literally about 4 laps to the end, the tires started to fall off. I mean, they're great tire. Hankook has done an excellent job with his tire, but I was pushing pretty hard. So, I mean, it wasn't falling off there was a problem, but it just started to kind of crest over, and I said, okay, that's its limit. So we know that we're not going to be double sitting these tires unless it's absolutely have to, just to make sure that we, do a super job out there.
Shane, thanks for talking to us. Glad you're enjoying it.
Oh, had a great time.
And you can tell sight and sound of a very happy driver there. Let's take this opportunity under the code 60. I just want to go back and check any penalties that haven't been served yet. So the number 906 took a penalty just over an hour ago. That's the Porsche, the Van Berlo Porsche, isn't it? Yes, the 906. That was exceeding a speed limit during the code 60. That's an 8-second time penalty that still needs to be served. That would be 16 if they came in now. The number 34 car collection, and this is the one that Ben was talking about earlier. Effectively, it was causing a collision. Those are my words. General Code of Driving Conduct penalty, 30 seconds. That was the incident with the Santa Luc Audi down at or not at Eau Rouge, at La Source, wasn't it? That has not yet been served. The number 18 Phoenix Audi, speed limit infraction during a code 60. That was just over an hour ago. Exactly the same for the 701 Vortex, but they were more over the speed limit, so they've got a 10-second penalty. Plus the 904 Red Ant Racing Porsche, 12-second time penalty. That's just been served. So that's been served, and the Vortex has been served. So it is only those for the 906, the 34, and the 18 that have not yet been served. I'm just scrolling down everything else. Yes, served, served, and served. Lots of track limit infringements, including for the Red Ant 906, for the 421, for the 710 Lightbit, Lamborghini 909 478. The track limits lots of third offences coming up, including 2 for the 91 Herberth car in that stint. They're just getting warnings at the moment, but they're in danger, Ben, under the totting up procedure, effectively.
Interestingly, the 34 car collection Audi, which has a penalty of 30 seconds, did not serve it when it came into the pits at the start of that code 60. So most of our top 10 cars have actually pitted under the code 60, except for the Bentley. But the 34 did not. So the 34 did make a pit stop, but did not serve its penalty. There's only 2 cars out of the top 10 that haven't actually pitted under this code 60. That is the number 6 Bentley, as I said, and the 71 that we just saw pit before.
West End Racing into the pit lane with a left rear puncture, and Nick Damon is watching that one as well. Nick?
Well, I was more watching the comedy that was the attempt to try and get the 34 to serve his penalty, because they've been, Gustav Edelhoff and the team manager S have been down here for a while. So I was looking out you've got a lovely view of the final corner. If you can lean out beautifully at this pit entrance. And I could see Dr. Kirchhoff coming round with the car and not going in the pit lane. There was a fantastic animated what on earth's going on from the elder Edelhoff. And they've now gone to have a chat going, well, I didn't tell him, you told him, why isn't he coming in? What's going on? But obviously this code 60 will go on for a while, it'll be fine. Yep, I can see that Porsche, the 404, just getting the new set of boots. We've seen a couple of other cars come in for a top-up, but as you say, the ones who stopped just before the code 60, they'll have lost out some time, but they will have a full tank of fuel.
Thank you, Nick. Take the opportunity with clean-up to still completed to hear from some more drivers. First of all, let's hear from Jasmin Preissig.
I'm Jasmin Preissig and I'm driving with Wolf Power Racing this weekend with the new Audi RS3. Yeah, for me it's the first time here in Spa, and many people said that's this #1 track, so I'm very excited for tomorrow to race, and the legendary Eau Rouge. So I'm very happy to drive here, and let's see what the track brings. I was very happy that I heard we do this parade. Normally you can do not that, or can on the street with a race car, so the fans are very happy, are smiling and crying somewhere. And for me that's like Creventic too, a familiar thing for the fans, that they can go so close to us drivers, to the teams. It's perfect. And yes, it's like a little big motorsport family, and yeah, that's Creventic.
Great event down at Malmedy on Thursday, with all the cars going down to the town centre, being driven on the public roads. Part of the great tradition.
Yeah, interesting that they don't go to Spa, which actually is not the closest village to this circuit. Francorchamps is the town that basically attaches to the La Source hairpin. Spa is about a 15-minute drive away, but much larger. Spa, actually a bit like Bath, because Bath has baths in it, and Spa has a spa in it, and is known as Spa. I suppose you could probably translate the two into each other. It also has a casino, as any good spa town should. But then, of course, you've got the other villages around the area. Stavelot isn't quite attached to Stavelot Corner, but of course, back in the old days it was.
It's on the way to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the key. And Malmedy, and you've got Bernaville on the old circuit, which was right through the village of Bernaville. I remember talking to Sir Sterling Moss at one stage about that. He was confident that in the old days when he was going through down the long circuit, they had the car sideways for about a quarter of a mile down the hill. Fantastic. We're back to green flag racing. We've got just on 90 minutes to the end of this first part of the race. And people getting their Hankook tyres back up to temperature and pressure as they weave across the line. Right in front of us, there's Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff just going through. And Shane Lewis was absolutely right, by the way. Never mind the pit stop schedule, Shane. Your CP Racing Mercedes, you brought it in the lead, and Charlie Putman is still in the lead of the race.
And more than that, if you add the 30-second penalty on to the Audi in second position,
good point.
It's almost a lap ahead of everybody else. It's just shaken out so well for CP Racing so far, and obviously a great stint from Shane that we witnessed. Remember, they were in a battle with the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which is 9th position. And no fault of Ralph Bones at all, because he hasn't really had a chance to stretch the legs of that car in the long Code 60 we've just had. So it's really hurt them. Presumably, I don't think I have them on my... Yes, so they did actually do a stop under Code 60. So they've got that car fueled up, and that's why they've dropped down. But Code 60, almost everybody did at some point come into the pits, as I say, except for the Bentley. And interestingly, the number 6 machine, which is the Bentley, has now come into the pits. So is in the fuel bay now, has just come out of the pits, but they've decided to do it under green flag conditions. Did they come in? Oh, I need to make my computer bigger. I think they might have come in under Code 60 and then it went green.
6 you're talking about?
Yeah.
Right.
I think their pit stop started under Code 60, which means they would have only been able to take half a tank of fuel. But then when it goes clear, you take... everyone else is at full speed.
Let's have a look with an hour and a half to go at how this done. We'll start with TCE this time, and it is the TCR cars that are dominating at the sharp end of the field. 104, that's the Knocker Racing team in their Golf. And they are ahead of Holmgard Motorsports in their Golf in second by, well, that's code 60 gap, so let's wait for those to carry on. The key point is that the leaders are still on the lead. The top three are still on the lead lap. Then it's Wolf Power racing for the first of the Audis. So Nocker, Holmgaard and Wolf Power. The best of the TCX runners are in 4th position in TCE. That is the Cayman, the Porsche Cayman GT4 982 type. Then it's the 105 GSR Motorsports TCR, the Paporo TCR, the 151, Real Equipe by Tcr Sport TCR, both of those Cupras. Then the BMW, the Club Sport M2 for Kogamo, the AC Motorsports car involved in that last accident, still at the moment 7th in class and 9th in the division. The APO Sport car with its problems, still showing us 3rd in TCX, just ahead of the Swift Racing 221. But also stopped earlier on, that's the Ligier. And that car, in fact, is running again and is back out onto the circuit. Similar problems earlier for the Cayman 982 of PRV. They dropped to laps earlier on for Hervé Udre and Christian Close. BBR, damaged car, but running, but not in the shout at the moment. They are 8th in class, but they'll be chasing championship points. PCR Sport with their Leon competition down the running as well. And the WEC Motorsport BMW, which was running after it stopped earlier on, has now gone missing again, but it's still scored in 15th. At the front of the field and in GT, it is Charlie Putman who's at the wheel of the leading 85 GT3 AM Mercedes AMG GT3. That's the 85 CP racing car, by about 90 seconds from Car Collection, which has a 30-second penalty hanging over Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, who's behind the wheel of that blue and white car. The Wochenspiegel Ferrari, long-time leader, first-time caller, is in 3rd position, but leads the GT3 category. The Evo 2 version of the LMS GT3 Audi R8 for Phoenix, again with a 8-second penalty hanging over it, is 4th in the GT category, just ahead of the best of the 992 GT3 Cup cars. 5th for Red Camel Jordan. That's the Breukers family outing. Santalok and the 26, the blue Audi, 4th in their class, 6th in the division. Jutta Racing leading their class for the GT3 cars, and in 8th position Herbeth Motorsport are on the first page of the timing and scoring. Bourdard by Baz Kooten Racing. It's on a slightly different pit stop strategy. In fact, I've just come out of the pits for Bob Herbert and Mark van der Aar, and it's Bob back at the wheel of that car. The top 10 is made up by the number 928. 928's got to be a Porsche. Yes, it is, of course it is. NKPP by HRT. That's Guy Spessums and Harry Hilders in that car. I've mentioned them that much. Also a class leader in the 991.2 class is the Van Berlo Motorsport by Baz Kooten. That's Marcel and Glenn Van Berlo and Bert van Helden. The 12th position in GT is HRT. 13th is Red Ants number 903. Then Porsche Lorient having a quiet run, but 4th in class and 14th in the 912. The 719 leads its class, which is the GTX. It's one of the Manthey Racing breathed on 911 Gen 2 cars. That's the 911 racing car. 16th is Speed Lover, the 979. And finishing off the GT, the Vortex 701 is in 2nd in its GTX class. Team ACP, the Tangerine Associates M4 GT4, leading the GT4 category now, right ahead of Alfab Racing. They've just done pit stops when we took this snapshot. So 421, 400 together on the timing screen. EBM, with their problems earlier on, dropped down to 20th in the category and 2nd in the 991.2 category. Then it's Car Collections, Audi GT4. That's the Andreas Brackerud, Jose Garcia, and Patrick Kolb. Jose Garcia in the car at the moment. CWS have had their issues, but they're still running in 22nd, 4th in GT4, ahead of VDEC and the 910 of E2P Racing in 24th. Then it's all cars that have had problems. Bagheera Racing, we'll talk about that in a moment. That was the incident for that GT4 AMG a moment or two ago. West End Racing got spun out on the first lap for the all-Finnish crew. Red Ant Racing's 904 have had their problems, as has Leipert's 710, delayed with an electrical issue earlier on, but running now. Vortex, the 702, Gilles Courtois had a big crash in that car. And that is still in the pit, as is the RD Sign 720. That was another car that hit the side of the circuit quite hard early on and caused our second full course yellow. Let's go to Joe Bradley down in the pit lane, who is overlooking that Bagheera number 416, which has hit something very hard at the front, Joe.
Yeah, doesn't that just show how fast these cars are going, because that car has come to an abrupt halt with heavy frontal impact damage caused to the car. I'd go to the point that that could well be the chassis written off. It all depends on those two chassis legs that protrude forward that everything mounts to. The engine mounts to that, and more importantly, the suspension mounts to that. And where that energy then transfers through the chassis, that is one of the heaviest shunts I've seen for a long time, everybody. So there's no doubt about it. I think we already decided that the 416 Bagheera car was already out of the race. If we do see this team back, it'll be with a brand new car, I would think.
The whole of the right front, Joe, various mounting points, it's been split away from the front clip and peeled back. And we don't think of coming out of the last right-hander after Le Con, we don't think of that as particularly one of the faster parts of this circuit. But there's some energy gone through the front of that car.
Massive amount of energy, and that's exactly what I mean. You know, we kind of become complacent with the speed of the cars. You know, but that right-hander coming out of Le Con, which is sometimes called Malmedy Corner, it's given a whole name of itself. That's an acceleration zone. You come out at the right-left, and then you've got to get the car handling so that you can just keep flat through there. So you are absolutely flat chat through that right-hand bit leading down to the Brussels hairpin. So it is you're gaining speed and accelerating and gaining speed all the time through that bit.
What I'm impressed with, Joe, is although that damage was all at the front, and that is a front engine car, the engine did seem to still be in place, but the doors of the car and the centre part of the car where the driver sits, the survival cell, I suppose you would call it, that was completely intact.
Yeah, completely intact. So from the bulkhead back, no deformation. Everything that's deformed is made to deform, and what we see there is the thing fold up and distort in a way that dissipates the energy, and that takes away the energy from the actual human element, which is inside that cell behind the bulkhead. And I'm told the driver, she's fine, she's great. She's even going to talk to us in a little while when we leave it to get our breath back and just gather our thoughts. And
be nice to know what happened, yeah.
And we can then ask what's happened if she's willing to speak to us. But the report is that she's absolutely fine.
Both drivers were taken to the medical centre. That is standard procedure. Thank you, Joe Bradley. We'll pick that up and that story and close the circle on that story with those drivers when we see them down in the pit lane.
Yeah, I was watching the TCR car being delivered back to AC Motorsport, which is right at the far end of pit lane. So a bit of a walk for the cameraman and Joe to get down to see that car. But from what I could see here, really didn't look that badly damaged on the left side of the car. The front splitter, the rear wing, the rear bumper, all seem to be in place. The wheels seem to be in place on that left side. Obviously, what I didn't get to see was the right side of the car. And if there was an impact between the two cars, which we are kind of speculating there was, then I suppose it could well have been on the right side. But it'd be nice to get the AC Motorsport car back out. If it's at all possible. It looks less likely for the Mercedes, especially with all the impact at the front end of the car. But if there's the possibility of getting any of these cars out back onto track for the 6.5 hours we've got tomorrow afternoon, then I'm sure the teams will do their very best.
And AC as well are always at the top of the TCE runnings, so they'll definitely want to get that car, if it is possible to get it out and garner some points somewhere. Nothing to say that there won't be more issues for other teams tomorrow, and getting a few more laps in, overhauling one or two teams maybe that have their own problems. That's all you can ask for in these races. Still got just on 80 minutes still to go in the first part of the race. We'll have another 6.5 hours tomorrow. Make sure you, if you're coming back to the track, that you're here in good time, because we have the third of 3 ADAC F4 races, and they've been tremendously entertaining. And the second round of the 2022 German Prototype Cup as well, which I thoroughly enjoyed this morning. And Ben and I will be talking you through the Prototype Cup Deutschland race tomorrow as well. We'll have that for you across the RSL network of audio and video channels. So, Ben, what we've got to work out now is what's going to happen to this penalty that car collection.
Well, it's gone up to 40 now, so they've inherited another one.
Oh, really?
And interestingly, the Ferrari has also got a 10-second penalty as well. So,
right, let's have a look then. Not respecting refueling regulations, 10 seconds for the number 22 Ferrari, the Wochenspiegel car.
Okay.
The 105, which is the GSR Motorsport Volkswagen in TCR. That same thing, 10 seconds. And the 117 PCR Sport Cupra, also 10 seconds. 20 seconds for the number 979, which is the Speed Lover Porsche, which is doing all right in its class. That's a code 60 speeding. 8 seconds for the 710. 710. That's the Leipert, a Lamborghini again, isn't it? Yes, it is. That was a speeding. And the 701, the Vortex, is really blown it. 38 seconds time penalty for exceeding speed limits. Those speed limit penalties are calculated on how far over the speed limit you are.
So
but what I'm not seeing is another one for the 34. Oh, exceeding maximum refueling amount during code 60.
Only, but 10-second penalty, presumably only by a margin.
They mustn't have put very much extra in, but realised it. But once it's in, it's in.
Yeah, you can't
siphon it out. Now we're sucking diesel. Of race fuel as it is here. So that's now 40 seconds that they've got in the pit lane.
This Bentley, right, so it came into the pits under code 60 and went into the fuel bay, took only 30 seconds of fuel, and at the same time as doing so, the track went green again. So it really got very heavily penalised by that last code 60, just purely out of luck. Back in the car is Bob Herbert. So he's doing the majority of the running today, presumably therefore placing the onus on Mark van der Aar tomorrow to try and make up the gap.
I think
but
that's
if
smart.
you lose laps now, you can't really get them back tomorrow.
No, but there's two things why I think that's smart. One, the weather's good now. And if the weather changes tomorrow, you want your top driver in.
Mm-hmm.
And basically it gives the most, I think it just gives the most strategic. Everybody at the moment, when they do a pit stop, is dropping at least a lap. They at the moment are on, they'll be finishing 82 in a moment. So I think they're only 1 lap off the lead, possibly 2. Just depends where they are on the track. I'll wait to see when he comes through before I say that. But even so, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility for them to still be in the shout. And in terms of the GT3 AM, they've got 3 GT AM cars pretty much right in front of them in terms of what will happen at the end of today.
Crucially, what I'm seeing here is Charles Putnam leading in CP Racing's Mercedes, now a full lap ahead of the 3rd place Ferrari of Daniel Kilvitz. He's got huge work to do now because he needs to get that lap back. And if he does so, he'll find himself just seconds behind. He's got 1 hour and 14 minutes to find, well, actually, he doesn't need to find that much. He only needs to find about 15 seconds.
Yeah.
On that last lap, he was 2 seconds faster than Charles Putnam. So that is the crucial part. He doesn't need to get a full lap back right now. He doesn't need to get back onto
his tail.
terms.
No.
He just needs to get onto the lead lap. But it would only leave us with 3 cars on the lead lap going into tomorrow's action. Phoenix Racing behind. have another 40 seconds. So Ella Earhart aboard that has work to do too.
Well, Charles has just got into that car, so he could take it to the end tonight. When did Daniel get into the 22? He got in there, let me see the times. That's the time more than anything else.
Oh, so you think they might just carry on to the end of our first portion?
I'm just having a look. So that's 30 minutes and 17 minutes, 48 minutes that Kyle Witz has been in that car. So he can't really go to the end of this race today. So he's going to have to give that car up to someone else. So they're going to have to decide what they do before the end here with that number 22 car.
Are we thinking, therefore, that we don't have any more pit stops this evening? With an hour and 13 to go, could we actually get... If we have a code 60, we certainly could get all the way through, I imagine. Depends on what fuel each of our cars has got, and if they are fueled up to get to the end. And then, of course, what we saw, well, certainly the last time I did one of these races, we thought, oh, everyone's going to stay out and keep track position, and they all come in and do pit stops just before the end. Oh, round we go with Aligier.
That's at the... Oh, Aligier running again. That's good. That's at the bus stop. Let's go down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane and take some driver thoughts as we move in to just over the last hour of today's portion of the race.
Bit of an uptake time for us. We saw the 710 numbered Leipzig Lamborghini. It started the race well, but then it was very quickly into the pits, and Jean-Francois Bruno was the driver that started. But Jean-Francois, I saw you sitting there, very frustrating for you with that problem. Can you explain what exactly went wrong?
Bad luck, lots of bad luck, really. Qualified the car P11, had a fabulous start, made my way to P5 in 2 laps, and then code 60, and under code 60, the alternator failed. And I tried to do a rolling reset, and it didn't fix it. So I had to come in. They replaced the alternator. That took 40 minutes, which was a lifetime, and then we went back out, and so we went from P5 overall, P1 in class, to in the way back, clawing our way back very slowly. Our biggest competitor in class was the other Lamborghini, the 720 car. Unfortunately for him, his day ended at the bottom of Eau Rouge. He had a crash there. I hated to see that happen, but you know, we'll do everything we can now to come back. I think we've already made up 3-4 laps, and then we're continuing. Tyler Cook is in the car right now, fellow American driver, and he's got great pace. And Kerong Lee will then jump in for the last 40 minutes or so.
So after that great start, how do you guys then re-motivate yourselves how do you re-motivate yourself after such a great start?
I mean, it's endurance racing, right? If it was a sprint race, it'd be over. You just park it, basically. But that's what's so great about endurance racing is you never say quit. Keep going. I mean, you know, it happened, I think, minute 10 or minute 12 of a 12-hour race. So you basically just Control-Alt-Delete, reset, and go, and then just, you know, have fun.
And it's, again, our good friend J.M. Lippman and the Sport 21 agency. Was he behind getting Tyler over from the US?
No, Tyler actually has driven with Leipzig previously and was involved in a couple events. So yeah, hey JM, thanks for everything. Yeah, Sport 21, I'm sure he is. Yeah, Sport 21's been great helping us put driver teams together for the season and supporting us also with promotion. Yeah, it's a great partner to have.
You guys have been busy bees, haven't you? Because you're doing the Lamborghini Trophy or Championship as well. Is there much difference between the cars that you're racing here on the longer distances?
This is an endurance car, so not drastic. I mean, the general behavior of the car, chassis dynamics are pretty much identical, which is one of the reasons we structure the program this way. I'm working with Kerong Lee, who's an up-and-coming Chinese driver, lives in the U.S., and figured it was the best way to really very, very quickly get him up to speed. So he's getting a lot of seat time in these 24-hour series races in a car that he's also racing in Super Trofeo with me. So, but they're very close, to answer your question. Very similar cars.
What about the psychology of the actual driving? I mean, endurance racing, I would imagine, needs a completely different mindset to sprint racing.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. A lot more strategy involved, right? Managing the equipment, managing the car. In Super Trofeo, you're racing 50 minutes, 55 minutes, and it's a 25-minute driving. So for 25 minutes, you're flat out, and you can't afford to lose a single position. Here we've got 12 hours, right? So you don't want to lose it in the first corner, and you want to manage the car because the car's got to last. So though modern cars nowadays, it's pretty much a sprint race for 12 hours. So in that sense, there is a component of management, but not so much as in the olden days. So you can still drive and really push.
Thanks, Jean-Francois. Always a pleasure to talk to you, and great insight as ever. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow at the restart.
Look forward to it.
Thank you, Joe Bradley, down in the pit lane. An hour and 8 minutes to go. Got some more penalties. A couple of things as well. The APO Ginetta team manager being asked to report its race control immediately. And also the Holmgard Motorsport Volkswagen team. That team manager needs to be up there with the yellow card. Now, that doesn't mean it's a warning and next time you'll get a red card and be sent off. That is the hard copy of the driver times, and that's why that's being asked for. The Ligier spun a little bit earlier on at the final corner and regained the track. Actually didn't go off the track, just a nice flick turn to get it going. 10-second time penalty for Porsche 928, speed limit infringement. 22 seconds for the 421. Again, exceeding speed limit. That's Team ACP Tangerine. They've got another 10 seconds for a 6th offence of track limits. 255. That's the Cosimo BMW Club Sport M2. That is exceeding speed limit, 8 seconds. So those are new. And oh, here's another track limits offence at turn 17 for the 34 car. They're racking up penalties. That's just a warning for now, Ben. But this is really beginning to hang over the Car Collection Motorsport, currently in 2nd place.
I mean, it's quite a list, isn't it? And I think it's coming in now because it's being, you know, race controller always about half an hour to an hour behind the real race, analysing and all the rest of it. So they are processing all of their reports. Track limit penalties, by the way, still the old system of having somebody out there watching the particular corner, the apex and the exit, and reporting if a car has gone over the limit. So when we heard from Shane Lewis in CP Racing's Mercedes talking about the inconsistency, you have to be a marshal standing there watching lines, watching every single car that comes through and noting down every single car.
You're an observer.
There is always going to be an element of human error and missing 1 or 2 cars, even if you just go down for a coffee. Oh,
There's also CCTV to back it up on most of the places where you can gain an advantage.
But it doesn't get reported through CCTV. It only gets reported if a human sticks it on a piece of paper. Unlike some of the circuits in the UK, where there is now automated systems to detect a car off track.
Sensors, yeah, absolutely. Jonathan Palmer does not like people driving on his grass.
Exactly.
But he is very particular about that.
And that's also why in the endurance races here that go into the night, racing drivers know that in the night the observers cannot see their numbers as easily. So
and hard to see where your outside wheels are.
And that
as well.
too, yeah.
It's 1 minute 18 seconds between 1st and 2nd at the moment. And last time around, Charles Putman was about 6 or 7 tenths slower than Dr. Kerkhoff in 2nd. But it's going backwards and forwards as they go through traffic.
I thought Daniel Kilovitz needed to find 10 seconds. Oh, he needs to find 10 seconds on Putman, doesn't he, to unlap himself. Here it is, in fact, look. Yeah. The two. So as soon as this Ferrari gets ahead of the Mercedes, that then puts the Ferrari back onto the lead lap and literally will be on his tail tomorrow morning with no gap whatsoever. So very important move here from WTM. Not the most exciting of overtaking manoeuvres ever done, but it's going to be an easy pass, and there is a little bit of traffic to contend with as well. Mercedes stays on the inside, doesn't need to or want to race it, and just backs out.
That's really sensible driving by Charles Putman there, going up the Kemmel Straight to towards Les Combes, there was another car involved. That's the 929, one of the Porsches that has the issue of speeding during the Code 60. Antti Burri and Kari-Pekka Laaksonen behind the wheel of that car, one of the two driver teams. Everybody's going to have to stop again one more time. I don't think Daniel Kalvitz can go to the end. I think that's going to be too close for comfort. It would reset overnight. So if you've done 1 hour and 55 minutes today, you can restart the car tomorrow, and because it resets.
Yes. But if the Mercedes doesn't pit and the Ferrari does, then the Mercedes will have a whole lap lead, even if it'll then have to take the pit stop tomorrow morning. So that would then be offset by it has better advantage to take the pit stop now than it would do if it did it tomorrow morning with 3 cars on its tail.
Right.
This is where it gets so confusing.
I think...
to be a strategy engineer.
I think there's about 20 laps left on Charlie Putman. Actually, maybe not 20 laps, sorry, 10 laps left on Charlie Putman. So he's been out for 36 minutes right now. Now, Daniel is on a second stint, effectively. If I can find the 22 car. There it is. So he's got 21 laps under him, but 14 laps on this stint. So he'll probably have to pit first. And I think at that pit, he gets out. I think he gets out. I don't think they'll risk him doing another full stint to the end and then getting the wrong side of a safety car and taking him over his 2 hours. And the other thing is, let's not forget, we've got Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff. He's got, when are they going to take their penalties? Because
do they have to do it before the end of today?
I think they do.
Yeah.
I think they've got, they've got 2, it's 2 hours, I think. Nick will remind me, but I think it is 2 hours. So the 34, the first one of the 34, refueling amount, that was at 15:27. Sorry, 16:27 local time. So that was only half an hour ago, and 15:35. So that is an hour and a bit ago. So they're running out of time on that one.
So they've definitely got to do the 30-second stop, haven't they? And
well, they've definitely got to do the first one that they did, causing a collision. Yeah, that was, in fact, no, that was 15:10. So they're coming round to that having to be done. They're going to have to do that in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
See, now one car that I think can stay out and might benefit from doing so if we stay green flag. Well, and 2 cars actually. The Breukers 909 Porsche. Luca's only been in the car for half an hour, and also the Bentley. The last time they pitted was just after the Code 60, and so they can certainly go to the end. And of course, the Bentley at the moment down in 9th position.
They can go to the end on driver time. I don't think they can on fuel.
No, I think they can.
Do you think they can?
Well, it depends on what they only put 30 seconds worth of fuel in under Code 60. So that's all they could do.
So you think they're brim-fulled that?
Yeah, because they should have gone longer unless they bailed out of it because it went green on track. If they do so, that will put the Bentley right back into the mix of things. It's 2 laps back right now from Charles Putman, at least, if not 2.5. That's about the length of a pit stop for all the guys ahead. So if everybody ahead pits, they will find themselves right in the ballpark. And I think Luke Breukers could be in the same situation as well.
Luke Breukers, of course, not in the battle for the overall, but leading all of the GT3 Cup cars. However, don't tell that to the Breukers family and to Red Camel Jordans.nl, because they're in the top 10 at the moment and they'll want to get as high up as they possibly can in that GT3 Porsche Cup car. Under an hour to go. It's Ben Constanturis and John Hindhaugh in the booth. Hello. If you are just joining us, maybe just joining us after the excitement of the NLS Round 3 with Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden. Thanks to the guys for putting that one together. We'll have full coverage of the qualifying weekend, including the 2 qualifying races, and not 1 but 2 single car qualifying sessions. Top 30 for one of the races, and full field for the other. Check the website radio-show.co.uk for details. It's going to be a very busy summer of endurance racing between all the series we cover. Last time around 2:30 for Charles, 2:28 for Dr. Kerkhoff. It was 1 minute 18, waiting for the car collection car to come across the line. Should be coming across any second now. In fact, there it goes. And so it's down to 1:15, 1:16, call it. So Kerkhoff is closing in just slightly. But at the moment, this is, let's not worry about that time. Remember what we always say in endurance racing, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. A couple of seconds here, a second and a half there. Nothing to get worried about in this situation.
Redan, we were praising their pit stop strategy. They have completely ignored any code 60s or anything like that, and they have just done the pit stops when they needed to do. So they have only done 2 pit stops so far. We've seen some of the GT3 guys into their 5th or even 6th stop, and they are, well, they're going to have to do 1 more before the end of the stint, but they sit 3rd in class, but they were quite comfortably up in the top echelons of the race early doors. Interestingly, they might have only spent 2 lots of pit stops, but they've got a lot of, they haven't necessarily played into their hands.
Catch up with a couple of the class leaders. The Dutch team of Van Berlo Motorsport leading in the 991 Cup Car class. The GT4 leader,
yeah, I think we're riding on board
is still the McLaren, isn't it? The Alfab car, and that is at the moment being driven by Daniel Roos. Yellow flags on the start-finish line, and that is because we've got a spinner at La Source.
Yeah, Vortex has gone around, got a little bit excited on the throttle, a bit loose into the turn. Oh, he's turned in on Red Camel.
Yeah, that's...
Exchange of orange paint.
Yeah, exactly the same colour car, so you're not going to get any forensics from that, are you?
Oh, no, but they've ripped off the the spoiler of the Porsche, I think.
Who there, do you reckon? Was that the Red Camel car going down the inside of the Vortex?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Or was that the Vortex going round the outside of the Red Camel?
Unfortunately, what it has done is you can see the very bottom splitter has been pulled off the Porsche. That has a major effect considering how little it is.
It is crucial on the Cup cars. It always has been all the way through the iterations of Porsche, Carrera and Super Cup cars. It is a rubber addition to the bottom of the front spoiler. And the problem with that is it's just a push fit, and it's disintegrated and being pulled off in bits. It's a push fit, and sometimes 1 or 2 of the teams will just put a screw in the end of it to hold it on. But it is absolutely massive. It is absolutely crucial, as I said.
Have a lot of understeer, won't he, from now on?
The tyres, it's going to ruin the front tyres. Now, Joe Bradley is down at the Red Camel pit. They'll have seen what we've been talking about. Is there any moves down there or any degree of concern, Joe, that this might be an issue for that car that is, let's not forget, well inside the top 10 at the moment?
In instant reaction. I just happened to be here, just catching up with the sprint, actually, which is what the Red Camels team was doing.
There we go.
And there was instant reaction. And the splitter that has been removed, they went into a big cardboard box full of brand new bits for this Porsche, and they've pulled out a brand new splitter. And it looks to me as though it's a push.
Yeah, it is.
The man that made the decision was Breakers himself. I'm gonna let's see if I can stand by. Evo, come with me. I was standing watching with, and when your car, the split of your car, you made that, you went bang. New ones. What effect does that have?
Now, we will not do it right away, but if there's a code 60, we want to have everything ready to put the splitter back on.
Does it make that much difference?
Sorry?
Does the splitter being not there make a massive difference?
To be honest, I don't know. The lap time is still good, but we think it's better to have the splitter, to have less understeer. So if there's code 60, we put the splitter on. I think we lose 30 seconds maybe, but at the moment we can have that.
I was talking to someone, I forget who it was in the team, who was saying that you were struggling with tyre degradation earlier in the race. Is that still there?
Yeah, it's a little bit worse than we expected. We try to drive around it. But we are doing fast lap times, so maybe it has to do with that as well. So it's a little bit worse than expected, so we are changing the tires a little bit earlier than usually.
See what the tyre deg's like without the splitter. That might be onto something there. Just a thought. Always a silver lining.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
Check your tyre deg now without the splitter. That might have sorted it.
That's a good idea. We will definitely do that. Yes.
Not my first rodeo.
I'm sure they designed the car with the splitter because it was better.
Do you think?
I read them just speculating.
Bradley always likes to look on the bright side, though. He's not the little black rain cloud that Nick Damon is.
So I wonder whether...
Oh, in the pits. This is important because we are soaking up some penalties here for what was the second place car. Dr. Kerkhoff, Johannes has brought that car in. Now, we reckon there's nearly 50 seconds to go through here, of which they said it's 10 seconds to go. Now, if I get the penalty screen up, I'll be able to tell you which ones they have served.
Oh, it was counting down on his windscreen. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. So they must tell the organisers which ones they're going to go through. So that's track limits. So let's see. Stand by, Joe. I'll come to you in a second for this. Causing a collision. I think that... Oh, they've done both of them. They've done the exceeding the maximum refuel and the causing a collision. They've just been highlighted on my screen, thanks to TimeServe.
Yeah, and it's cleared on our timing screens.
Yeah, brilliant. Joe Bradley is watching the pit stop. Is Dr. Kerkhoff getting out?
No sign of any driver getting out or in for that matter. It was pretty standard. Tyre change, the car's already leaving. The car's already heading towards the La Source hairpin part of the pit lane and on to refueling. Oh, and by the way, more important matters, have you seen the half-time scores?
Negative. I'm saving that joy for later.
Well, it's a joy as well.
Oh, okay.
Check it out.
Thank you. Joe Bradley, getting down the business end of the English football season, which always clashes with sports car racing at this time. Although Joe and I did manage to take in a match at our beloved Sunderland AFC on Good Friday, which gave me an opportunity to drive up north.
So that must be then the last stop for car collection in this portion of the race. Everyone else will be pitting a little later on. That also means they won't have a huge amount of fuel for tomorrow. Yeah, so they'll be pitting quite early on. Now, compression of the field, safety cars bring safety cars. Maybe they're banking on a code 60 early on tomorrow in the first half an hour. That's not a bad shout. And so it probably works out pretty well for them. And if Breukers needs to pit, we were talking just before that about the fact that Luke Breukers is missing this splitter. If they don't need to pit and they are going to try and go through until tomorrow, then that's why they won't repair that splitter. Otherwise, they need to still do one stop, surely.
And don't forget, they can't do that tonight during Parc Fermé.
No, exactly.
That would be a breach of the rules. Parc Fermé literally means closed. Fermé being closed, Parc meaning park. Oh, massively off the track there for the 701 at the top of the hill at Radillon. Any further off there, and he'd had to show his pass to get back on. That was unbelievable. That's going to be another warning for the 19th position car in track. Yeah, not even on the curb. That's a full car's width off the track at that point.
I think there's another car that could have come
yes, yes, indeed so. Honestly, he pushed me off the track. No, he didn't. He was nowhere near you. CP Racing come across the line. Charles Putman has completed 94 laps. And as he goes across the line now, he is the only car on the lead lap. We're waiting for Kyle Vitz to come through. And he's just unlapped himself, hasn't he?
Crucially, Ella Earhart is now lapping 5 seconds faster than Putman and could also find herself unlapping herself and getting herself onto the lead lap, which would be very, very interesting. That would then give us 3 cars on the lead lap going into tomorrow and put Phoenix right back into the mix of things, considering how difficult their start was. It's been a great drive from Ella, and 2:25 on that last lap is not shabby whatsoever. Charlie Putman doing 2:31. I don't know why I just gave him a French name, Charles Putman.
Charles Putman. Charles.
Titi Charles. Luke Broik is doing a 2:31 on the last lap, so he is struggling, I think, with his lack of splitter.
So, Alia Earhart still leading the race, still going nicely as far as the Phoenix car. I think that's got an unserved penalty as well, hasn't it, from memory?
Oh, Mikey! I didn't realise Mikey Simpson was in the CWS as well.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
He's got a puncture.
Oh dear!
Here he is
in the pit lane with Joe Bradley. Not with Joe Bradley,
isn't it? Left rear puncture inside tyre walls. The bit that's give up. Hardly surprising, to be honest. If the tyre gets a puncture, that's the side of the tyre that gives up. Let's see what Colin White has to say. So, the proximity of these gravel traps, Colin, is that, do you think, a contributory factor to the amount of punctures that we're seeing?
We had this sort of in Dubai, so we're not done anything to the sidewalls of the tyres, but yeah, there's certainly a lot more out there, and there's a couple of sharp edges on a couple of the side curbs, but that would be on the. Yeah, so it is on the inside of the tyre, so if you go over across the curb, you could catch the inside of the tyre on the inside of the curb. So it could be that. But Marty Mike can tell us where he's driving to.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that, I mean, I'm not going to be cheeky and suggest an aggressive camber or anything. You guys have been racing these cars for a long time.
Yeah, Mike is a professional driver at this, and he's popping in some big lap times there at the moment, some quick times, and the problem is when you do that, you sort of can end up with this sort of problem. So sometimes it's better to go steady Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, steady pair of hands. I'll leave you to soak that one up, Colin. That'll be hot, by the way.
Colin has asbestos hands. We've seen him in the engine bays of cars, fabricating pieces. And dishing out bacon sandwiches in the mornings of 24-hour races at Barcelona to our pit lane team. He's a man of many parts.
Doesn't have any feeling in his hands.
Has no feeling in his hands whatsoever. No, could work in a professional kitchen. Very good. At RSL_studio, hashtag SPA-12H for Ben and me in the studio.
So Charles Putman got himself back down to a 2:28 on the last lap. So obviously had a bit of traffic the lap before, which is only a second slower than Ella Earhart, who we were watching here, chasing down that gap to put themselves back onto the lead lap. We don't really have a battle for position as such, but it is very much a position for tomorrow's race. That's the crucial point. Santalok into pits from 6.
And Bob Herbert in the Bentley in. Yeah, I thought you were being somewhat
optimistic.
Yeah. So 46 minutes to go, 36 minutes to the pit lane closing. Let's just remind ourselves that 10 minutes before the suspension tonight, we will close the pit lane, and at that point, you can't come in for service. So just factor that into your calculations this evening with 6.5 hours to go tomorrow. And here's how it stands. Coming into the money laps of tonight, we now have Daniel Kylvitz back on the lead lap, albeit nearly 2 minutes behind Charles Putman. So that big move that we saw earlier on for WTM was really important. Putman leads for CP Racing, and when was Charlie? Charles Putman is due into the pit lane shortly. He will have to make a stop, I think, before we suspend this race today. In fact, I'm absolutely certain of it. Now, the question will be, do they leave Charles in, or do they put one of the other drivers in? I think I might put Shane in for a sprint towards the end.
They can change the drivers tomorrow morning, can't they? So
yes, they can.
You don't need
what
to...
you don't want to do is lose a lap to anybody tonight.
Exactly, yeah.
So they're going to lose laps by pitting before the end of the race.
Although, I think everyone's going to pit, aren't they? It was going to be status quo if we don't get a code.
I think Kylvitz has got to come in. He's done 28 laps. In fact, here is Charles Putman into the pit lane. It was a very quick stop and a change of driver at their pit stall, which is right at the pit-in end. So now, who got into that car? On rotation, it should be Charles Espinlab, but I wonder if they've put Shane back in for the last 40 minutes or so. They'll now take fuel, and they're going to lose time. Kyle Fitz has got to come in shortly as well, because he's been out there on this tank of fuel for 21 laps in the number 22 Ferrari, and also he's getting mighty close, if he goes to the end tonight, of his 2 hours.
Oh, nearly all the cones.
Who was that? That was the Santa Lock car, wasn't it?
Just gently removing all the cones out of the way. It is very tight. Fair enough. I'd rather hit the cones than the
car
humans.
on the inside.
Yeah, on the other side.
Yeah, totally agree. The problem is that everybody who is fueling...
1, 2, 3, 4, one little touch for good.
Yeah, 5 seconds for each one of those if you were doing an auto test, isn't it? It's the cars are being filled from driver's right, but you have a vent bottle on the other side, so you do still have people standing there. So now Charles Putman is in fuel, so you need to keep an eye on that. Bob Herbert is in fuel for the Bentley. Off the lead lap, that car by
he's got to be
3 laps.
It's got to be out soon, though. He's been there for a while.
Right. So now, when does Kyle Vitz come in? He's been out for an hour now. So he's had an hour and 17 in the car, and he's had an hour on this stint. He's got to be thinking of coming in soon. An hour and 17 with 43 minutes to go gives you exactly 2 hours. But if you don't cross the line at the right time and you go over, you're going to have a huge issue, and you're not going to have any fuel. I can't believe that they're going to leave him out there. So Kyle Vitz, I reckon, has to stop. Aaliyah Earhart in the 18 now has been out for 22 laps. That's an hour. So that car's got to stop as well. Then that's the Phoenix car. Then it's the number 71 Utah Racing. How long has that car been out? I'll check that out as Ben Klukas, out of his Porsche, talks to Joe Bradley down at the pit lane.
Ben, you're not sure whether you're going to be getting into the car or not. What's going on?
Yeah, it depends a little bit whether there's a code 60. The plan is that I'll probably start the second part of the race, if you like, tomorrow. So I may get in just at the end, and especially if there's a code 60, I probably will get in, but we'll just wait and see.
A couple of weeks ago, that we told you a clear pigeon out on your 100 UK as part of the NKC. Do you use that as kind of keeping fit for your sports car racing, or is it the other way around?
Well, yeah, I think the karting probably keeps you fitter, actually, because it's obviously bumpy and no power steering, etc. But to be honest, I use it really to enjoy myself. So, as you know, it's a great series, the NKC, and I'm part of the 100 UK, which is sort of retro karting. So, kind of going back to my roots and racing the karts I used to race 20 years ago. I'm not on exactly the same chassis because, unfortunately, I didn't keep hold of it, but I'm on exactly the same maker chassis. I've actually managed to get one of my old engines back. And yeah, just loving it, to be honest. It's my first year doing it. Me and my friend Ed Pete are doing it together and just really, really, really enjoy it. And like you say, it's really good training for this as well. Keeps you fit and sharp.
I'm going to have to explain to our viewers what the NKC is. It's the National Karting Cup, and it's all live and being live streamed. Next round is Rowra, the weekend of the 15th and 16th of May, and it's myself and Nick Damon who will be bringing all that to you. Ben here is one of the competitors, but it's more important to be talking about where you are in this race this weekend, Ben. How's things going is what I mean.
Well, we were going quite well. I think we're about 15th overall. I'm not exactly sure where we were in class to start with. Unfortunately, we had a little power steering issue, so the car had a little bit of an accident in round 1, and we did get nicked, made a little nick in one of the pipes that we didn't quite spot. So unfortunately, that lost us around about 10 minutes. I'm not sure where we are now, about 20th, 24.
You're second in class.
Second in class, yeah. So obviously we're on a bit of a fight back now, but you know, with a 12-hour race, we're not even halfway through yet, so as you know, anything can happen.
What's your thoughts on splitting the 12 hours? Is that something that you're keen on, or would you prefer to go straight through?
I think I'd probably prefer to go straight through, you know, and have a little bit of night driving as well. I mean, it's nice, it's not as tiring, so it's nice to stop for dinner and everything else, but I think overall it'd be nice to to go straight through, have a bit of the night and everything else, and also I quite like the sort of stint when it's going in towards the night, and just the track gets nice and quick then too, so that's always good.
Typical racing driving. It's very civilised, Ben. We're going to have dinner tonight. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Best of luck for the rest of this one.
Cool, no worries, thank you.
Ben Kluka, second in class, 24th in division in his car, in his Porsche at the moment. It's the 991-2 or 0.2 category. Gradually being overtaken, the entries in that category, by the newer 992 cars, even though they are quite difficult to come by, because they're all doing Porsche Carrera Cups around the world.
Let's update you with what happened in the pit stops that we've seen so far. So the 85 machine came into the pits. It spent 5 minutes and 12 seconds in pit lane, of which 3 minutes and 43 were in the fuel station. So that's quite a long fuel stop. In comparison to the number 6 machine, which is the Bentley, Bentley, shorter pit stop at just 4 minutes and 44. And that was because it only spent 3 minutes and 10 seconds refueling. The 34 is the last one that spent 5 minutes and 50 seconds in pit lane. Long stop, because of course it had the penalty to do as well. It spent 3 minutes and 30 seconds refueling.
The key to me is that CP did exactly what I thought they might. They've put Shane Lewis in for the dash to the end. Now that car's dropped down to 5th position and second in GT3 AM, having been passed by Daniel Kalvitz, Elia Earhart, Ralph Bourne, Julius Adamavicius, but Adamavicius has just stopped. Ralph Bourne is yet to stop. Elia Earhart's got to stop, and Kalvitz has got to stop. So I just need to check that 91 car.
Yeah, it's been out for an hour.
Oh, well, that's due in any time soon. Then I think at the end of the day, Shane Lewis could be leading this again, and could be leading by maybe a full lap, because Kalvitz will not be able to go to the end of this race.
No, but
today,
I think if he pits and Ella Earhart pit, they will still be able to come out within the lap. We haven't got where Shane Lewis has come out yet, because timing screens are still catching up on that particular pit stop.
I think he's 5th. I think he's come out in 5th. He's 46 seconds behind Jutta, but that car's picked, so he's about 50 seconds behind Herbert, and on the same lap as them. That's how I think it is.
Which would be about 3 minutes and 10 seconds in total, then, if the lap's 2 minutes and 20.
Behind the leader.
Behind the leader, yeah.
I don't think it's that much. I don't think it is that much. Joe Bradley, update us on the crashed vortex that went into the wall earlier on. If you weren't with us, it was a very big incident for Gilles Courtois, the number 702, that brought out a full course purple. That car looked like it might not see the light of day ever again. However, this is Vortex.
As we get towards the checkered flag tomorrow, we're going to have to put some thought to the Spirit of the Race Award. And that's for pure endurance racing spirit of never say never. Always get there to the end. Well, this 702 Vortex, oh, by the way, Mugello was won by this very team. Well, they're going to be very strong contenders for it again here at Spa, because this car was set up for an oval earlier on, and the tool they used was hitting a barrier. Basically, none of the four wheels were pointing in the right direction. The whole of this front end was completely missing. That looks all replaced. The front suspension is all pointing in the right direction. Still work going on in the rear, in fairness, so the job's not quite complete. But when you look at the pictures back, when you see this car and how it came off the flatbed to the state that it's in now, this team, once again, showing pure hashtag this is endurance spirit of let's just see the checkered flag with that car on track. Doesn't matter where they are, they're going to finish the race. Fabulous.
Does require you to crash the car first before needing to repair it. So
yeah, that's not that much. That's not that spirit of endurance, is it? Spirit of endurance is just, albeit, fight any problems that you've got, but it's much better to keep it between the lines in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those. It's like the what is it? Most places gained award in that single-seater series. You have to start at the back of the field to be able to gain places. If you're a pole position driver each race, you can't go any further forward. One of those weird ones. We still have a couple of pit stops surely to be owed at the front of the field, but we've only got 25 minutes to get them done. As we take a look at Mike Simpson, the development driver for Ginetta, presumably babysitting and looking after, babysitting is the wrong word, but looking after Freddie Tomlinson in CWS, and obviously CWS being Colin White has to be the third driver in that car. But in the hands of Mike Simpson, he knows these cars like the back of his hand. Of the same generation as Ben Klukas and the aforementioned Ed Peed. In fact, I think Ed won the Clio Scholarship in the UK the year before Mike Simpson won it. And then Mike did a couple of seasons in Clio racing and then soon started racing Ginettas and part of the Ginetta family and has grown ever since through that with a wonderful job. Right, in pit lane then, 9.28, serving its penalty of 10 seconds. And you can see it actually counts down on the windscreen. And Harry Hilders heads down to pit lane to get his full service.
Yeah, I love that feature. Really, really good.
Not helpful for the driver because you can't see it as a driver, but helpful for the team.
Yeah, and the team have to have somebody there as well because they are there timing. It is up to you to get that right. Across the line and down through La Source goes the number 91 of Ralph Bowen.
In third spot.
Correct.
But has been out, out for 1 hour and 1 hour and 4 minutes at the moment. So has to do a stop before the half an hour is up.
Well, 20 minutes now. He's got 23 minutes to stop.
Yeah.
23 minutes. There's 33 minutes on the clock. Can't come in the last 10. So all of these cars, we reckon, at the front of the field, as Earhart goes past in front of us, the gap between first and second is 42 seconds, and we've had 100 laps completed last time around for Daniel Kalvitz at the front of the field.
And into the pits comes our GT4 leader, the McLaren of our Swedish friends. So whether they will lose that GT4 lead or others behind have pitted,
aren't there?
They will lose it to the BMW for sure.
They've got a penalty. The Team Tangerine guys have got a penalty.
And when did they last pit as well? Are we still owed a pit stop?
4:21 is what you're looking for, Ben.
Yep. Yeah, so they've been out for an hour. Actually, they probably could carry on in a GT4 car because they can do more like an hour and a half, can't they? Tank to tank.
It's
oh dear.
Excuse me. It is dangerous to do that though, because at the end of the race, you aren't, in the minor classes, you aren't in charge of your own destiny. It's when the leader crosses the line. So if you have to do one more lap, or if there's a late safety car and you have to do one more lap, all of a sudden, a 3-minute lap could turn into a 6-minute lap.
And let's also not forget that GT4, as you can see on the right-hand side there, part of the GT category, not of the TCE category. So they are being compared to our leader of the race for their position on track tomorrow versus TCR, which is being led at the moment by TCE being led by the TCR Volkswagen Golf of Nocker Racing, and they will establish the positions for all of the TCR, TCX and TC cars. I don't know if WEC are still out there because they're another contender. Yes, they are. Brilliant. Thanks very much from our director to get them back on screen. They're another contender for Spirit of Race for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bringing a car that's a good 25 years old for starters is always an ambition.
It's at least that, yes. Stopped at the end of the old pit lane, got rolled back round. Then it went missing on the timing screen, which is one of our updates, which will have made them all a bit antsy, won't it? Still running round. The spirit of endurance is right there, isn't it? Right there. Last 30 minutes, so that means 20 minutes now to make your final pit stop today, if you are going to do it. Still at the front of the field then, Daniel Kalvitz for Wochenspiegel Ferrari by 44 seconds now. From Elia Earhart, he's driving the Phoenix Racing Audi in second. That's the number 18 car. Ralph Bowen in the dark. Herbeth, number 91 Porsche. Then Shane Lewis. Lewis is fueled to the end of this segment and beyond. And he's 44 seconds behind Ralph Bowen. I think the top 3 have still got to stop.
Check this out, though. Luke Breukers in the 909 machine, right?
This is the Porsche Cup car.
This is the Porsche Cup car. I think could, if it wanted to, get to the end of the stint, get to the end of this portion of the race without pitting. If they do that, they will be on the lead lap and they'll be 30 seconds behind Shane Lewis. And that will be gaining 2 laps. Yes, tomorrow morning they'll have to come into the pits pretty quickly to get their car back into a condition to drive. But there's no way we've seen that 909 machine anywhere close to the front of the field in any part of the race so far. It's not really fighting the GT3 cars, but you know, that's the kind of inspired strategy that could play dividends if we then get a really early Code 60. John, you're shaking your head. Yes, you can do that. In a 992 car, you can do over an hour and a half.
Yeah, he's been out an hour and 4 minutes now, and I think it would leave it too late. Oh, we might be getting a full course purple here because the BMW has come to a halt. That is now... Oh, no, it's moving again. That is not the E42, but it is a BMW. That's the M4, isn't it? That's one of the GT4 cars. That's the Tangerine car. That's the Team Tangerine. That's the leader in GT4. Stopped on the Kemmel Straight, pulled off to the right-hand side, and now is moving again. Was it Sebastian Morales?
I think so.
The Kogelmo car?
255, yeah.
255, you're right. Sorry, I got overexcited about seeing the bright orange of that car, and it is the Club Sport. They've got some penalties to soak up as well. Oh, it pulls out right in front of the Ligier, and behind that, the Santaloc Audi. And he's going to get that car back, I think. Seb Morales. That was his outlap, so that can't be a fuel problem. Sitting second in the TCX category, part of the TC Touring Car Endurance Series. We've stayed green. Stayed green at the moment, as in to the pit lane comes the GTX leader, which is the 719 911 Racing Porsche. 16th overall for Georg Goede. That'll be their last pit stop of today. I kind of see the point of possibly pushing it with Luke and the red Camel Jordan car. He could end up second.
He could end up on the front row of the grid for tomorrow's start.
He could, but with very little fuel
and very worn tyres.
Yes, that's a good point.
I mean, it wouldn't be a great situation to be in, but imagine if we had a Code 60 like we did at the start of today's race.
Yeah.
Then you dive in, do your service. Jobs are good, and you've gained yourself at least a lap.
Where's his nearest class competitor? Answer: absolutely nowhere.
No. Is there one?
He's top of the 992s of any category by 2 laps at the moment, and I don't know why you would put that in jeopardy. It'd be nice to have a top 10 finish, but he might get that anyway with 6.5 hours more racing tomorrow. 116 out on the circuit at the moment, 3rd in TCR.
Yeah, we haven't actually had any shots.
That's Wolf Power.
Yeah, we haven't seen the 118 at all, and we haven't heard from the team as to how Stefan is. That would be an interesting one before we leave today. Just obviously Stefan, mainstay really of the 24H series, and obviously some kind of big impact with the Mercedes. It would be nice to know that he was...
Oh yeah, we were meant to get the Mercedes driver as well, weren't we? The MG driver, when she came back to the pit lane, and that hasn't occurred yet.
You know what it is? So Bradley's too busy talking karting with Ben Klukas.
Yeah.
I mean, I would. Just start reminiscing about karting in the 90s. Oh, I do like the Porsches come in. 911 into pit lane with Georg Goede, 719. Beautiful livery on that machine, that dark green and red.
That is a pretty looking car.
Oh yes.
Let's go down to Joe Bradley for some of the classes we haven't necessarily heard from. GT4, always well contested. It's the class I think, well, I would like to have a go in, to be honest. And it's been led up until recently by the Alfab Racing McLaren, but they've just pit stopped. Eric Behrens is out. Means Daniel Rees has got out of the car, and Joe Bradley is down there with Alfab McLaren now.
Daniel, the colour of the car, the colour of your overalls, you're representing Sweden here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a common theme for us in Alfab Racing, since we're from Sweden, and I don't know, Eric likes it.
We've seen the flag that you've got on the roof. Is that like the European Union flag? Or?
European Union?
Yeah, is it that? What is that flag?
It's the British flag, but with a Swedish twist.
Ah, the British flag, but with a Swedish twist.
Yeah, since it's a McLaren.
Ah, what a great idea. That answers a lot of questions. A McLaren around Spa, the car's had a lot of development here, I believe. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we're quite fast around here, and I think the McLaren suits Spa really well. So, and I mean, we've been here a couple of times racing here, so we know what we're capable of here as well. So,
and you guys are doing it with just two drivers. Does that really sort of add a physical element to this event?
Well, I mean, you have to get tactical with the pit stops as well, since I and Eric have to rest 50% of the time as well. So we have to get a bit tactical. But I mean, since it's not full 12 hours at the same time, it's all right. So,
and how happy are you from how you're going to finish part one? I know we're nearly finished now.
I think we're quite on point. We had a pit stop now with half an hour left, so we're going to start tomorrow with like 75% left in the tank. So. So I think we're quite good.
Yeah. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to hex it. Thanks, Daniel.
No jinxing allowed. Thank you very much, Joseph. Meantime, in the pit lane, the leader, Daniel Kylvitz for WTM in the Ferrari, has peeled off for their last pit stop. I'm pretty certain he'll have to get out of the car. They're serving a 10-second. Now, did they serve the 10-second penalty? Not sure. But through has gone Aliyah Earhart to the lead for Phoenix Audi. The red, white and black car with the big K on the door, climbing up to the far side of the circuit. And now leading the race.
No, that's the Jutta Racing we were seeing down in 7th position.
All right, sorry.
Leading in GT3, even though there are actually GT3 AMs and Pro AMs ahead.
Got you.
They're the leading Pro car, and I think they've served the stop that they need to. Yes, they actually were in the pits not too long ago, so they are in a correct position. Still owed a pit stop, surely by Herbert, surely by Phoenix, and that will then put Shane Lewis back into the lead. Oh, and Brucas has come into the pits. That's a shame. I was really looking for somebody to throw the dice, and Lucas has not.
I think they will put Rick in. Maybe.
No, 20 minutes.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. If you just fuel it and send it. But then you're starting on all tyres, and they've been out quite a while. I think you'd want to put new tyres on for the morning. Now, who was that going slow at the top of Radion?
Ralph Bonin's the pits for Herbert as well now.
So Shane Lewis is going to cycle back to the lead so long as Aliyah Earhart stops for Phoenix, and I'm pretty certain they have to.
The important thing here is, where does WTM come out in relation to CP? Is it within a lap? Can they stay on that lead lap?
And that's why you had to put Shane Lewis in that car when they stopped the last time around and Charles Putnam got out, because you've said to Shane, right, go. Hit it, mate. You were great in your last stint. You were great in your last stint. Get out there and push on as hard as you can. They had well over a minute on the field. It was about a minute and 20 seconds, wasn't it?
What you can do, though, as a Ferrari, is you could just short fill.
You could.
And just make sure you put it in that situation. So I think it is a little bit in control with Ferrari. They are not going to be on pole position as they were. But they are certainly going to be able to get themselves on the lead lap and perhaps on the front of the grid for tomorrow.
It's good out of Joe Bradley. Anti-Burry out of his car. Which car is that, Joe? Sorry, I didn't catch the number when you said that.
Class leading number 929, the HRC Porsche.
Kari Pakalaksonen is in the pits at the moment, in the fuel at the moment for HRT Performance. I think Andy went over his drive time early on, Joel. Let's see what his remembrances are.
Oh, that's a good take on that. Andy, we saw on the penalty box that you went over your drive time earlier on in the race. You went over your drive time?
No, we did a pit stop, but then the driver ID didn't change. So
that's not a problem. Right, excellent. At this stage of the race, with the stop coming, you know, we're gonna press the pause button in a moment. Are you guys happy as where you are going into tomorrow?
no, not really. We got a little bit unlucky on the last code 60, so we just pitted before, and lapped after was a long code 60. Everybody else gained on there, so we are just at the moment in a refill zone, getting a full tank for tomorrow, and yeah, so bit unlucky.
Is that a good way to start the final part of this race, with a full tank of fuel and just, you know, drive through the traffic as they all go into the pits?
Well, we didn't have really a choice. We had to refill, so yeah, that forced us.
You enjoying driving this Porsche? I mean, we've seen you last season in a TCR car, and now you're here in a 991 car.
Yeah, it's good fun. Yesterday was the first day on that car. Yeah, good fun. Suits really well on this track.
And they say the 991, or the 992 as it is, tricky car with the engine in the rear over the axle. How have you found it? You're finished, so you like a bit of rear end.
Yeah, it's all right, you know.
I know it is. I can tell by your lap times. Thanks, Andy. Best of luck tomorrow.
Significant developments as Shane Lewis comes across the line. He has put a lap on the car collection Johannes Kirchhoff car just as he went across the line. So the 34 car is dropping off the lap of Shane Lewis. Lewis then goes up to the lead, having completed 105 laps. Now, Jochen Krumbach is just up the road. Now, can Shane, in the last 17 minutes, hunt down Jochen Krumbach in the number 22 and take him off the lead lap? This is really crucial stuff. Looks like the Audi's trying to fight back as well at the end of the Camel Straight down towards Les Combes. This is really, really important for the number 34. At the moment, they're the first car off the lead lap, I reckon.
And that means 2 minutes and 20 seconds odd lost just if they failed to make this passing
John,
move.
I've got the...
Still haven't seen Earhart and Krumbach on track as to where they fare against this little battle. If this 34 car can get ahead of the Mercedes, that would be 4 cars, I think, on the lead lap for tomorrow.
Joe Bradley, we'll keep an eye on what's going on here with Shane Lewis is trying to take another car off the lead lap. Let's have a word with another driver.
Well, the 104 Noka Golf, the last time I looked at the timing street, Kestionis, you guys were in the lead of the class. After that pit stop, you've just handed the car over. Are you still in the lead?
No, I think we handed over as it's not a code 60, so we had a minute gap to somebody behind us, so I think we handed over. But yeah, but it's a strategic pit stop to prepare before the race tomorrow. We need a full tank of fuel and new tires to prepare it for the race tomorrow.
And is that deliberate? Is that the tactic you guys were wanting, to start tomorrow with a fresh tank of fuel and go the whole stint?
Yeah, because our fastest driver will start it, so he needs fresh tires, full tank, then he can push. And then, yeah, we did it last time in Mugello, it worked out, so we did it the same here.
And how were you? It's obviously hot work out there. You've been working hard behind the wheel. Never wipe the sweat for the camera. The TV, it looks great on TV. Look like you're a proper racing driver.
Yeah, it is hard work. At the beginning, you need to adapt. I'm not a professional driver, so I need to adapt. But then, yeah, after half an hour or 40 minutes, we just fight with the tires, how much left at the front. But I think it was okay, good stint. We kept the pace. It was almost top from top 3 teams, so I'm happy about that.
Do you have to manage the tires on the front-wheel drive car through the stint? Do you have to kind of be careful?
Yeah, of course. If you push, then it's maximum for 30 minutes, and the pace just drops like drastically, like 30 minutes, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It's a huge gap.
Thanks for chatting to us. Literally just out the car. We'll go and let you cool off. Thank you.
Speed limit 979 in the pit lane and soaking up a penalty for the GT3 Cup 992. It's the Olivier Don, Dominique Bastien and John de Wilde car. Meantime, Shane Lewis is scored back in the lead for CP Racing, as we thought he would be. The big story there, though, is taking the 34 car and the 91. So Car Collection Audi and Herbert Motorsport have dropped off the lead lap.
Yep, that makes sense. That's how they were before our last round of pit stops. But the 18 of Phoenix Racing has stayed on the lead lap, and the 22 has stayed on the lead lap at the moment. So we do have 3 cars on the lead lap for tomorrow, and then Car Collection 1 lap down with Herbert Motorsport and Jutta Racing on that 1 lap down. That will be the next 3, and then we've got the Breukers Porsche, which will be 1 lap down from that. That's how I see it at the moment, but of course we still have 15 minutes of racing to go.
Yeah, what's interesting to me, yeah, Aaliyah Earhart has dropped behind Krumbach. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
So it's the Herbert car that's lost out most there, isn't it? Because everybody else is roughly in the same position. And the Car Collection car was scrapping, almost stayed on the lead lap, but a great run in the 10 minutes or so by Shane Lewis. And then as the Car Collection car was coming out the pit lane, couldn't fight. Obviously slightly cooler tyres, I would have thought. And in fairness, Dr. Kirchhoff is not of the same level of pace as Shane Lewis. So 95 seconds is the lead at the moment. That currently would disappear. And then there's about another 6 seconds back to Phoenix Racing. And that would also disappear. So you reckon 3 cars on the lead lap? I think I concur with that. If the checkered flag was to come out now. Yeah,
if Kirchhoff can't get back past as well.
He's not going to.
If there's traffic ahead, and there is a couple of cars ahead of the Mercedes, anything can happen. I feel as though they are, well, they're not in equal lap time on this last lap, actually. Shane Lewis has taken 2 seconds out of Kirchhoff. But the lap before, they were on equal footing because they both got caught in traffic. So, anything is possible. We've got 12 and a half minutes still remaining of this race. It would be lovely to have a 4th car on the lead lap for tomorrow. There's still a great possibility from Car Collection and the team that they've got there to really fight for the front. But this was a little mistake into turn 1 from Kirchhoff.
Yeah, just went a bit wide and...
Ooh.
Had to really pull the steering wheel to the right there to stop him understeering into the gravel. Because in the old days, you'd have just opened the steering wheel out, ran wide, and rejoined halfway down the hill, where that drainage grit stopped further down. Now, Phoenix still on the lead lap in 3rd position. Aaliyah Earhart driving that car. That means Pierre Caffer is down in the pit lane, and Joy's vacuuming up some of the top drivers at the moment with just on 12 minutes to go.
When I tried to chat to Pierre a few minutes ago, there was lots of decisions being made with regard to your final pit stop of this phase of the race, Pierre. What were the considerations?
Yeah, well, we have been a bit unlucky right in the beginning of the race. So we dropped back 1.5 laps. And our target now was to stay in the lead lap, and that was what we tried to calculate, and in the end it looks like it worked out. Now we have 10 minutes left in the race, and for tomorrow everything is possible.
So Pierre, was that a full pit stop, brand new tyres, full fuel for Elia?
That was a full pit stop, yes.
Okay. So that's going to put you in good stead for tomorrow. Is that the plan?
Yeah, for tomorrow I think we have a really good shot in the morning. We will see how the race will continue tomorrow.
Is that a decision that was made at the start of the race, or does that kind of thing come to you as this first part progresses?
This morning we have been really unlucky with the code 60, and when I was out we stopped on the green, and then when I was on the wheel, then there was a code 60 and everyone else could do the pit stop under code 60. That was the reason why we dropped back this morning, and now we try to catch up again. One time we have been very lucky, but yeah, in the end it's just a second, and to see where we coming out again on the track.
It's great for us, Pierre. Thank you. Thanks for talking to us. And guys, I don't think we're going to really see who's really in the lead of this race until tomorrow morning's first phase of pit stops, are we?
Well, what we don't know, Joe, and what nobody's going to tell you is exactly how much fuel they have in their cars to restart tomorrow and what the state of their tyres are. And, Ben, that is going to be the interest to me. Clearly, CP, they stopped the earliest of the top 3, but they did seem to put quite a lot of fuel in. So they may not have as much fuel. It's all going to depend what everybody else has done and whether they actually filled the cars as much as they could, or whether they filled them to get themselves back out to make sure they didn't lose the lead lap.
Yeah, certainly with the Ferrari and the and Phoenix Racing, they may well have compromised themselves just to make sure they're on the lead lap, but that would certainly be the right thing to do to have that track position for tomorrow. And as you say, tyres as well. Oh, see WS crawling around the back end of the circuit.
Left rear puncture is the problem with Mike Simpson in the Ginetta. This is the V8 car.
It's not the first time they've had a puncture either.
And not the first time it's been the left rear either. So we heard from Colin White earlier, and he said only Mike knows where he's been putting the car. But there are a couple of curbs, as Colin said when he was talking to Joe earlier on, that if you go over them and then come back, it's not the going over that's the problem, it's the coming back that takes the inside shoulder. Mike trying to stay out of the way as he's heading back towards
bit of damage on the front left?
It might be. Has there been contact?
Looked a bit as though the front bodywork is just one massive panel on these, but it did look as though...
clamshell, yeah. Tries to stay out of the way and dives into the pit lane, and so they're inside the last 10 minutes here, so
officially the pit lane is closed. But Santalog's just coming, they are in the fuel Bowsers right now.
I think they got in just in time.
It's a very late pit stop for the 26. He's only been out half an hour, so that's a very interesting one. He pitted under green flag conditions and he's gone back in again.
Yeah, but he's been in the pits.
Oh, and Bentley's in again.
Well, that's a close pit, and that's a right rear puncture for the Bentley. Left rear puncture for the CWS Ginetta, right rear puncture for the Bordeaux Bentley. And Joe Bradley, take your pick, mate. If you put those two together, you would have one decent back axle of tyres.
Well, cause or effect, is that a clue? Are we going to consider these two cars have maybe had a coming together on the rear end? I doubt it. It's maybe, I would have thought like more so if one of the cars was sporting a front end puncture. But the Bascooten team have already got that Bentley out and running. Meanwhile, at CWS land, we've got the left front off. That's been changed. Not quite sure what the problem is there, but the left rear. Remember, this car had only a few minutes we were talking to Colin White about a left rear puncture. That was the one, remember, he burnt his hand on and stuff?
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what the problem can be here. Colin didn't really have a definitive answer. You guys have mentioned again and reiterated what he said. I'm intrigued as to what will happen with regard to the regulations. And even if Colin's aware, he's trying to edge away from it. Colin, I'm not going to talk about the puncture because I'm sure that's a mystery to you. But what does it mean with you guys having to pit within the last 10 minutes of this section of the race?
Not a problem, because we're putting brand new tyres on tomorrow morning.
All right, so do you get a penalty for coming in the last 10 minutes?
No. The fuel station is shut, but the pits are still open. So you can do your work on it now. Then tomorrow morning, when the race starts, we don't need to stop with tyres. We can go 2 hours.
Always a silver lining.
Yes.
Again, yeah, well done.
But interestingly, Baz, they're changing all four, aren't they?
Yeah.
Whereas the Bentley, they just changed the one that was damaged and sent him straight back out.
Unless they were very new tyres, which they probably were actually. He'd only been out a little while. So Santalog did take. Oh, they've gone to fuel though. The Bentley's gone to fuel. They can't do that.
No.
So that will be a penalty if they have gone to fuel. If they have gone to fuel, the fuel station pump should be turned off.
Yeah. God, that's annoying when that happens.
Mike Simpson is showing down at fuel as well. I wonder if that's just because he's tripped the sensor on the bottom part of the pit lane. Let's see. Let's see. Smart Fonda R has been in the pits 2 minutes 42, 43, 44 now. I think he has stopped.
Usually we've got a camera on there, we can see. But Mike is showing exactly the same thing as the Bentley, and they've been stationary for a while. Very strange.
Yeah, well, there are some unserved penalties that will that have not been completed by the end of this session. Now,
including in the Ferrari didn't take theirs.
Correct. That's still outstanding.
Yeah.
Correct. The 32 seconds for Team ACP hasn't been taken either, and they are leading in GT4. So there are still a number of penalties from cars that are disputing top positions that will have to carry across into tomorrow. So last couple of laps now for the leaders, CP Racing. 1 minute 24 seconds is the lead. A couple of seconds by Creventic taking away from Shane Lewis. Shane will not be pushing now. He'll be trying to save the tyres for the start tomorrow. Shane has been out there. Remember, they stopped early, which really... Oh, they stopped first, should I say. They were pretty much on time when they did stop, but the 85 CP Racing stopped 14 laps ago, so they're only going to have 5 or 6 laps in the tank by the time they start tomorrow. But what they have done is they've determined everybody else's strategy.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, forced everyone's hands, really.
Yeah.
Down in the TCR category, or TCE category, I should say. I get that wrong every time. Knocker Racing is the leader of TCE as leader of TCR. I think they have a lap on everybody else. So they will start with a clear lap ahead of Holmgaard Motorsports Volkswagen TCR. That would be the second of the TCE
Has
cars.
Holmgaard served their penalties yet?
Yes, they're clear of penalties.
Clear. Excellent.
And the third car will be Charlie Hollings, who we just saw in the Veluga Cayman GT4.
Which is the GTX leader.
Yes, exactly. On the same lap as the Volkswagen, but sorry, the second Volkswagen, the Holmgaard. I do think, though, that Knocker are one whole lap ahead, which will be nice and comfortable going into tomorrow.
No cooling down lap after the checkered flag. Turn hard right after La Source and be guided in to the Parc Fermé, which is that end.
So it's going to be inside of La Source in the paddock up there, yeah.
Yeah, I have been fortunate enough to park there during an event for the Classic 6 Hours. That's where we parked up, very handy.
How many cars we got in pit lane at the moment? Who'll be left in pit lane? That's page 2, isn't it?
Yeah. Stand by, caller. I can tell you that. In pit lane at the moment are AC Motorsport with the damaged number 188 Audi, the GT4 Bagheera ZM Racing car, that's the number 66, the Vortex V8, the GTX Vortex V8 in the pit lane at the moment. The RD Signs GTX car as well.
Yeah, so they've said, that we know the Lamborghini is out. They've said they're not repairing that car.
That's the Bagheera, yeah.
We know that the Mercedes GT4 is not coming back out.
That's the Mercedes is the Bagheera.
Yeah. So we don't know about
the
188
RD Signs, yeah.
TCR, and we don't know about the Vortex. The Vortex will come out tomorrow for sure.
Yeah.
But we don't know where we haven't even seen that out. It's a bit of a shame to don't know exactly what the situation.
Off. Yeah.
Because certainly when I saw it, the wheels on the left side were completely pointing in the right direction, as was the bodywork.
What we couldn't see was the right-hand side,
Yeah.
and there was some damage on the front where it nosed into the wall, and it looked like it pushed the barrier back a little bit. So that was quite a thump for Stefan Perrin. Haven't heard from the team. Joe might be able to just get a quick word before we go off air tonight from the 188 to find out how Stefan is. Last lap of today. So there's a minute left, so we are going to give you a little more than we promised. We promised you 5.5 hours today. We're going to give you closer to 5 hours and 32 or 33 minutes, depending on Shane's pace here, and we will have completed 113 laps. Creventic coming through.
81 seconds back is Creventic, and Ella Earhart 91 seconds back.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're going to be the only three, I reckon, on the lead lap.
Yeah.
Car Collection weren't able to stay on the lead lap. Ralph Bourne couldn't stay on the lead lap either. And then a lap, I reckon...
Jutta are on the same lap.
Jutta are on the same lap.
Yes, we've got
the
3
71.
1 lap down. Yeah. And actually, 1 lap down is only half a pit stop.
Yes.
So they've all still, those top 6 have all easily got an opportunity for luck to go their way for tomorrow.
Time has expired. This lap will be finished. And of course, it is the leader who determines how many laps will do. So if the leader doesn't lap anybody now from the other classes, they will be allowed to continue as well, although I suspect that won't be the case. So we might have to just have a look to see what he might be able to affect, although in fairness, Creventic and timeservice.nl are very good at picking the bones out of who is a lap down on their leader in division rather than the overall leader. So Shane just coming up to the West End Porsche. That's had its problems earlier on.
GT4, so that's putting that GT4 down a lap.
And that is in his division, of course.
Yeah.
So that's quite important.
Although, confusingly, the Veluga is a GTX, is a TCX car, not a GT4 car.
Yeah.
So that's not in his division.
Correct. That's one of the Manthey cars. Yellow flags are out.
Yeah, but that's because we're waiting for the flag right now.
Why would you have yellow flags out for the people who are still racing?
Oh, that's true.
Yellow flags are out at turn 1. And there goes Shane Lewis, who along with the 2 Charles will take this first part of the race. It means nothing at the moment. Car Collection Motorsport were right up their tailpipes as they went through, actually almost got their lap back there. I hadn't realised that. In second place will be WTM, Wochenspiegel, and then Phoenix, and those top 3, the only 3 on the lead lap, and we had the APO Sport car spinning as it was starting its last lap, the Ginetta. That's why there was yellow flags. Joe Bradley is down with the team who have finished the first part of this race, the first 5.5 of the 12, at the head of the field.
It's okay, Charles. I know ever the professional. Let me help you with that. There's the Hankook sticker there, and there is the 24 series there. There we go. All right. Charles, don't we just love the tactical element of these endurance races?
Oh, wow. Yeah, it keeps you sitting on the edge of your seat the whole time. Kind of our tactic has always been to just stay slow and steady and, you know, try to go for the overall. We looked at it this week, and, man, we ran hard in qualifying, and we said we're just going to stay with that and run hard the whole time. So we're giving it everything we have, and I think we'll start tomorrow, maybe not in quite as good a position fuel and tire-wise as 2 of the other cars, but still sitting pretty good, and, of course, we're thrilled to death.
What about tires? What are the tires conditions going to be?
Well, we change tires when we fuel, so like I say, I think we're going to be about at a 20-minute disadvantage, maybe on tires, maybe on fuel, you know, from some of the other cars. I didn't follow them exactly, but I think there's a couple of cars that managed to get a later stop than we did, but I don't think it's going to be significant in the big picture.
It was a great move putting Shane in at the end. I mean, he's still one of the fastest drivers out there, isn't he? I mean, I met him in 1998, and he was then.
Well, you know, it's funny, when we were in Sicily at the race there, one of the younger drivers came up to him, and a very good driver, and said, you know, I came to see you race when I was a little boy. And Shane said, boy, talk about making a guy feel old. But no, he still does really, really a nice job in the car, and just pleased to have him riding with us.
It's important to stay on the lead lap, Charles. We talk about that all the time in these split races. But putting the Car Collection Audi a lap down on you guys, I bet that was important, was it?
Well, we're hoping it'll stay that way. They have a really good driver lineup in there this week, and they're looking pretty good. So, yeah, that was our idea, was to try to get them a lap down. But, you know, these are long races. We finished Hockenheim a couple of years ago sitting on the pole, and it didn't turn out so well for us. But, you know, there's a lot of action yet to come. We're just going to give it the best.
Great efforts, as ever, from CB Racing. Thanks, Charles.
We appreciate you guys.
Great stuff.
Oh, well done, Joe. That was crucial. It's taken one further car off the lead lap. The number 280 is still continuing around. As I think they're allowed to do, because they've not seen the checkered flag yet. They spun as the last lap was starting. Yeah. CP Racing, WTM Racing, Wochenspiegel and Car Collection Motorsport, the respectively AMG GT4, Ferrari 488 and R8 Audi LMS GT3 Evo 2 are on the lead lap tomorrow, those top three. 1 lap behind sorry, the top... Hang on a second. Let me just go back there. They've put Phoenix back on the lead lap there, and I don't think that's correct.
No, there's... Have a look at the gaps there. That's definitely a 1 lap. The graphics are a little bit confused, I think.
The timing screen, yes. So, yes, Phoenix Racing are off the lead lap. So just the front row on the lead lap. Then Phoenix Racing, the first of 1 lap down cars. Then... No, Phoenix is third. Then Car Collection, the first of the 1 lap down cars. Then Herbeth Motorsport. That's where I got it wrong.
Oh, hang on. No, that graphic's not right either, I'm afraid, guys.
Don't worry. Listen to what I say. Don't worry about anything else. CP, WTM and Phoenix are on the lead lap. Car Collection, Herbeth, Jutta are a 1 lap down. Red Camel a further lap back, but leading comfortably in the Porsche Cup Club by a full lap to Van Berlo, and that's a 991 car. Baudard is on 110 laps against the 113 of the leader. Then Santalok and Red Ant Racing before NKPP Racing head the couple of cars on 109 laps completed, which includes HRT. Porsche Lorient are down on 107, 106 EBM, 105 speed limit. So the GT2 AM category has really been split up at the end of that race. In GT4, Team ACP Tangerine Associates lead with 105 laps completed. TCR is headed by the... Where is the TCR leader? That's the Volkswagen of Noka Racing Team. We'll talk about the full TCE grid in a moment because that will be split to the back. CWS did that lap at the end. VDEC, Red Ant and Car Collection in 24th position. And E2P Racing did finish at the end, as did the Cayman of West End Racing and Leiper, the 710 car, who lost all that time at the start. Still running at the end, though. Cars with their problems. Bigera, the AMG, that was in the accident with the Audi. We will not see that car again. Yasmin College is okay. I'd like to have a chat with her if we can. Gilles Courtois had a big accident, but he was off to the infield medical. He was said to be okay in the 702. The RD Signs Lamborghini had its problems earlier on, backing it into the tyre stack halfway up Eau Rouge. Noka leading in the TCE category and TCR ahead of Holmgard. And in third place, Veluga is the best of the TCX. They are all on the same lap. Wolf Power Racing is... No, well, they're a lap further back. I'll have to work that out tomorrow. Then it's really quick. Equipe, then GSR, then Kogimo, second in TCX. Baporo make up the top 8. APO Sport, which is the Ginetta, they are third in TCX, having got ahead of the Ligier in that last run. BBR, that car was damaged, but got back out. PRV, they had their problems, but got back out. AC Motorsports, that car was damaged, and we haven't seen that again. But PCR did come back out again in their Leon competition. WEC Motorsport, for me, one of the spirit of the race contenders, no doubt, in that E46 M3, Ben.
Fascinating stuff from our first 5.5 hours here at Spa-Francorchamps. 6.5 hours tomorrow, so a slightly longer, earlier race. We've got 3 cars on the lead lap in GT, 3 cars 1 lap down, and plenty of action all the way through our field. We were at Spa-Francorchamps, so who knows if this sun will stay. It's actually looking sunnier than it's ever been so far this weekend. Quite pleasant for an evening beverage. Or a stroll. You walk in the not Ardennes forest, or have a beer in the hospitality.
So we come back for the second part of the race on Sunday at 11:20. Central European summertime, whatever you're doing this Saturday, enjoy yourself. It's been a lovely day here. We've got 6.5 hours more racing and a bit more of a pit walk, a grid walk tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss it. Tune in from 20 past 11 Central European summertime, 20 past 10 in the UK. Bye-bye.